Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I welcome you all to the second day of the International Conference on Civil Engineering, Architecture and Sustainable Infrastructure, or the ICCEASI 2021, jointly organized by Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, and the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. I am glad to welcome all our honorable dignitaries. First, I would like to welcome our beloved professor and head, Dr. Prakash Netula, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Our honorable keynote speaker, Engineer Philip Ermita, Dean, College of Engineering, University of Perpetual Help, Calamba Campus, Philippines. We would like to invite our keynote, Dr. Akuhama, Associate Professor, Civil and Environmental Engineering, American University of Iraq, Sulaimani, Iraq. Our pleasure to extend a warm welcome also to Dr. Vitantonio Roma, Head of Geotechnical Engineering Department, Team Engineering SPA, Italy. I would like to invite Engineer Philip P. Ermita, Dean, College of Engineering, University of Perpetual Help, Calamba Campus, Philippines. Hi, sir. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon here in the Philippines, and good morning in India. It feels like I'm back in India. Before pandemic, I normally every year in the past, I think 4 years. Every year I'm in India. Anyway, once again, good morning and good afternoon to all. And I've seen a lot of common faces here and colleagues. Like I think Dr. Bailon is here. So good afternoon, Doc. And then it's a great Friday today because I was invited, with this conference, and allow me to share my screen. Okay. Okay. Again, I would like also to thank the organizing team of this conference about to related to civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure. So, although the theme is related to engineering, but I really want to my talk is about how are we going to make those engineering program to be more on the quality excellence, and as we look forward to the upcoming years. Okay, so my topic is about how are we going to reimagine and rethink engineering education. So specifically on the civil engineering and even in our architecture field, as a way for us to be a key in technological innovation and engineering transformation. Once again, this is Dr. Philip Ermita, Dean of the College of Engineering of University Perpetual Help, Calamba Campus, Philippines. Okay, so as we all know that engineering is really uh, a challenge. No? When you enter the program, it is there is a rule of thumb that a commitment that we need to invent, create, and regulate. Okay, so it is also a program wherein we are given the opportunity on how are we going to, you know, to transform our people, the community, you know, with the field of specialization we are into. Okay. So, here in the Philippines, let me just share with you, before the pandemic, it is already given that most of the engineering programs is a priority courses. So we're in. We are also given a lot of scholarship opportunities, by the CHED or the Commission on Higher Education in the Philippines. That is even before the pandemic, because which means that in the next 5 to 10 years from now, these are the programs, or we need this kind of people in this field that can lead or transform its community or even the global community as we approach to the digitalization, or even in the what we call the industry 4.0, or to some other countries too. I attended some of its conference. It's now moving towards industry 5.0. Okay. As per checking, it doesn't only apply in the Philippines, but even global. We can see a lot of scholarships related to engineering. When I still remember when every time I visit a conference in India to give a talk, it's always been a priority program. No, any field of engineering, like the civil, even the architecture, even in Japan, in Thailand, and most of them are already responding to the call towards Industry 4.0. And as I travel also to different countries, because of that, a lot of university presidents, are already leading towards to lead the universities, responding to the innovation, not only the community, but also um, in the system of education related to engineering program. And now, um, in this time of pandemic, so how are we? What is now the challenge? The challenge now is how are we going to address the needs, specifically for civil engineering to continue addressing the industry 4.0. So I tried to look back with this talk. I tried to look back. Is there still a demand, or there any effect with regards to pandemic? Okay, so in a 2020, there's when the world stopped, I can say, because of pandemic. What were the roles of engineers? Most of the companies strongly leaned with related to IT infrastructure, to make things continue, with how are we going to promote the or continue the responding with the operations, and some of the engineers already develop some of the guidelines, on how to they can continue with the production. So that was the some of the articles that I've searched related to pandemic, specifically in the 2020. Okay, and as per reading, there are four ways that we strongly need, as in reference to professional engineering. There are three ways on how are we going to respond, as far as engineering uh engineering responsibilities, maybe commitments. Okay, and the first one is we really have to collaborate regardless of any field that we are in. Collaboration is really needed, and I think in the past years also that I attended some um call this conferences, collaborative researches are in need. We just not there's already a lot of applications wherein we can combine with the different field, And I think now in the Philippines, we are now starting to do that. No? How, for example, the civil engineering field can collide with other engineering field as a tool, no, to make things easier. No? And with such demands, no, what happened last year was a really a lot of implementations related to healthcare, like the ventilators, okay, the PPEs. That is expected because I think it's a global, right? It's a global need. Okay, and what's I really want to point it out here is that collaborative research will help to surpass this pandemic. And I do believe there's still hope, no? As long as we work together with respect to innovation in terms of engineering. Okay. The next one is the need for speed for engineers. No, during the pandemic, everything was limited. No, we are all. I think it's a global issue wherein mobility was a problem, and now with on how are we going to address this is really the need for speed, no, in developing things. I think there was already a lot of innovation when we talk about the speed because of the availability of materials, availability of experimentation, and so on. Okay, and some countries I've searched that they were able to maximize the situation, you know, wherein they can do an appropriate time for do the experimentation and make innovation, considering limited mobility. Okay. The third one is um, the challenge of the work from home for engineers. The challenge, how are we going to continue doing research, in terms of work from home, what we call it. So according to a professional engineering survey, found that 18% of respondents reported no impact on their efficiency while working at home. So that means it's really uh, creativity and innovation on how are we going to deliver our output as far as efficiency is concerned. Okay. The next one is the focus. No, that's why um, uh, my topic is really about how are we going to uh, refine, no? How are we going to redefine and rethink, considering the demand for engineering in terms of the different what do you call this, challenges that we encounter, no, with respect to healthcare. No? Imagine before how with respect to I think it was a big challenge for China for when pandemic arises. No? They were able to build in just infrastructure in just a matter of days. No? So that's the need for speed and the new focus. No? How are we going to um, provide the need of the community? No? And that's um, the challenge for engineers now. Okay, so with that, no, I just want to share with you because of the pandemic that we encounter, what are now the skills requirement, as a proof for engineering after the post-COVID. No, so there are a lot of things here that may arise. So maybe related to data, cloud, cybersecurity, digital marketing, and business analyst. Well, although as expected, I think this is actually as we look forward, these are already the things that are expected as we look forward with responding to Industry 4.0. No, so in the field of civil engineering, maybe, and architecture, this is also a way for us to look at it these skills on how are we going to integrate this this skills requirement in the future. No, so maybe for civil engineer uh, professions and architects, maybe these are the things that we can look at it as we try to rethink and redesign. No? The opportunity for the data cloud, the cybersecurity, and that's it. No? And this is a way for us on how are we going to integrate also the skills among our own fields. Okay. So reimagining and rethinking. So according to MIT, the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, reports that takes a worldwide look at the future of how engineers are trained. So engineers will now address the complex societal challenges in the 21st century. Okay, we're in a new build of generation related to machines, materials, and systems. Okay, and this is somehow a way for an educators, no? As speaking as the dean of the engineering, how are we going to continue, no? How are we going to continue responding to making innovation to our future engineers, no? Specifically in the Philippines? So right now, we are now trying to measure ourselves in terms of achieving the program outcomes. So that's one way of reimagining and rethinking, no, as a dean of a engineering education. Okay, so trying to look at it, we are also trying to uh, look into a new phase, no, for engineering specifically. How are we going to still continue developing the skills? Okay, um, not only maybe in the engineering, but as the whole higher education. Okay, so right now we are trying to align the goals, no, of the national governments and to the higher education, specifically on attaining the program outcomes after completing the program the next 2 to 3 years after completion. Okay, how are we going to consider the the concept of a student-centered learning to given the a large number of volume of students? How are we going to make still them experience the in civil engineering, there's a lot of before I'm thinking before there's a lot of requirement for a face-to-face, no? I do believe you have in the civil engineering, there's surveying courses. How are you going to teach surveying courses with the online? Now we have a lot of I can say a software to explore with, no? And to be honest, it was really a challenge. No, it was really a challenge. No, but right now in the Philippines, um, I think we are about to have the limited face-to-face, but I think we really still need to follow the minimum health guidelines. And at the same time, how are we going to equip our faculty? It's easier to think of the program outcomes, but it should be coupled with how are we going to train to equip the faculty in a high quality teaching, specifically in engineering. Okay, so let me just share with you. I tried to search what are the trends in defining the future of engineering education. The first one is we tried to tilt the what we call the global axis of engineering education leadership. Um, we are right now we do have a lot of organizations that we lead, towards aligning to international standards. And that's a way. We tried to to benchmark maybe what are the quality measurements that we can apply as far as engineering education is concerned. You know, you know, um, the second one is how are we going to shift towards the programs that can integrate the student-centered learning? No, and in the Philippines right now, we are strongly involved in what we call the OBE, no, outcomes-based education, wherein we are trying to really measure what's the outcomes, no, how to attain the outcomes among students, and I think that's uh, I think that's a basic measurement for engineering administrators that we really measured how the students were able to attain that. And the third one is the how are we going to emerge, um, engineering graduates as leaders in the future. Like I mentioned a while ago, there are already a lot of engineers who really step up to initiate a leadership. No, I can say starting from the universities. No, and I still remember some of the universities in Asia that I visited, that I can see a lot of innovation in terms of education. I think when I visited in Thailand, and I think Chulalongkorn is a leading university that really makes innovation in terms of the what we call the OBE approach, or the OBTL approach. So I think it's a good thing, because really the teachers are, or the professors are really facilitators. They are really facilitating the learning. They are leaping up on the concept of between the teacher, and the professor. Okay. Let me just share you also some of the new engineering education transformation that we have now, with respect to the demands of the needs of the global community. So we have here, like, the challenge on uh, continuing responding to renewable energy machines. I think that's one of the highlights that we really have to push on, as we continuously challenge with accepting the challenge. I think that's the appropriate word, to build green and energy production conversion. I think this engineering transformation need uh, also applies to the field of civil engineering and architecture. Okay. The second one is the advanced on materials machines. So this focus on the processing of fabrication related to manufacturing. So maybe this can be coincide with civil, but it also a call, a challenge to other engineering field like electrical, civil, electrical, electronics, maybe, and computer engineering. Okay. The third one is the autonomous machines, wherein this can be related to the field of electrical, electronics, okay, computer, on the the evolution of artificial intelligence, like the robots, application also of maybe the IoT. And the next one is digital cities. Okay, so I do believe that there's a big role here for civil engineers and architects. Aside from the concept of green building architecture, you know, um, I do believe that the community of civil and architecture are really looking forward in responding to this. wherein we try to innovate the cities of the future by immersing with the uh, urban planning. How are we going to uh, make or transform the cities, which is uh, acceptable to the community. Okay. Then the next one is living with the machines. As we look forward to Industry 5.0, to other first world countries, they're now looking forward to Industry 5.0. Is how we're going to discover and build is with the living systems that will respond to the biotechnology and medical devices. And like what I've said a while ago, what are the things or what are the measures on how we can rethink engineering education? So let me just share with you that as we look forward to standardization of engineering curriculum, it's a good thing that we look forward to what we call the ABET accreditation. So ABET is accreditation board for engineering and technology. So this is actually in an accrediting body that provides assurance that a college or university program meets the quality standards of its profession. So just let me just share. So it is an accrediting program, not an institution. So, however, it is a specialized accreditation for a post-secondary programs with degree granting institutions. So that means this will a way to measure the standardization of providing engineering education for any institution. So as of today, in my source, ABET has already accredited 4,144 applied and natural science, computing, engineering, and engineering technology program with the different 812 colleges and universities across in the 32 countries worldwide. Okay, so ABET accreditation, take note, is not a ranking system. It's not the QS, but it is a form of a quality assurance, providing a professional community to the world at large that meeting the quality standard set by the technical profession. So it is a federation of member professional and technical societies. So that will fit on the what we call the ABET criteria. So it is an accreditation board for engineering and as technology as well. Okay. So in the records of the ABET, as of, and my data is October 1, 2020. So globally, there's already 4,307 programs already accredited, and it's increasing since 2019. And to all my fellow engineering administrator or educators that leads towards engineering, this is also a way for us, a platform maybe, or a medium that we can measure redesigning engineering education. So this is a way for us to transform, so as aligning to international standards. Okay, so sharing with you some of the in the Philippines, we are now trying to start with this because we also have an umbrella of the ABET under the Washington Accord is the Philippine PTC ACBET, the Philippine Technology handled by Philippine Technological Council. But in the Philippines alone, there's already some of the universities here leading engineering education is already ABET accredited. So like the Mapua University, De La Salle University. So these are even Technological Institute of the Philippines and even Batangas State University. So now little by little, no. So this is our direction now for in the Philippines. And there also a group, no, wherein they try also to innovate engineering education. Actually, I first uh, met this, no, in a conference, a CDIO in Thailand, wherein the RMUTT, or the Raja Mangala University of Tanyaburi, and also the Chulalongkorn is a member of this, wherein their concept of transforming their engineering education is through the framework of what we call the CDIO, the Conceive, Design, Implement, and Operate. So this is actually a framework wherein it provides students with an education stressing engineering fundamentals in the context of the framework CDIO, Conceive, Design, Implement, and Operate. So the CDIO was actually developed with the input of the different um, stakeholders like the academics, industry, to engineers, and even the students. The CDIO is currently in use in some of field of science, like in the aerospace, electrical engineering, and even in mechanical engineering. Okay, so some of the, just to give you some a background on the standards set by the CDIO. No, so the context on how really apply the CDIO itself, the learning outcomes, integrated curriculum, how integrated how I mean how engineering was introduced from the first year level up to the fourth or fifth year level of the student. The fifth one is design and implement experience. Okay, how the engineering workspaces are totally done, how the active learning and the faculty and the teaching competence was also developed. So these are the criteria that needs to be met. And the second to the last one is the assessment. It's very important that at the end, the target was assessed, no, as a means wherein they try can do some improvement. No, it's like a cycle itself. So it's like a cycle, wherein as far as you were able to measure it, was it able to attend or not, and that's the time to rethink and redefine again. And the last one is to evaluate the program. No, again, looking at it, it's like a cycle. No, so given in your screen the CDI concept, wherein design, implement, operate, and conceive. No, so I tried to, in a simpler way, when I tried to visit their curriculum, it's almost similar with the standards. However, they're really very particular on the operate. For example, in the first year for engineering, they try to design. On the engineering output is really to design. So with the use of CAD, a lot of softwares. And then on the second year, they really focus based from their design on their first year, they really have to do it in a prototype, no? In a miniature wherein they can uh, produce, no, with the use of 3D printer and so on. And then on their final year, they really have to produce that product, which is transformed to community. And locally, ideally, it's very good. And I've seen how how the students or even the university were able to transform the skills of the students. from designing, implement, operate, and conceive. Okay. And then these are, maybe you can search on this, no, if you're really curious about the framework, no, you can try to look at the link, the CDIO.org, wherein they try to some of the uh, outcomes are done because of the CDIO framework applied to engineering education. No, I hope this will help to all my fellow engineering administrator. And some of the project-based learning in engineering education. So as of my research, there's already 115 participating members worldwide, okay, with the concept of CDIO. And the CDIO approach provides a reference model. So this is actually a model for engineering education wherein professional practice and innovation is really unfocused. Okay, it is also a way as an endeavor, so to help other universities to to be part of the framework of the CDIO. I'm not so sure if in India they are now going towards like this. No? So I'm just giving you an idea on how we really can redefine and rethink the engineering transformation that we have. And just to give you also in our country, I think the Philippine Technological Council, wherein it was formed as one of the sectoral components of federation. Okay. And it is actually an umbrella of professional engineering societies in the Philippines, wherein it was developed before what we call the CASE. No? A lot of engineering administrators attended this, no? The certification and accreditation system, specifically for engineering. Okay, which is also recognized by our that handles engineering education, higher education in the Philippines, what we call the CHED. Okay, which is also in accordance to the requirements of the Washington Accord. Okay. So just to give you the framework, of the Philippine Technological Council with respect to the certification accreditation. So it is presented in an IPO framework, in an input process output, or in engineering education delivery system, or the OBE. There's a lot of teaching and learning intervention, like the assessment, evaluation methods, the curriculum designs, and then from that we try to hope to looking forward to attain the attributes that we really want to our graduates, the objectives of the program, and also with the student outcomes. And from that, that's the cycle we're in. The accreditation criteria is done to ensure that the policies and procedures are well done in attaining those goals of the university and the college that provides the engineering program. And of course, it is like a cycle wherein we try to measure also the societal needs, okay, the other resources that may lead to the need in providing engineering program, regardless, like electronics, civil, industrial, um, computer engineering, so on. Okay, so in um, the Philippine Technological Council, so these are the what we call the framework that we normally do, like what we say, we call this the CQI cycle. We're in how are we going to do innovation to engineering programs. So meaning engineering, we try to, we are encouraged not to redesign the curriculum given the outcomes coming from the graduate. So from this CQI framework, we try to analyze the course outcomes if it is achieved for every students, the program outcomes after the student graduates from the program, and again look at it in the perspective of the PEO of the program educational objectives in anchored to the mission vision of the higher education or the university. So it's a cycle. Again, it's a cycle. Okay. And then, so these are also the criteria set by the Philippine Technological Council with respect to accreditation. So there are 9 criteria. So relation to PEO or the program education objectives, student outcomes, the involvement of the faculty, students, the facilities, the leadership, the extension services to the community, and what is the existing CQI or the continuous quality improvement done by the institution. And then, okay, so that's it. So I hope I was able to attain the objective of my talk on how are we going to reimagine and rethink engineering education. So I do believe that even though we are in a different part of the world, we still have one objective, and that is to produce engineering graduates, a competitive engineering graduates, specifically for civil engineers and architects. That's it. So I do hope that, let me just end my talk with engineering is about using science to find creative, practical solution, and it's always a noble profession. So thank you very much, and good morning to all. Thank you. If you have
Thank you so
questions,
much,
feel free.
Doctor. Thank you so much. Anyone would like to ask a question for Professor? Right, seems none. Thank you so much for imparting us your knowledge. And let's proceed with our technical sessions. And before we proceed, it is my pleasure to introduce our technical session chairs. So first is an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, having an experience of about 9 years in academics and research. From 2013 to 2014, he has served as an assistant professor in BIET Lucknow. Thereafter, from 2015 to 2018, he served in GITM Lucknow. From 2018 to 2020, he served in BBDITM Lucknow. His research interest spans both soil stabilization and foundation engineering. Much of his work has been on improving the bearing capacity of soil using modern techniques such as geotextile, geonets, geosynthetic clay liners, geogrids, geotextile tubes, and many more. Let us welcome the Assistant Professor of BBD University Lucknow, Ankit Verma. And our session chair for technical session 3, also an assistant professor from BBD, Department of Civil Engineering, born in 1992 in Jaunpur. He received his bachelor degree in civil engineering from ACTU Lucknow in 2015. He received his master's degree in transportation engineering from IIT BHU Varanasi in 2019. He is currently working as an assistant professor in civil engineering department in BBD University Lucknow. He is having an experience of about 1.5 years in academics and research with more than 5 papers in refereed national and international journals. His research interest spans both traffic studies, transportation materials, and complex transportation analysis. Let us welcome Assistant Professor Ravi Moria. Good morning to you. Good morning to you all, sir. And let us start our technical session 3. Before we proceed, I would like to, of course, again, request everyone to please open their cameras. I would like to take our group photo for today. Come on, give me that big smile of yours. Hi, good morning. How are you doing?
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
All right, please be patient with me. Hold your smile because I will be taking 3 pages of photos. All right, thank you so much. 1, 2, 3, say cheese.
Yes, sir.
Hold it. Hold it. All right, page 1. Hold on. I'll be taking page 2. All right, 1, 2, 3, say cheese. Hold it. And I'll be taking the last page. Hold on. 1, 2, 3, say cheese. And hold it. Thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. I really appreciate it. And now let's proceed. Thank you. Thank you. Right, good job. Thank you. Now we'll start with our first paper for our second day about traffic monitoring system. Author Saurabh Shukla and co-author Ankit Verma and Professor Prakash Netula.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning. Yep, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen.
My topic is traffic monitoring system. Is it
Have it
audible?
on presentation mode, please. All right, perfect. Thank you. Go ahead.
This is Saurabh Shukla and MTech Scholar Transportation Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. And my co-author is Ankit Verma, sir, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University. And Professor and HOD, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Om Prakash Netalla, sir. Saurabh Shukla, he received his biography. He received his bachelor degree in civil engineering from Abdul Kalam Technical University in 2019. Now he pursuing MTech second year in transportation engineering from Babu Banarasi Das University. Ankit Verma, sir, assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering, having an experience about 9 years in academic and research. His research interest spans both soil stabilization and foundation engineering. Much of his work has been improving and bearing capacity of soil using modern techniques such as geotextile, geonets, geosynthetic clay linear. Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula sir has done his BTech in Civil Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surathkal, MTech in Hydraulic and Water Resource Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surat, and PhD from RKDF University, Bhopal. His area of interest pipe friction and factor domestically used pipe and remote sensing in water resource application. Abstract. Traffic is a part of everyday lives. Everyone needs to get point A to B. At some time, traffic congestion will never be eliminated, but it can be managed to minimize delay, maintain speed, and improve travel time relatively. Then current traffic management issue mainly due to insufficient time based traffic system. Traffic monitoring have many methods to monitor using camera on traffic junction, drone, and many other traffic signals. Wireless sensor network are new integrative technologies arising from the development of wireless communication and tiny sensors with the reduction of power consumption and cost of instrument and maintenance. Description: the application of image processing and computer vision technique to analysis of video sequence of traffic flow offers considerable improvement over the existing method of traffic data collection and road traffic monitoring. A traffic monitoring system is an effective alternative to mitigate traffic congestion. It is an integral component of transportation system that is used to collect data such as number of vehicles, type of vehicles, and vehicle speed. Based on the collection of data, it performs traffic analysis to be better utilized and the roadway system predict future transportation need to improve the safety of transportation. Vision Waste Vehicle Detection and Monitoring System for intersection monitoring with both in vehicle and roadside system that form and often based on Vision. Recently, pole-mounted omnidirectional camera are provided a wide field of view and can be used to monitor all the road of an intersection in single image. However, there are several computer vision challenges are arise when using omnidirectional cameras at intersection. In particular, it is necessary to process a large amount of visual information in real time and monitor objects that have variable scales in the image. Wireless communication, the radio frequency in the traffic light control system of emergency vehicle. The prototype of this project is using frequency 434 MHz to range about 3 ki- kilohertz to 300 gigahertz frequency. This project have been successfully attained, which they are designing an emergency sequence mode of traffic light when emergency vehicle passes through intersection and changing the sequence back to the normal sequence frequency to the emergency mode was triggered. In future, the prototype system can be improved by controlling the real traffic situation, and the study can be done by investigating the length of reception and transmission issue for the system to be operated. Literature review: with the rapid development of wireless sensor network technologies, all kind of information of the physics world around us will be transferred to the present information system at a fine level of high speed as a result of urban traffic network with distributed parameter will become more measurable. Conclusion: traffic monitoring system is focusing on the key of functionality of vehicle classification, by categorizing into three types: roadway, over roadways, and side roadways based system. Wireless sensor network is a kind of monitoring network consisting a large number of low-cost, power-saving, high integrated and self-organized sensor nodes and network coordinator. And here this is the references from review papers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that brief presentation. And are there any questions from our chair? Right, seems none. Oh, by the way, I would like to remind everyone to please be mindful of their allotted time. Each presenter is given a total of 10 minutes for the full presentation, including the question and answer portion. And yep, let's proceed with our second paper, the effect of human hair as fiber reinforcement in translucent concrete. Author Utkarsh Sharma and co-author Nishit Mishra.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, first of all, I would like to introduce. So, good morning, everyone. My name is Shivansh Mishra. I am a final year civil engineering undergrad at Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, and I am one of the co-authors of this research paper. The title of my presentation is Effect of Using Human Hair as Fiber Reinforcement in Translucent Concrete. This topic is guided by Mr. Ravi Maurya, sir. He is 29 years of age and serves as an assistant professor in Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. He did his Bachelor's of Technology in Civil Engineering from Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam Technical University, Lucknow, and Master's in Transportation Engineering from one of the finest engineering institutions of India, that is IIT BHU, Varanasi. So I'll be moving on my presentation now.
Have it on presentation mode, please. Thank you.
Ma'am, is it? Ma'am, is it visible? Okay, I'm going to start my presentation. So as I told you earlier, this is my topic of the presentation. That is effect of using human hair as fiber reinforcement in translucent concrete. So these are the authors and co-authors: Utkarsh Sharma, Nishit Mishra, Rishabh Kumar Yadav, Shivansh Mishra, that is me, and Mr. Ravi Maurya, who is the assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University. So here is a biography about my authors and co-authors. So let's move to the next slide. So this is the abstract. So building energy saving and safe evaluation for engineering structures is the need of modern world. Exactly, because energy saving is nowadays a very trending technology, because we have to save energy in order to save our planet. And safe evaluation for any structure is the utmost thing which is required for structure building. So second point, translucent concrete can integrate green energy by transmitting light through itself. As we know, translucent concrete is a concrete which can emit light. So it can integrate green energy. So this is one of the advantage of translucent concrete. And due to some drawbacks, we need some more research to be done about light transmitting concrete. And to increase its tensile strength, we have used human hair. So using 2 to 4% human hair can enhance the tensile strength, and it can enhance the tensile strength up to 5 to 10%. And the light transmitting property of translucent concrete is due to high numerical aperture. As we know, the light emitting translucent concrete is basically based on the application of optical fiber, and optical fiber is based on the application of total internal reflection. So basically, when the inputs are in the range of numerical aperture, then TIR happens inside the optical fiber, which ultimately results in the translucent property of the concrete. So let's move to the next slide. So here is the conclusion. As you can see from the picture here, The building is fully translucent. So this light transmitting concrete with higher tensile strength due to human hair enhances the beauty of the construction as well as saving energy. And we need to take care of one thing, that we have used two fibers here. First is human hair and second is optical fiber. So second point, tensile strength and composite strength could be increased up to 15% by using hair as reinforcement. Basically, tensile strength is increased up to 15%. So this is the appendix, which includes some references. So you can have a reference. You can look at the references here. So thank you. This was all from my side. Thank you and have a nice day. And Vasudev Kutumbakam, which means the word is one time. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that
Thank you.
presentation. Are there any questions?
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are, sir.
Yes, sir, you're ordered.
Okay, so my question is that, see, you are using translucent concrete. Okay, so the basic property of the translucent concrete is to light pass the light. Okay, so using hair, won't it be affecting its basic property?
Yes, sir.
Means
So
the
actually,
light transmitting capacity, it might get reduced.
no, sir, it will not affect as much onto the translucent property, but it will lead to the increment in the tensile strength property. So that's why, sir, we are using human hair here. And the human hair used here is only 2 to 3%. So it will not result in any decrement of the translucent property of the concrete. It will just enhance the tensile strength property.
Sir, can you please turn off the other device because we are receiving feedback? Proceed.
Yes, ma'am, any more questions?
Okay, thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Next, let us call on the paper about an experimental approach for strengthening high-performance concrete with hybrid fibers, steel, and polypropylene. Author is Prabhath, NV and Prabhath, and co-author is P. Ramadas.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, ma'am. Can you share me?
Sir, please make sure that you only have one device. If you have two devices, please make sure to mute the other one for us not to receive a feedback. Thank you. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Hello.
Yep. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
go ahead.
A very good morning to one and all. I would like to make, I'm going to make a brief presentation on the my research topic. Evaluation of mechanical performance of high performance hybrid fiber reinforced concrete containing microsilica. So I'm myself NVN Prabhat, research scholar from Civil Engineering Department, Pondicherry Engineering College. My research guide is Dr. P. Ramdas, Professor, Civil Engineering Department, Pondicherry Engineering College. So the contents that I'm going to cover in today's presentation, brief presentation, would be the overview, that is the introduction or abstract of the experimental work and the mechanical properties, followed by the conclusion. So coming to the abstract, due to the extended use of concrete in various applications such as military structures, runways, infrastructures, concretes are subjected to heavy and impact loads that are both in having high intensity and velocity. So the addition of fibers in high performance concrete can overcome such type of shortcomings such as brittleness, high shrinkage, and also it has the less resistance to impact, and also improve the ductile behavior of the concrete overall, and has a high energy absorption capacity. So in my research, I tried to develop the high performance concrete using silica fume, microsilica, and also further strengthened it by adding the fibers, namely steel and polypropylene fibers as hybrid fiber concrete. Next, the present study represents the adding of steel and polypropylene fibers in the following percentages, that is 0.5, 1, 1.5, and propylene with 0.255 and 1% respectively by the weight of concrete. An overall M60 grade of concrete was carried out to determine the mechanical properties, and the experimental result shows that the use of hybrid fibers with 1.5% steel and 1% polypropylene fiber in high performance concrete has improved the strength. I have basically carried out prepared two high performance mixtures with two different water cement ratios being 0.38 and 0.28, and added the steel fibers along with polypropylene fibers. So these are the mixed proportions that I have prepared. So target strength was 60. Target strength, the mean target strength was 60, and the results which I have obtained were very promising. With the addition of steel fiber, we can see the increase in the compressive strength. So this can be observed in both steel fibers and also in the polypropylene fibers. So coming to the conclusions, the mechanical performance of high performance concrete has been roughly increased by 9% when compared to the high strength concrete by adding 20% of silica fume as a cement replacement material. So the addition of 1.5% steel fiber shows better performance when compared to the addition of polypropylene. So steel fibers performance was higher compared to the polypropylene. So when compared with the hybrid fiber, the proportion of steel fibers and polypropylene 1% shows better strength values. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead.
So you have shown that you have used steel fiber, okay, to increase the strength. Is there any specific type of steel fibers, means their shape, the types?
Yes, sir. I have used the crimped steel fiber. So having 0.4 and 0.4 diameter and a length of some 20
Means to say that does the shape of the steel fibers also affects the strength of the concrete?
Yeah, sure, sir. Based on the literature, we can easily assume that the different types of fibers like hooked steel fibers, straight steel fibers, and crimped steel fibers have their own impact on the fiber mechanical properties. So due to the packing, it might be the packing and also the synergy that can be observed within the concrete.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. And I would like to call on the next paper about a numerical study of the performance of structural elements with carbon fiber reinforced polymers using linear and nonlinear analysis. Author Michael Bailon and co-author Abdalela Muhammad. Oh, thank you. Go ahead, please.
Okay. Yeah, pleasant morning and pleasant afternoon if you're in the Philippines. Yeah, this is my presentation. It's a joint a collaboration between two nationalities. I'm a Filipino from the Philippines and a Sudanese from Sudan, Abdullah A. Mohammed. He's my research advisee from Tarlac State University. Entitled A Numerical Study on the Performance of Structural Elements with Carbon Fiber Reinforced Polymers, CFRP, okay, using linear and nonlinear analysis of structure. Okay, abstract, there's the CFRP, okay, being applied or actually applied to a staple material in retrofitting our reinforced concrete structural elements such as beams, girders, and columns. So different literature would tell us that it is very good. Now, depending on the model that you are going to implement your numerical method, okay, the numerical method that we use is actually the finite element method. But in the pushover curve, this is the result created for the two models, resulted to an average of 20.4% improvement in its base shear capacity. Okay, take note, we did this in the era of pandemic, so we are not allowed to go in outside our homes. So this is more of a collaboration through the internet, okay, so online, virtual. Okay, so there you go. You have the first model on the left side. This is the no CFRP. So without CFRP, on the right side, we have already employed the CFRP. And of course, we had to use this software wherein we had to model it in using the CFRP coating. Now, as part of the introduction, we have what we call this big threat in Metro Manila, which is known as the big one. Okay, according to the study in 2004, the Metro Manila Earthquake Impact Reduction Study, wherein the JICA, the Japanese International Cooperative Agency, together with the Philippine government agencies, had the study wherein there's an expected magnitude 7.2 earthquake wherein an expected 32,000 deaths will happen. Okay, this is a model 8. Model 8 with 7.2 magnitude. Now, from that representation of the fault, okay, this is known as the West Valley fault, okay, wherein the different or historical data of different high magnitude of earthquake happened for the past hundreds of years, as recorded by the Jesuits, okay, in the Philippines. There you go. So the study using the hazard Philippines, okay, this is a application wherein the location of the building is on around 3.3 kilometers of the West Valley Fault system, okay, wherein the ground shaking expected to have an intensity 8. So objective of the study, okay, mainly it is to perform a seismic vulnerability assessment of Santa Lucia High School in Pasig City, Philippines, using seismic fragility curves with or without CFRP instructional elements of the model. Specifically, we have to determine the pushover curve, capacity curve, and analyze the response spectra of Santa Lucia High School building using capacity spectrum method, or the ATC-40 of the FEMA. To construct the seismic fragility curves of the school building based on the result of the capacity spectrum method, based on the two models, with or without CFRP application in the structural elements, and to evaluate the difference in terms of the parametric results of the two models. As I mentioned a while ago from Dr. Ermita, we have to invent, create, and evaluate. From the methodology, okay, of the research, we have to, of course, okay, got this obtain our as-built plans, okay, wherein we have to base our structural model, and of course we have to get the ground motion data from the international website known as IRIS, International Research Institute of Seismology. Okay. And of course, you have to model it with two models, with or without CFRP application. And of course, we did the simulation using a software. Later, I'll be discussing that. And then we have the comparison of the pushover curve with or without the CFRP. The displacement is that of the horizontal axis, and vertical axis is that of the base shear in kilonewtons. After getting that pushover curve, that can be converted based on the AT-40 FEMA 354 with this capacity spectrum method. You will notice that the pushover here is converted to capacity curve, and it is nonlinear. And it is now entitled to what we call the development of the seismic fragility curve. As you can see, this is the probability of occurrence, okay, the number of curves, of course, with respect to different peak ground acceleration of ground motion. And then coming up with seismic fragility curve in a specific direction. There you go. For the results and discussion, we have the model, and that model was analyzed using linear analysis first to determine the critical elements, the structural elements. Again, that's finite element method. And using this capacity spectrum method, of course, the ingredients are actually the response spectrum from the ground motion data. We had 30 foreign and local ground motion data, okay, from IRIS, and then coming up with different RS and employed to our structure, okay, using the SAP 2000. Okay, this is version 21, and in the programming part is simple MATLAB scripts. And of course, using the MATLAB script, we compare the two directions of the building, okay, each in east-west and east-west. No, not the east-west. The imposed is x-axis or x direction and the y direction. Then coming up, of course, we did some empirical. Okay, we have the standard deviation and the mean parameters, statistical parameters using the moment method, okay, that of statistical parameters, okay, and coming up with different fragility curve, comparing that of with or without CFRP models. There we go. Of course, we have increasing damage level, slight damage, moderate damage, extensive damage, and the complete damage, all of which would have this observation. And in summary, without CFRP for the slight damage, we have 0.175 of G, wherein with CFRP, it's increased to 0.5 G. For the moderate damage, there's a 0.35 G, okay, and for CFRP, 1 G, and so on and so forth. For the conclusion, using capacity spectrum method, different damage state thresholds to obtain which are the D, the null damage, light, that of the C, moderate damage D, extensive damage A, and complete D. Complete damage, AS. The structure is found out to attain its completely damaged state at a peak ground acceleration of intensity measure of earthquake of 0.352 G or greater, with a probability of exceedance of 10%, which takes place at the weaker axis of the building. Now, the 10%, the basis of the 10% is that of the Structural Engineers Association of California, okay, with a probability of exceedance of 10%. The structure of Santa Lucia High School building is highly vulnerable to strong peak ground accelerations and will have a high probability to get completely damaged. Therefore, we recommend in the local government unit to have proper retrofitting, and they have also already the preliminary study that of the retrofitting of CFRP, okay, of the columns and columns and beams and girders. Now, the fragility curves show that as a peak ground acceleration gets stronger, the higher the chance of the building to collapse. It is recommended to have the actual plan to know the rebars of each columns and beams. Again, this is brought about the pandemic. No, we cannot go outside to have this non-destructive test and coring, okay, of the structure itself. Okay, and then we have the simulation, the before and without CFRP, the left side, and with CFRP application. This is the real Santa Lucia High School, a five-story building. And then update. Okay? It is one of the local government buildings, okay, that has installed with the earthquake recording instrument or a seismic accelerometer. So this product is actually a project from the Department of Science and Technology and the Department of Public Works and Highways. Okay? It's a research project and it's now being commercialized. And again, from the point of view of disaster risk reduction management and mitigation, we have the prevention and mitigation, preparedness, response, and rehabilitation for this this project of this building being instrumented. And this part, okay, that of fragility curve is actually important, okay, in order to have this need for technical basis for retrofitting. And of course, it's going to put many instrumentation or devices in different parts of Metro Manila or in the Philippines. We can have advanced early warning, mesh network analysis. Again, on the right side, you have also the application of this structural health index. It's based on the probabilistic and deterministic method. So meaning this project is actually, this research project is preliminary data for this what we call structural health monitoring in the country. Again, this is Dr. Michael Bautista Bailon, an associate professor from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines and a senior structural health engineer from Asher Technology Incorporated. wherein my research advisee is Mr. Abdullah A. Mohammed, a Sudanese, graduate of Master of Science in Civil Engineering with a major in Structural Engineering in Tarlac State University. Okay, so in Tagalog, in Filipino, we say, mailap ang trahedya sa taong handa. In English, tragedy is elusive to the prepared person. That's my last sentence. Daghang salamat. Thank you very much.
Daghang salamat.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions from our chair? By the way, Dr. Bailon, where are you located in the Philippines?
I'm in Metro Manila, in Quezon City. Okay? I'm
Okay.
actually the danger part of this big one.
Yeah, but you
That's
speak
why.
Daghang salamat is
It's
Visayan
in
region.
Cebu. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, Visayan region. I prefer the daghang salamat rather than maraming salamat in Tagalog. And we have mayap pun in I have different languages here.
Good job.
Thank
I'm from
you.
Bohol. That's why I'm curious. Thank you so much, Dr. Bailon.
Bisaya. Salamat.
Yes.
Daghang
Thank you
salamat.
so much. And let's proceed. Our next presenter would the paper about redesign through adaptive reuse, an approach for designing sustainable heritage. Author Ankita Bajpai and co-author Ashish Mishra.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Is my screen sharing?
Not yet.
Okay, just a minute. I think there's some issue. Just a minute. Yeah. Is it?
Yes, it's coming up. Have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Myself, architect Ankita Bajpai, and I'm here to present, give you a presentation on the topic redesign through adaptive reuse, an approach for designing sustainable heritage. And my co-author is Ashish Mishra. He has done BTech in Civil Engineering from BBD and Masters in Geotechnical Engineering, Lucknow. So let's talk about sustainable heritage. Many people talk about sustainability, the various impact factors about it, but no one talks about the sustainable heritage. With heritage, I mean, if I talk about the heritage, I mean, it's the buildings that that define our culture, that define our city, are being neglected. So my paper majorly focuses on the sustainable, on the buildings, heritage buildings, which is as the historic building environment is very finite and non-renewable resource, and like any other environmental resource, it needs sustaining for the welfare of the future generation. So I am more focusing on the heritage buildings. Then comes my research methodology. First of all, I have done various literature studies related to the sustainability, the heritages, which are the heritage buildings, the zones which are though in the center of the city, but they are neglected, and the various other factors which affect, which affect which affect the growth of the sustainable in making a heritage to sustainability. So I have done a literature review on that. Then I have, you can see the second step, I have identified the dead heritage zones and analyzed about the gradual changes from past to present. That is, I have studied about the timelines in different phases that a building and its surrounding precinct has gone through. And therefore, I have taken out the results and the forgotten, there are various cultures that have been forgotten. So I have revived from that. Then third is I have preserved and reuse the existing building and propose revitalization of heritage precincts. That is, I have conserved that area, and I have proposed various spaces, you can say, without destroying the heritage value of that property. Then fourth is to preserve and reuse the existing building and propose revitalization of heritage precincts. And the last methodology is use the surrounding areas more if that benefits the local people, providing employment, recreational spaces, and art galleries. I'll tell you further about through a case study this methodology. So let's first understand what is sustainability. As all of you know, that sustainability is meeting the needs of today. It's a kind of process that meeting the needs of today without compromising the needs of the future generation. Okay, I know everyone must be knowing about this. Then there are various three pillars of the sustainability. It is the social factors that actually communicates with the community. Then there is economical factors, and then there is environmental factors. But what is sustainable heritage? Sustainable heritage is actually the preservation and conservation of historical buildings, vernacular architecture, and practices. And it is very important to conserve heritage because they are finite. They are actually finite, and they are not. They are finite, and they reflect our identity, our city's identity, our own identity. So they need to be sustained. So that's why we need to sustain our heritage. The natural heritage is degrading day by day. The built heritage left to the depredation and destruction. The indigenous skills and arts are dying. Let's talk about Lucknow. If I talk about Lucknow, then there is a famous work, chicken curry work, which is, it is not coming more onto the platform. So those art skills are dying. So we have to revive that. We have to create some for those people so that we could bring back. So this highlights the need for the strategies and proposals that will help in sustaining the heritage of the eternal city. As I discussed the pillars of sustainability, social, economic, environmental, there is a pillar added when we talk about heritage building and its cultural, because culture also defines the heritage of the heritage of that building, which needs to be conserved. Now, how can you achieve the sustainable heritage? You should list the conservation and management of unprotected structures. See, there are various unprotected structures around your city and within your city which are still neglected. So you have to list down. Then you have to see the development of the tourism infrastructure. Then you need to develop tourism circuit. You have to plan a whole precinct area around it. And then you have to conserve and reuse the heritage structures and create some, some art and craft center, something like that. So you have to do that. Then if you see any water body surrounding it, then you should conserve it also. So there are various ways to achieve sustainable heritage, but I am here to discuss about the adaptive reuse, which is the major process for achieving the sustainability in a heritage building. So there are various ways the adaptive reuse is done. As I have discussed further also, it should be done in such a way that function should not disturb the aesthetic and the cultural value of the building, and alterations may be made by the building itself, such as the circulation route, The relationship between spaces, additions may be built, and other areas. The most successful adaptive reuse are those that respect and retain a building heritage significance, as well as a contemporary layer that provides value for the future. This is the, you can see, this is the town hall of the Kolkata. It was developed by Britishers, but now it is used for by government for its work, and it has been reused. The spaces have been, it was some kind of palace before, but now is used for administrative work. Without, you can see that there is it's no architectural and no aesthetic features have been destroyed. Instead, modern things have been added to meet the needs to the contemporary architectural practices. So my conclusion is that adaptive reuse of historic fabric should be an essential approach to those neglected buildings, those dead buildings, and generate sustainable social, economic, and environmental values. That is, that building should generate some kind of employment, some kind of entertainment zone, recreational zone, and as well, it should not affect the environment, surrounding environment to the that precinct area or that city or that country. So this is my conclusion. Thank you. Hello.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Are there any questions?
Yes, ma'am. Okay, Ankita.
Yeah.
I had a question that how does tourism, okay, is especially seeing the Indian culture, how this tourism is affecting what is the role of tourism in this sustainable heritage?
Role of tourism in sustainable heritage. Yeah, tourism. See, suppose if I talk about the city Agra, है ना? If there will be no tourists, so there will be no shops around the precinct area. There will be no shops developed, or people will not. It in turns generate, the economy. It just generates the economy for that place. So tourism is important for sustainable heritage development. For adaptive reuse, we will be doing in such a way that it get attracted towards it and come.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. And let's proceed. Let me call on the paper about the remediation technology for metal contaminated site. A review by Ashish Mishra. Co-author Niti Mishra and Ankita Bajpai. All right, let me call on again the paper about the remediation technologies for metal contaminated site. A review. Author Ashish Mishra, co-author Niti Mishra, and Ankita Bajpai. All right, let's move on to the assessment of rainwater in Lucknow. Author Muhammad Adish Siddique and co-author Professor Prakash Netula and Mr. Faraz Khan. Hi. Thank you. Have it on first. Thank you so much. Go ahead, please. Sir, we cannot hear you. We can see the slide, but I cannot hear you.
Hello.
There you go. Yes, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, ma'am. My name is Mohammad Al-Siddiqui. I am currently pursuing my BTech from BBD University. My co-author is Dr. Om Prakash Natula. He has done his BTech Civil Engineering from BTech Civil Engineering and MTech in Hydraulics and Water Resources from National Institute of Technology from Surat and PhD from RKDF University Bhopal. Currently, he is a professor and head of Department of Civil Engineering from BBD University. So, abstract. Lucknow is one of the most populated, which have been facing many problems such as overpopulation, water scarcity, water logging, etc. The rainwater can be used for all purpose by human beings, thus it is necessary to check the chemistry of rainwater. The rainwater was collected from the 5 zones of Lucknow city. For the comparative study, water samples have been collected from 2 different dates. First from first rainfall and the second rainfall after 3 days of interval. In the second rainfall, the heavy metal concentration were found in both first and second rainfall water samples in all the zones of Lucknow city. The concentration of chromium, cadmium, and lead were found to be sufficiently high in several samples. This is the map of India where it is showing the Uttar Pradesh. So it is a map of Uttar Pradesh where it is showing where Lucknow lies. So the main river flowing in Lucknow is Gomti River, and it divides Lucknow in 2 parts, Cis Gomti and Trans Gomti. For the collection of samples, area was divided into 5 different zones. Zone 1, it is a mixed residential and commercial areas situated in Trans Gomti. These areas include Reserve Bank of India, Passport Office, Uttar Pradesh High Court, which lies in Gomti Nagar, Indranagar, Kamta, Chinnat, Faizabad Road, Sanjay Gandhi Puram, Marutipuram, and New Gulistan Colony, while the Zone 2 is illustrated as semi-commercial area situated in Trans Gomti, consists of localities of Aliganj, Vikas Nagar, Mahanagar, Daliganj, Triveni Nagar, Kursi Road, and Engineering College. Zone 3 is mainly demarcated as residential areas of Cis Gomti, constitute of Old Lucknow like Chowk, Thakurganj, Dalajipuram, and localities near Hardoi Road. Zone 4 constitute the cantonment and industrial areas of Cis Gomti, the localities near Kanpur Road, LDA Colony, Alambagh, Hind Nagar, Sarojini Nagar, and Telibagh. Zone 5 is the commercial areas of city. This is also termed as Lucknow, Central Lucknow, as it is constitute the prime commercial areas of Hazarganj, Aminabad, Nishadganj, Dalibagh, and Kaisarbagh. So here is a table where it is showing average rainfall from July, August, and September from year 2012 to 2019. The rainwater samples were collected from all the 5 zones. Plastic buckets that have been previously washed and leached with 10% nitric acid and 1:1 ratio hydrochloric acid for 48 hours were used to collect rainwater samples in an open space with a stand of about 20 feet above the ground. Then this water was stored in pre-distilled sampling water bottles. For comparative study, water samples have been collected from 2 different dates. First date from first rainfall 5th July 2012 and second after 3 days of interval 9 July 2012 in the second rainfall. The sample were preserved by acidifying and keeping them in refrigerator at low temperature. The heavy metals were determined through atomic absorption spectrometer. The water sample was digested to soluble the solid matter and to remove organics by oxidation and volatilization. The method used was the open digestion method was used for digestion of samples. 200 ml of water sample is taken in a 250 ml conical flask. Water sample is boiled over a hot plate until the volume is reduced to half. Then digested using diacid, nitric acid, and perchloric acid in 5:1 ratio by adding 10 ml of concentrated acid mixture till the white fume appears. Then digested water samples are filtered and diluted to 50 ml with 0.1 normality of HNO3 solutions. Here is the parameter where mean value of first rainfall and mean value of second rainfall were found. There were 7 basically parameters like zinc, lead, cadmium, chromium, copper, cobalt, and manganese. Conclusion: the present study reveals that the concentration of heavy metals in the rainwater sample of Lucknow city are generally within the permissible limit. The heavy metal concentration were found in both the first and second rainfall in all the zones of Lucknow city. The concentration of chromium, cadmium, and lead were found to be sufficiently high in several samples. These heavy metals show the concentration above the permissible limit as set by WHO, which can cause various adverse health impact. It is therefore concluded that rainwater can be an important natural resource of fresh water, but results that some parameter deviates from standard drinking water. Therefore, it is recommended to treat the rainwater before it is fit for potable purposes, whether it is removal of certain toxic elements or addition of essential elements. Here are some references where I've taken help. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? All right, seems none. Let's proceed with our next paper. Our next paper is about climate change. Time to rethink structural engineering. Author Vikita Bora and co-author Shivanji Saxena.
Good morning, ma'am.
Hi, good
Am I
morning.
audible?
Yes, you are. Hold on.
Yes.
All right, go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Just a second. Is my screen visible now?
Almost. There you go. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Yes. Thank you so much. My co-author will start.
Good morning, one and all present here. Today, me and my author, Vikita Bora, and myself, co-author Shivangi Saxena, will present a small PPT on the climatic changes, how it has affected our lives, and what are the responsibilities of us as a civil engineer. Biography. Biography. Author Vikita Bora, Assistant Professor, School of Civil Engineering, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT, World Peace University. Co-author Shivangi Saxena, Student, School of Civil Engineering, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT, World Peace University. In brief, our paper is going to speak about how world is witnessing the biggest man-made disaster of all time, that is climate change. The structural engineering community has a major role to play in both the problem and the solution of this disaster. It is imperative that they become aware of the impacts that their design decision can have on the environment. Our paper talks about the civil structural engineering role in causing climate change and the avenues available to them. Simple and varied examples from current industrial practices are provided to enhance understanding and to validate feasibility. The aim of this paper is to urge all the structural engineers to take a moment and ponder on the impact that their work and research can have on the future of this planet. Current research needs are emphasized wherever recognized. The issue on our hand. As you all are aware of the incessant rainfall in India nowadays, what is the reason? The major cause of such climate change is due to increasing in the carbon footprint in our ecosystem. which has not only led to the flood due to incessant rainfall, but has also increased the average global temperature by 1 degree Celsius, which has resulted in melting of glaciers, extinction of the species, droughts, cyclones, and forest fires. Some of the latest examples of the climatic changes are the Tokyo cyclone, which has hit in May 2021 in Kerala and has affected many lives of people. And this first picture, which depicts about the unpredictable drought Marathwada region, which has led to huge loss to the farmers. The second pictures tell us about how climate change has made landscape changing wildfires a concern worldwide. This year, records fire have also raged in Australia and Argentina. Now I like to throw some light on the role of a civil engineers in climate change. Raw material required in construction industries produce huge amount of greenhouse gases in both obtaining and manufacturing, which has increased the carbon footprint and caused harm to environment. Energy consumption during transportation of these materials is also huge, which has raised carbon and water footprint. It is estimated that 50% of the greenhouse gases are produced by building sectors. It is observed that total construction waste generated is double that of municipal waste produced. Construction and demolition waste generated in India is around 150 million tons, and out of which only 1% is being recycled. Thus, we can say that civil and construction industry has a lion's share in causing this man-made disaster. Now, I'll tell about some roles of us as a civil engineers in the solution. Available literature talks on how civil engineers can modify their design to mitigate the impact of these climate change on our buildings. For example, we have good literature available that talks about the modification needed in our design and construction methodology to protect building and residents from the increasing temperature. We need more literature to edify civil engineers as to which of their practices are responsible for increasing the concentration of greenhouse gases and thus fueling climate change, and what are the practices that they need to minimize these. Sustainable construction is the only solution for this. The term sustainable construction has two main dimensions, that is sustainable building techniques and sustainable materials. Further, we'll discuss in detail about sustainable building techniques and sustainable materials.
As Shivangi said, from our thorough literature review, we found out that whenever we talk about sustainable construction, we talk about two main things. We either talk about sustainable building techniques or we talk about sustainable materials. We will discuss these both point-wise henceforth in the presentation. Starting with the sustainable building techniques. Sustainable building techniques can further be categorized into 4 different parts. First is optimum geometry, second is efficient use of material, third is using locally available material, and fourth is designing for reuse. Sustainable building techniques are basically techniques which implicate sustainable building techniques are techniques which use the resources optimally so that we reduce the resource use, leading to sustainable design. These require very little extra effort on the part of structural engineers, and hence they are very easy to implement. Talking about optimum geometry, this is a very easy sustainable building technique. With optimum geometry, we try to identify and eliminate redundant areas in the structural members. Doing that, we reduce our resources and hence the carbon footprint associated with manufacturing, transporting, and implanting those resources in the construction processes. The advantage of the optimum geometry use can be found out for large projects where a simple beam design may be repeated many times. Let us say, for example, we are designing a simply supported beam. If we taper the ends of the beam because the depth required to accommodate the shear at the ends of the beam is way less than the depth required to accommodate the flexure at the center, If we do that for hundreds and thousands of beams in a large project, we end up saving a lot of material and hence moving a little bit further towards sustainability. The disadvantage of this particular technique can be seen in smaller projects where the cost of modifying certain sections for optimum geometry is more than the cost reduction that we achieve by eliminating the redundant areas. To identify where to apply optimum geometry and where to not, we need extensive analytical studies which will provide easy guidelines for structural engineers to identify these redundant areas quickly and eliminate them. The second part, which is the efficient use of the building material per their strength, is very well rooted in the structural engineering community. It just means that we use the materials to the best of their capacity so that, again, we reduce our material use and move a little further towards sustainability. The third example or the third technique is using the locally available material. Here we have provided an example which was a study done in Dano, Africa, where the laterite stones that you can see on your screens were used to create building blocks which were tested to build small houses. These were also tested for thermal insulation and were found possible. This study validates that we can use local materials to construct local structures. The advantage of using local material is that the carbon footprint associated with the transport and processing of the material is hugely reduced. By using local material, we can even achieve carbon negative design because some of these materials are seen to absorb carbon. And since we are not producing any carbon in the transportation and processing purposes, we can end up in a carbon negative design. The disadvantage is that we lack research studying all the materials around the world and design, and we lack codal provisions for use of these materials. So also, sometimes under the pretext of sustainable development, people tend to overexploit the locally available material, which is just the opposite of what we want to do. So we need to be very careful that when we're using locally available material, we use it within limits so that we don't end up doing the reverse of what we intend to do. There is a huge research need to study the material properties at regional levels by regional researchers and to come up with guidelines for structural engineers so that actual implementation of locally available material in the construction industry can be accelerated. The next technique is to design keeping reuse in mind. One of the main problems with the construction industry is the construction and demolition waste. Once the life period of any construction project ends, we have the question of what to do with all the construction and demolition waste that we have in hand. If we keep that in mind right when we are designing our structures and design our structures such that the structural members can be reused at the end of the intended life period, then we can achieve sustainable goals. The photo that you can see on your screen is from the Stansted Airport, England. And the members that you can see are designed such that at the end of the life period of this particular structure that you can see on your screen, these members can be reused in equivalent structures. Now we'll look at what sustainable materials are. Shivangi?
Selection of material is the first and vital step in structural design, and choosing sustainable material is essential. A sustainable material should satisfy following criteria. First, it should be easily recyclable and reused after end of its service life. Second, they should be easily and locally available such that they reduce transportation cost and other resources. Third, materials and systems should reduce water consumption in building processes and conserve water on site to reduce water footprint. And fourth is material use should be economical feasible as compared to conventional material used.
Just like sustainable building techniques, we also divided sustainable construction materials into two primary parameters for our understanding. So the first one is whenever a material is renewable, which means it does not end in nature, it can be reharvested from time to time. Those materials are sustainable. And secondly, the materials which are generated from human activities as a waste product, those materials can be reused in construction activities. These materials can be termed as sustainable materials. The materials generated as waste product can be of two types. The first type is the waste which is generated as a byproduct of some large-scale human activities like agriculture or power generation, or materials which are waste because they have ended their intended life period, like scrap steel, construction and demolition waste, etc. We'll look at all of these materials one by one. Starting with renewable natural resources. We've seen that worldwide, the research on timber has accelerated way too much. Here on your screen, you can see the picture of a proposed 70-floor tower, which is proposed to be built by 2041. This is going to be a major timber construction in Japan. So we can see that timber industry has developed so much that we are now thinking of building 70 to 100 floor towers in various cities. The advantages of using natural materials is that the carbon footprint associated with the manufacturing process is hugely reduced. Also, these materials are biodegradable, so the question of waste management at the end of the life of these particular building structures become very easy. The disadvantage is that we still need to do a lot of research to standardize the design procedures used in using these natural materials in our construction processes or structural design. And like I said before, there is a human tendency to overexploit materials which we tag as sustainable. For example, when we tag timber as sustainable, there is a tendency to increase timber farming, which will to increase commercial timber farming, which will lead to deforestation on a large rate. So we need to take care that when we are utilizing these renewable natural resources, we utilize them within limits. The research needs identified are that right now there is a lot of research going on with timber and bamboo construction. We need to find out other sustainable renewable natural resources, and we need to study them at an accelerated rate so that we can come up with codal provisions or structural guidelines for structural engineers to use these materials in their structural designs. The next is the materials which are generated as a byproduct of large-scale human activities like power generation or agriculture. Here you can see an example of the straws, which are a byproduct of agriculture being converted to biopanels, which are used to construct buildings. Structure is, this is a current example that we are showing on this screen to validate the feasibility of these solutions. Structure is a startup which uses these straws, waste straws from the agriculture, develops biopanels from them, and during the COVID pandemic situation, this startup built a lot of hospitals around many villages in India, and the picture that you can see on the screen is one such hospital. It's worthwhile mentioning here that the founder of this particular startup, Shruti Pandey, is one of the Forbes 30 under 30 members. So the advantages of using large-scale waste products in construction activity is that we reduce the pressure on natural environment to provide us with raw materials, and we also reduce the pressure on the waste management of these materials. Just a second, I'm sorry for the background noise. Am I audible again?
Yes.
I'm so sorry for the background noise and the interruption. Moving on. The disadvantage of these kind of materials is that sometimes these wastes are very toxic and we need very careful management of these wastes so that they don't harm human or other lives. Research needs. There's right now there is a lot of research which helps us to utilize waste like fly ash and GGBS in construction activities, but we need to investigate other waste materials and see if we can use them in our construction activities. The next type of material is the waste generated at the end of a lifespan of a product. Here on the screen, you can see the photo of SUSCON, which means sustainable concrete. This concrete was developed in a study in UK. This concrete is made out of 100% secondary raw waste. So what happens is the coarse aggregate are replaced by construction and demolition waste. The fine aggregates are replaced by scraps of plastic, rubber, etc. And the cement is replaced by fly ash or activated GGBS, etc. The important point to note here is that this is not a study which replaced these materials partially. This is a study which replaced all of these materials 100%. And the members who studied these 100% secondary raw waste concrete were able to test these concrete, and these were found possible for small single housing dwelling structures, as you can see. Another example is in the recent times, there are a lot of startups who are using the biomedical waste from the COVID-19 pandemic and converting them into bricks or pavement blocks to be used in construction. The advantages of using waste material is that are the same that we saw before, that we reduce the waste management pressure, we reduce the pressure on our nature to provide us with raw materials, whereas the disadvantage is that these raw materials can be toxic and we need careful handling. The research need is that we do have a lot of research which shows us how we can use these materials in construction activity, but we need accelerated actual implementation of these research into the real construction activities. We need to fill up the gap between research and real life construction so that we actually utilize these researches in real life constructions. Commercialization. We've seen so far all the various researches which were done in various fields to use waste material or to use renewable materials in our construction activities. But here are a few examples that we're showing to validate the feasibility of such use. So here on the screen, you can see Zambi Mati, who is the founder of Chenge Makers, which is a company in South Africa, which recycles plastic to make pavement blocks. They recycle around 20 tons of plastic every year. You can see that Zambe Mate was awarded the Young Champion of Earth Award 2020. Here you can see a picture of the pavement blocks that they create from the plastic. Another very good example of the commercialization of such products is Conceptos Plásticos. This is a startup in Mexico which builds these Lego kinds of bricks from plastics. These bricks are Lego kinds which make them very easy to assemble. So the rate at which they build a single or double story house is around 2 to 3 days per house. It is again very worthwhile to mention here that Conceptos Plásticos is doing a lot of work with UNICEF to build lots of schools around the world. Okay. Now we talk about how do we select a particular design technique, sustainable design technique, or a sustainable design material. So the selection of a particular sustainable design solution depends on the situation around. So for example, for a conventional single family dwelling, you may replace structural steel framing with Suscon concrete as we saw before, or you may replace it with building out of with the paving blocks like we saw before made by Conceptos Plásticos, or any other local material. Now, this decision of what you want to replace those material with will lie in the fact that which one of these is more easily available. For example, if you're building a house out of sustainable concrete, But if you are transporting that sustainable concrete over thousands of miles, then the carbon footprint that you reduce when you use sustainable concrete is way less than the carbon footprint that you produce when transporting that sustainable concrete. So we need to take into consideration all of these things before we come to a particular design. That is why it is a high time that all these structural engineers be educated about all the different avenues available to them. We not only need to train structural engineers to follow structural design codes, but we need to train them so that they can think about how a particular material acts, how their particular structural design decisions will impact the future of this planet. It is definitely the time to rethink structural engineering. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Hello, am I audible?
Yep,
Yes,
you
sir.
are.
Okay. Actually, I just have confusion that this concept of sustainable building and the concept of green building, are they different or they lie on the same platform?
They lie mostly on the same path, sir. Both of them try to reduce the carbon footprint as much as possible. There are various different institutes which provide various different definitions of sustainable buildings or green materials. But the foundation is the same. We are trying to reduce our carbon footprint as much as possible.
Okay.
That is
Thank
my
you.
understanding. Is that correct?
Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, you are,
Yes.
sir.
I have a question. Actually, this is not a question. This is just a general. I want my students or our participants to know that there is a terminology that you have used or in climate, you carbon footprint.
Yes.
The concept has been prevailing since many times, but our common people, they don't understand what is carbon footprint. So please elaborate this.
Okay. So I'll elaborate this with a very simple example. I'll elaborate this with a very simple example of a beam, of a structural beam, because we are structural engineers. So when we manufacture a beam, it involves, if we start from the basic process of extraction of the stones, of the sand, of manufacturing of cement, of all these components for the manufacturing of concrete of the beam. So we are dealing with extraction of stone, extraction of sand, and manufacturing of cement. All of these processes are going to emit a lot of carbon. Again, when we have all the raw materials in our hand, the mixing of all the raw materials and converting those raw materials into concrete, that again is going to be responsible to emit a certain amount of carbon dioxide. Once we have the material and once the beam is casted, the beam needs to be transported to the site. So when we transport that beam to the site, again, the transportation uses fuel, the transportation uses vehicles, and that involves a lot of carbon emission. And finally, when the beam reaches the site, when we implant it on its particular location where it needs to go, that implantation, the labor, the working of the labor, the working of the machinery, etc., that again accounts for certain amount of carbon emission. If we add up all of these carbon emissions together, that is how we find out the total carbon footprint of that particular beam in that particular structure. Similarly, if we find out the carbon footprints of all the components in a structure and the carbon footprints which are associated when we use the structure. So for example, when we are using a school, we use electricity, we use water, and we use a lot of other resources. Even the use of those resources are associated with certain carbon footprints. So when we add up all of these carbon emissions, that is when we find out the total carbon footprint of a particular structure. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thanks. Thanks for the explanation.
Thank you. Can we stop now?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation, and let's proceed. Our next paper is stabilization of BC soil by using chemical and fly ash. Author Dhananjay Bawashkar and co-authors Dr. S.S. Kuran. Our next paper is stabilization.
Yes, good afternoon. Yes,
Hi,
good
good
afternoon.
afternoon.
Yes, madam.
Hello?
Just a minute, madam. There is some error, madam.
What's the error?
There is some error.
Okay. I will call you. I will call the next presenter, then I will call you back after. Okay. Do you need time?
Okay, okay.
Okay, thank you. Next, the paper is Design of Taylor Dampers in Seismic Prone Zone. Author is Daljit Pal Singh and the co-authors Professor Prakash Nitula. Again, calling on the paper Design of Taylor Dampers in Seismic Prone Zone. Author Daljit Pal Singh.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi. Yes, have your screen ready, please.
Ma'am, I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am, I'm presenting.
Go ahead, please. All right, thank you so much. Have it on presentation mode. Proceed.
Good morning, good afternoon, respected everyone present here. Today, I, Daljit Pal Singh, Research Scholar, Department of Civil Engineering, BBD University, Lucknow. I am here to present my presentation on the topic Design of Taylor Dampers in Seismic Prone Zone. My respected guide is Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netla, sir. He is Professor and Head of Department of Civil Engineering, BBD University, Lucknow. Biography. Currently, I am pursuing my research scholar pre-PhD coursework under the guidance of my guide, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netla, sir, Professor and Head of Department of Civil Engineering, BBD University, Lucknow. I have completed my MTech in Structural Engineering with honors from BBD University, Lucknow. I have also published research paper, review paper, and case study papers in various Scopus Index and UGC approved journals of UGC KLS1. Biography of my guide and co-author, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netla, sir. Sir has completed his PhD from RKDF University. Sir has also completed MTech with specialization in hydraulics and water resource engineering and BTech in civil engineering from NIT Surathkal. An alumni of XLRI Jamshedpur, Jharkhand, India. He has published more than 122 technical research papers in Web of Sciences, Scopus Index, and various international and national journals and conferences. Sir is currently working as professor and head of department in the Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Sir is actively involved in computational and various experimental-based research works. Now I'm proceeding further. This is the acknowledgement to Sir for providing me with kind support, necessary counseling, technical guidance, valuable suggestions, and encouragement throughout the study. I also thank my parents for their cheerful support at night during my study. This is the abstract. As we know that structures are the essential components of civil engineering. And so, the collapse can strike anytime, anywhere, and it can be very fatal to the human life. So my research aims at a high-rise building which is designed as per the seismic parameters of IS 189-2016 Part 1 for particular seismic zones on the software as per latest and modified IS portal provisions. In order to make our structure safe, the Taylor dampers are designed on the software as per the parameters of the Taylor Devices Inclusive USA. Now I'm proceeding further. This is basically the description of dampers. So before proceeding further, I would like to introduce to you all about my research area, which is dampers. What is their significance in civil engineering? So for knowing this answer to these questions, I'll slightly go back to how this idea of dampers arose. So earthquakes are the basic reason of these dampers. What are earthquakes? Earthquake is a basically vibration of the Earth's surface as a result of the release of energy in the Earth's crust. Also, it can also be defined as the sudden movement of the surface of Earth's crust. And this release of energy that is produced from the earthquake can be caused by the sudden dislocations of various parts of the crust, volcanic eruptions, or even explosions that are created by human beings. Now, due to the seismic waves are generated, which are being classified into body waves and surface waves. Body waves basically travel through the earth in all directions and to all depths, while the surface wave, whose propagation is limited to a volume of rock within a few seismic wavelengths of the earth's surface. Surface waves basically include low waves and relay waves. And basically ground shaking is the primary cause of earthquake damage to man-made structures. Many factors that influence the strength of earthquake shaking at a site include the earthquake's magnitude, site proximity to the fault, and local geology, and also the soil types. Earthquakes can cause various devastating effects in terms of life and property. The destructive potential of the earthquakes depends upon various factors such as the focal depth, epicenter.
Hello? Hello?
Structure. We need to introduce some strategy that shall reduce the sudden collapse to a greater extent and our building is safe in viewpoint of civil engineering. So for preventing this sudden collapse, I have defined the strategy of dampers for building structures. So now we will come to know about what is damper and damping. Basically, damping is the process in which the vibrational energy of the system is gradually reduced and the amplitude of the vibration is slowly decreased. Dampers are basically installed in a building structure to absorb some of the energy which is going into the building, which is basically caused from the shaking of the ground during an earthquake. So dampers reduce the energy available for the shaking of the building. This means that the building will deform very less, and so the chances of the damage will be reduced. So by equipping these devices, we have high damping capacity that can greatly decrease the seismic energy entering the building. And this second point, the variety of passive energy dissipating devices such as metallic dampers, friction dampers, viscoelastic dampers, and fluid viscous dampers are also in use. I have taken it from reference point number 3, paper number 3. So I am proceeding further. So that what I have talked about here is that only fluid viscous dampers. These dampers are usually used in high-rise building in seismic areas can operate from 40 degrees Celsius to 70 degrees Celsius and can reduce the vibrations induced by strong earthquakes. So this is basically the various components of a fluid viscous dampers. These dampers are, I can say that, very similar to the suspension of the bikes and shock absorbers of the cars also. They consist of, you can see that, consist of a closed cylinder containing a viscous fluid like oil. And the piston rod is connected to a piston head with having some small holes in it. The piston can move in and out of the cylinder, so the oil that is forced to flow through the holes in the piston head causes the friction. When dampers are installed in a building, the friction converts some of the earthquake which is going into the building into the heat energy. And so as the building will sway to and fro, the piston will force in and out of the cylinder and will reduce the earthquake and absorb the seismic energy going into the building. Now I'm proceeding further. This is basically an actual graph of the Taylor devices inclusive manufactured fluid viscous dampers that are designed in USA. Now literature survey. Basically, I have carried out a large literature survey. From one of these, I can tell about one of these DI in Arcadia and Arsina in 2014. They had conducted an experimental study where they had created an experimental bench on which the damper, the design damper that was designed in USA was placed and the load were introduced in it. And so they saw the bearing capacity, how it can resist the load which has been introduced in the building through the earthquakes. It was an experimental study, not a perfect software based study. So these are various surveys that I carried out. Now this is the problem statement that a high-rise building in an area of high seismicity needs to be carefully designed so as to ensure the adequate balance and stiffness and strength to be achieved. So when we will add some supplementary damping to the structure, it is possible that to reduce the flexural stiffness of the building and shall also minimize the maximum story displacement produced and at the same time will control the seismic response. Now proceeding further. This is a research methodology. I had taken a plan dimension 12 meter by 12 meter. The type of building is regular. The story height is 3 meter respectively, and the story is G+15 high-rise building. The building is residential, and the grade of concrete used are M20, M25. The bar is HYSG 500, and slab thickness is 150 mm as per the IS code provisions. IS code is 1893/2016 part 1, and the software is ETAP 18.0.2 ultimate version. So this is also the basically modeling of the plan that I have discussed. The type of soil is medium part 2, and grade of concrete in beam, column, and slab is consecutively M20, M25, and M20. Slab thickness is 150, and grade of rebar is HYSG 500. Now this is the load definition that are being taken. Dead load is 15 kN per meter in the main wall. In the partition, it is 7.5. Dead load on slab and live load on slab are consecutively 1 kN and 3 kN as per the IS code provisions, IS 75 part 1, part 2, part 3. So now we will come to know about the seismic parameters that are being used for the zone 4 building. Basically, we know that the zones are differentiated into zone 2, zone 3, zone 4, and zone 5 as per the IS 1893/2016 part 1, having zone factors 0.10, 0.16, 0.24, and 0.36 respectively. The importance factor as per the IS 1893/2016 part 1 I have taken here is 1.2. Soil type is type 2 medium soil. Percentage of imposed load is 25 and damping is 5%. Now this is basically the top view and elevation view of the G+15 model. Now I'm proceeding further. This is the 3D view of that G+15 model that I have designed on the software, and this is the basic Taylor damper design criteria from where I have taken the readings of the forces, Taylor devices model number, spherical bearing, bore diameter, mid stroke length, stroke clevis thickness, maximum clevis width, clevis depth, bearing thickness, maximum cylinder diameter, and weight. So, and I firstly designed the model in zone 4 without the damper, and there we find out that the maximum story displacement which was coming was 43.015 mm in zone 4, which was a large maximum story displacement that was coming. So this was without the damper, without placing the damper. And this is the basic graph of that maximum story displacement, having the reading of 43.015 as you can see on the screen. And this was the graph which was going like this consecutively, higher to lower on the base. And after that, I had designed the damper, Taylor damper on the software itself, and then I placed it in the building of G+15 high-rise building in zone 4. And then I find it out that the maximum story displacement that was coming after placing the damper was 31.678, which was a reduced value from 43.015. 31.678 mm was coming after placing the Taylor damper in zone 4 in G+15 model. Now I'm going further. And this is the graph of the maximum story displacement. After placing the Taylor damper, I had got the value of 31.678, which was a reduced value from 43.01. So now I'm proceeding further. This is the 3D view of the G+15 model with the Taylor dampers placed. And this is the close-up view of that G+15 model with the design FPD 500. It is the name of the Taylor damper. Now this is basically the graphical representation of the comparison I had done between the maximum story displacement with and without the impact of the Taylor damper FPD 500 for the Seismic zone 4 model, which you can see on the screen. The orange yellow line is without the Taylor damper, which is the reduced higher value, and the green value is with the Taylor damper in the model, showing the reduced value of the maximum story displacement. These are the result findings at the last, that in G+15 model without the damper, the maximum story displacement was coming 43.015, and after placing the damper, it was coming 31.678 mm. The conclusion is that the value of the maximum story displacement in the building stories was high after the analysis of the G+15 model with all the necessary seismic parameters that were applied as per IS 1893/2016. So after applying that, it was seen that there was a reduction of the maximum story displacement in the high-rise residential building under the seismic zone 4, which shall be a safer point for the structure during an earthquake strike in this zone. These are basically the references. And from point number 3, I had taken one line. These are the references. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes, I am having a question.
Yep, go ahead.
Yes, sir.
Daljit, as you told that without the dampers, the drift was around 43, and after the dampers, you have
Yes,
used
43.1.
and the story drift became around 38 or 33.
What? Yes, sir, 31.678. Yes, sir.
Okay. So for this drift, what will be the benefit to cost ratio? Have you carried out this? Because to
Yes,
attain
sir.
a certain level of safety here,
Yes, sir.
there must be some cost involved. So benefit to cost ratio must be done here. Have you carried out that?
So in benefit to cost ratio, if we can see that the dampers are costly, but if we will put it on some certain locations, not that on the whole building we have placed the dampers, we can place it as I had placed on the alternate corner story and as well as the alternate mid story, leaving one story. So, and the floor level in and out door shall be vacant, and then we can place it on the corner story. So we can say that it shall have a less cost effect. And as we are designing a G+15 building, and we are designing the slabs, beams and columns consecutively, so as we are designing these, so taking a safer point of view for the building, that it can have a reduced collapse value, progressive collapse. So for achieving this, we can place the dampers like this on the corner stories as well as the mid stories, so it shall have a less cost value as compared to the building placed with all the stories with the all corner and all mid stories with the dampers.
Okay, thank you, Daljit.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. Now let's go back with Sir Dhananjay. Stabilization of BC soil by using chemical and fly ash. Sir, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, set.
नाही तुला वेळ मागावा लागणार स्क्रीन नाही शेअर होत
Ma'am, screen is not sharing.
Yes.
The screen is not shared.
You might as well check the settings because others are able to share their screen. So I'm not really sure what's going on. So, all right, I'll get back to you.
Okay, ma'am.
Next, we'll have the paper about a review of roadside drainage system and disaster management utilizing permeable concrete. Author is Abhishek Kumar Sinha, co-author Ankit Verma, and Professor Prakash Netula.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Sure, ma'am. Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it is. Have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My topic is roadside drainage system and disaster management utilizing permeable concrete. And myself, Abhishek Kumar Sinha, I'm an MTech scholar in transportation engineering from BBD University, Lucknow. And my guide and co-author is Mr. Ankit Verma, sir. He is an assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering from BBD University, Lucknow. And Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula, sir, who is professor and HOD of Civil Engineering Department in BBD University, Lucknow. I received my BTech in Civil Engineering from Kasi Institute of Technology and Management, Varanasi in 2019 from Ekita University. Now I am pursuing my MTech second year in Transportation Engineering from BBD University, Lucknow. My research interest spans both pavement studies, transportation materials, and complex transportation analysis. Ankit Verma, sir, is an assistant professor in Civil Engineering Department of BBD University. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, having an experience of about 9 years in academics and research. From 2013 to 14, he has served as an assistant professor in BIET Lucknow. Thereafter, from 2015 to 18, he served in GITM Lucknow. From 2018 to 2020, he served in BBD NITM Lucknow. His research interest spans both soil stabilization and foundation engineering. Much of his work has been on improving the bearing capacity of soil using modern techniques such as geotextile, geonets, geosynthesis, clay liners, geogrids, geotextile tubes, etc. And Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula, sir, Professor and HOD of Civil Engineering Department, Babu Banarasi Das University. Om Prakash Netula, sir, has done his BTech in Civil Engineering from NIT Sutkal, MTech in Hydraulics and Water Resource Engineering from NIT Sutkal, and PhD from RKDF University, Bhopal. His area of interest: pipe friction, factor domestically used pipes, and remote sensing in water resource applications. He is having expertise in designing and conducting experimental fluid mechanics research problems in fluid. He has more than 127 technical research papers in international and national journals. He has guided 8 number of scholars for PhD, awarded at Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur. He has worked in Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Jaipur, Chandigarh University in Chandigarh. He has organized conferences, faculty development programs, workshops, and seminars. He has successfully organized MBA and NAAC accreditations in Suresh Gyan Vihar University, where he has worked. He also got his institutes, departments, and programs approved by PCI, BCI, NCT, and AICTE, etc. He has received Best College of the Region Award for his institutes. Abstract. Permeable concrete is a relatively an incipient concept for road pavement with increase into the quandaries in rural and urban areas cognate to low ground dihydrogen monoxide level and agriculture livestock quandaries. Permeable concrete has introduced as a problem road pavement material. Permeable concrete is now being researched and being optimized to be utilized as a paving material due to its facility to sanction dihydrogen monoxide or water to permeate itself to recharge groundwater level and minimize the storm dihydrogen monoxide runoff and store the extravagant water for further use. The invention and utilization of permeable concrete as pavement showcase its application and engineering properties, including environmental benefits, structural properties, durability. In any area, cost consideration is a primary factor which must be kept in mind. Permeable concrete pavement is unique and efficacious betokens to meet the growing environment demands. Keywords are stormwater, excessive water, permeable concrete, pipe system, and water utilization. Description of my topic is, with ever increasing demands for natural resources, we are avoiding to adopt several measures that maintain the environmental sustainability. One of the leading applications in use of permeable concrete, it is basically more permeable than our regular air entrained concrete. It allows percolation of rainwater through it. It minimizes runoff from a site, thus refilling of groundwater increases with increasing stress on structures like green buildings. Permeable concrete is a healthy choice for sidewalks, parking lots, pavements, etc. It is a mixture of containing water, admixtures, coarse aggregate, and Portland cement. The mixture does not contain presence of slumps. There is an absence of fine aggregate leading to the development of voids through which the water will flow. It is a smart development of land to introduce permeable concrete in structures like low volume pavements, noise barriers, swimming pool decks, tennis courts, rural road development, etc. When we talk about the preservation of water from precipitation, generally rainwater harvesting is what that comes to our mind. It is effective but covers relatively low surface area using permeable concrete in pavements, reducing runoff of rainwater. It is substitute for expensive rainwater management techniques. Many factors including density, volume, and variation in size of aggregate. In general, around 80 to 730 liters of per minute per meter cube of water is drained through it. The compressive strength varies from 3 to 18 megapascal. Most of the rainwater runs off into drains collecting pollutants, which lead to pollution of water in nearby reservoir. It generally contains toxic chemical pollutants and further requires treatment before discharging. Use of permeable concrete is effective solution for those problems. Not only the groundwater table is balanced out, there is less need for irrigation as nearly vegetation gets sufficient supply of water. A rapid and very large volume of drains requires sufficiently large drainage systems. Metropolitan regions are significantly warmer when compared to the surroundings because of the urban heat island effect. Impermeable surfaces which once were moist becomes dry and are its leading cause. Permeable concrete reduces this effect and helps in reducing temperature. As the permeable concrete have versatile implementation, it has performance and sustainable buildings. It meets LEED requirements to evaluate performance of the structure in relation to environmental aspect. Rating system leadership in engineering and environmental design is developed. The main objective of our topic is to minimize and eradicate the risk of surface water accumulation and flooding, to reduce and solve the problems with traditional asphalt surface drainage water system. Stormwater harvesting and storage under permeable concrete, use of stored water for versatile uses like farms, domestic use, small and medium construction site, drainage of water to avoid the waterlogging, the better optimization of stormwater. To demonstrate the working of permeable concrete with the help of prototype. Mechanism and working. In comparison, the ingredients of permeable concrete are quite similar to the conventional asphalt concrete, leaving behind fine sand. The size distribution of the coarse aggregate is kept narrow and bitumen. The permeable concrete is a zero slump open graded material where cement, coarse aggregate mixtures and water are mixed together as a normal concrete. Permeable concrete is also known as no fines or pervious or thirsty concrete, as it does not contain fine aggregates such as sand. Local rainfall information is important while installing permeable concrete. Plus minus 90 liters waters are used, but not too much or you won't have permeable concrete. The important ingredients which can be added, that is admixture, is mainly consisting of air entrainer, water reduction and evaporation retardant. Helps to prolong hydration. After manufacturing of permeable concrete pavement, there is chances to evaporate less 15%. 30% voids in permeable concrete, which is useful and essential for transferring water through it. Density of permeable concrete is in between 1600 and 1900 kg per meter cube per unit weight. Actual compressive strength of permeable concrete is 3 to 20 megapascal. It can extend to 28 megapascal by adding fine aggregates and admixtures. Flexural strength of permeable concrete is up to 12.7 megapascal, which is very high. The prototype demonstrates the proper flow of water in the permeable concrete. The proto-tank represents the boundary conditions of the land and soil in it. Represents the ground and the sand and gravel just above the soil as a pipe network installed in them, which represents the subbase. When water is powered on the concrete, the water seeps into concrete, the voids and goes to the soil, but as a soil take only 31.5 liters to 8.33 gallon of water an hour per square feet, assuming to be fine sand. The rest water gets stored in the voids of the concrete. These are the figures which is representing the difference between the entrapped and the entrained air. In entrapped air, air bubbles get formed, large and irregular non-uniform distributions of water. Air content is approx 1.5% due to mixing process, the insufficient compaction. And entrained air bubbles, microscopic spherical uniform distribution, air content is approx 4 to 6% due to intentional creation using air entraining agents. And when we add water reducer, when we don't add water reducer, cement content is 600 lbs and water content is 270 lbs, then water cement ratio is 0.45 base mix. And when we add cement of 600 lbs with water reducer, water content 243 lbs, then water cement ratio 0.41, water reduction of 10%. And when cement content 540 lbs and cement water content is 243 lbs, then water cement ratio is 0.45 cement reduction with same. And this is the figure which is denoting that the top surface of which is pervious concrete pavement, and evaporation is being done, and some water is being absorbed by the ground, and groundwater recharge is getting up, and the groundwater table will increase. Advantages of permeable concrete: recharge of groundwater and local aquifer, water level maintenance and pollution eradication, lesser no need for a storm sewer and their maintenance, green building alternative suitable for many applications. The natural runoff of water allows rainwater to drain directly to subbase and seep into ground or get accumulated in the artificial tank. Reduced construction costs and requirements for drainage structures, reduced pollution and prevents environmental damage like floods, protects the streams and lakes, and allows the local vegetation to thrive. And there are various advantages of permeable pavements, like increases the water quality, increases the groundwater, reduces installation cost of drainage system, reduces installation cost of drainage system, reduces storm water runoff, reduces flooding, and reduces erosion. This is a typical cross section of a road pavement along with the permeable pavement and surface drainage system has been proposed in the figure. Like when we have to install the drainage, we will keep it in the side of the main road. This is the surface which is of pavement, and this is the permeable pavement, and this is the footpath under which we shall keep the drainage system if there is excess water, and main surface, base, subbase, and compacted subgrade. As there is no use of fine aggregate in the permeable concrete, so the cost of the permeable concrete is less as compared to the conventional concrete, which is less in 25 to 30%. For strength purpose in permeable concrete, we can add 20% of sand as it increases the strength of the concrete. As compared to the conventional concrete, water drains out quickly in permeable concrete and avoid the waterlogging problem which we face during heavy rainfall, especially in metropolitan cities. As compared to the conventional concrete, the surface of permeable concrete is less smooth, but to get more smoothness, we can use paving blocks on the surface of the permeable concrete. The water accumulated can be used for gardening, and so the rainwater will seep into the ground and add to the groundwater in one or other way. The municipal water saved by using the collected water can save thousands of liters of drinking water. And this is the appendix or reference of my project, of my presentation. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? All right, it seems none. Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's proceed. Our next paper is about estimation of land surface temperature from Landsat 8 tiers using NDVI-based emissivity method, a case study in Impal-Iril River subcatchment. Author Ngangam Robertson and co-author Dr. Oinam Bakimchandra.
Yes.
Hello?
Hello.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, ma'am. Please wait 1 minute.
नाही त्यांनी दुसरे घेतलं.
Hello, good evening.
Go
Am
ahead,
I
please.
audible?
Yes.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I myself, Ngangum Robertson, PhD research scholar, Civil Engineering Department, NIT Manipur. And my guide and the second author is Dr. Oinam Bakim Chandra, Assistant Professor, Civil Engineering Department, NIT Manipur. And today I will deliver a paper on estimation of land surface temperature from landscape TIRS using NDVI-based emissivity method. A case study in Imphal Irid River and subcatchment. And the next slide shows is my abstract. The land surface temperature is one of the most important parameters for climatic models and is also one of the important indicators for sustainable agriculture. And my study area consists of 73% of forest area and remaining 16.5% of agricultural area. And the main objective of my study is to estimate land surface temperature distribution in different land use within my catchment by using satellite-derived normalized difference vegetation index (NDVI) and LSE. Land surface temperature was also computed from Landsat band 10 imagery data, and NDVI was also from Landsat band number 5 and band number 6 by using ArcGIS tools and for 3 different time periods, which are 2nd November 2018, December 2018, and 9 January 2019. So in order to validate my computed LST, so I have selected 45 in-situ observation data from different land use by using spectrum temperature probe meter. After then, continuous land surface temperature made for 3 different time periods are generated to understand the surface temperature variability in the study area. And this is my main objective of the research, to generate LST from Landsat imagery data using integrated approach of remote sensing and in-situ based investigation. And this is my introduction part. So land surface is nothing, it is the skin temperature of the land surface. And it is also related to surface energy and water balance and significance for a wide variety of applications, such as climate change, urban climate studies, hydrological modeling, vegetation monitoring, etc. And this slide shows the description of my study area. Manipur is located in the northeastern part of India, and my study area has covered an area of 5060 square kilometer, having elevation of the latitude of 23 degree 83 north and 25 degree 68 north, and having longitude of 90 degree 03 east and 94 degree 78 east, and having a slope from north to south. And my study area has an average annual rainfall of 1467 meter. And so this slide shows the LULC map of the study area. The LULC is nothing, it is the land use land cover map of the study area. LULC is nothing, it is the process of appointing land cover classes into pixel and categorize. LULC data describe the vegetation, water bodies, natural surface, and other features on the earth surface. From this map, we can describe the yellow color indicates agricultural area, and pink color shows the bare soil. Red colors indicate settlement areas. Vegetation indicates in green colors, and the small portion of water body is indicated by blue colors. And this is the framework of the research. Though the first thing is, so we have taken the data from Landsat. Data obtained from Landsat is processed by using this step. The first one is taken as band 10, band 4, and band 5. From band 10, we have computed the spectral radiance to brightness temperature. And the NDVI is computed by using band number 4 and band 5. By using NDVI, we have determined LSE, means land surface emissivity and proportion of vegetation cover. By using this land surface emissivity and vegetation propagation, we have computed land surface temperature. That is the computed land surface temperature. Again, the computed land surface temperature is validated by using 45 in situ data. Then we can generate land surface map of 3 different time periods of the study area. So this table shows the metadata of the Landsat height. So these are the description of the band using in the study area. Band number 4 having wavelength of 0.64 to 0.67, having a resolution of 30 meter. And the band 5 also 0.85 to 0.88, having resolution of 30 meter. And the last one, band number 10, is thermal band, having a wavelength of 10.6 to 11.19, having resolution of 30 meter. Then this slide shows the data used in the study area. The first one, the multispectral data, this is nothing, band number 4 and band number 5. And the thermal band, the band number 10 also. Then the second one is in situ land surface temperature. So 45 sample is collected from different land use cover, and which is measured by spectral portable temperature per meter. And the collected data has 3 time periods, as I mentioned already in the previous slides. And in the corner shows the spectrum portable temperature meter image. And the next step is the methodology. The first one is the retrieving of top of atmospheric radiance and reflectance, and which is computed by using these formulas. And the second step is the brightness temperature, and this also calculated by using this simple formula. And we can generate the brightness temperatures in degrees Celsius. And the third step is NDVI calculation. And NDVI is nothing, it is the ratio of NIR band minus red band divided by NIR band plus red band. And it has a range value of -1 to +1. And the next step is vegetation propagation. Vegetation propagation also calculated by using this formula. And having the value of NDBIB is nothing, it is the value of 0.5, and NDBIB is the NDBI of swell is 0.02. And the next step is the land surface emissivity, which is generated by using this formula. And the last step is retrieval of land surface temperature. LST is equal to TB is nothing, it is the brightness temperature divided by 1 plus lambda into brightness temperature divided by rho into log of emissivity. All this parameter is computed and carried out by using ArcGIS software tools and techniques. And this slide shows the results and discussion part. So we have seen in this slide 3 different land surface temperature. The first one is land surface temperature of 22nd November 2018, and the second one is computed land surface temperature December 18, and computed LST for December 2009 also have seen in this slide. So from the analysis, we can conclude from the 22nd November 18th, settlement area has higher land surface temperature compared to agricultural area, vegetation covers, and forest area. So this means vegetation covers and forest area has low land surface temperature because the surface area is covered with vegetation, and agricultural area in this result is also low surface temperature because in this time higher soil water content is there. So in December 9, 2018 and 8 June 2019, the settlement and agricultural area has the higher content of land surface temperature and low LST in vegetation and forest area. So increasing land surface temperature in the agricultural land means due to the presence of low moisture content, and the surface is exposed to directly sunlight, and there is no agricultural activity during this period. And the next step is validation of computed land surface temperature. The essence we have seen in these slides, the 3 different graph observe LST versus land surface temperature. So from this graph, we can easily see that the strong positive correlation was found between computed and observed LST for all 3 time periods, and also found a difference of plus minus 2 degrees Celsius in this time period. And this slide shows the relationship between land surface temperature and NDBI. So from this graph, 3 temporal graph shows that having the negative correlation between NDBI and estimated land surface temperature. So for this 45 value of NDBI for different land use have been plotted with computed value of land surface temperature. And so from this, we can see that significant negative relationship exists between NDBI and LST with R-square value of 0.30, 0.40, and 0.36 for the respective time periods. And the last one is, the point is, the higher the NDBI value, lower will be the corresponding LST, and lower the NDBI value, higher will be the LST. And this is my conclusion part. The present study estimate LST map from Landsat 8 data. The estimate land surface were validated using 45 in situ land surface data. The results are encouraging and strong relationship between the estimated land surface temperature and in situ land surface temperature data. So thus, it is more feasible to generate land surface temperature on large scale and a regional scale. The degree of relationship between LST and NDVI was also found satisfactory with significant negative correlation. And the last one is my future scope of future studies. Similar work can be carried out for different seasons of the year, which will provide the understanding on the distribution of land surface temperature in the region. And the next is this type of study can be extended in the generation of continuous soil moisture layer of the study area using LST and NDVI approach. These parameters are the important indicator for monitoring and implementation of sustainable agriculture system in the region. So these are my reference. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Do you have any questions? All right, I think none. Thank you so much for that presentation. Let's proceed with our next presenter. A comparative analysis of T-beam along with deck slab by Corbin's method and STAD-CRO. Author Modzine and co-author Azwani Kumar Pandey.
Excuse me, ma'am, please open for participation sharing screen.
I'm sorry?
Please open for me for participation sharing screen.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
Here is the Dhananjay Bavaskar. Ma'am.
All right, I can now see your screen. Please proceed.
Good afternoon to everyone. My paper title is Comparative Analysis of T-beam along with deck slab by Corbin's method and STAD-CRO. The main author of this paper title is Mohammad Jain. He is research scholar and assistant professor SRMU. I am a co-author of this paper, Ashwini Kumar Pandey. I am assistant professor, Department of Civil Engineering, BBDIT in Lucknow. And second co-author, Dr. Rajesh Verma. He is professor, SRMU, Civil, retired UP Irrigation co-author. And Dr. Rajen Kumar Srivastav. He is a co-author, professor, SRMU, engineer in chief, retired UP PWD, managing director, State UP Bridge Corporation. Now, this is table of content of my paper, biography, abstract, description, and conclusion. After that, appendix. This biography of mine, I am a program coordinator of Civil Engineering Department, BBD ITM, Lucknow. I have 7-year experience in academic and 1 year experience in industry. And I have completed my MTech in structural engineering from SRMU. This is biography of Mohammad Jain, who is the author of this paper. Now, this is abstract. Bridge design is crucial because of deal with the difficulties of their component, designing of their components. So we just calculation of the manual calculation, and after that compare with the by the using of software. And I have using the software STAD-CRO. And I have taking the span length 18.25 meter and compare with the manual with the STAD-CRO. The objective of my paper is to use of Corbin's method in analysis of RC T-beam with the respect of bending moment and shear force under the IRC loading. The study is based on the analytical model of RC T-beam bridge by the Corbin's method. The scope of study of my paper is a maximum bending moment and maximum shear force on the T-beam girder according to IRC loading calculated by the Kurvas method. I have chosen AA class tracked vehicle load. These are the some components which I have designed for the manual calculation as well as software by the software. Deck slab, cantilever portion, longitudinal portion, cross girder, abutment and piers, bearing and foundation. This design problem I have designed different by the manual. 7.5 meter clear roadway, span is 18.25 meter thickness, and thickness of wearing port is 80 mm, and 5 cross girder I have chosen 3.65 and interval of 2.5 meter. This will be I showing on diagram. Live load IRC tracked vehicle class A double loading. Concrete mix M30 and FE415 grade of HYSD bar will be used. Clear span up to 40 mm. This is basic guideline for the designing of IRC, designing of this girder. I have chosen IRC standard and limit state method for designing, and it will be depend on the volume of the traffic and expected emergency of the vehicle. Minimum width for one lane 4.25 and for two lane it will be taken as 7.5 meter. And these are the some consideration which I have taken from the IRC different codings such as IRC 6, 2000, IRC 21 and IRC 5. These are the design loading which I have taken, and I have designed by the taking as class AA vehicle load. This will be IRC class AA loading. Pattern will be showing on here on the figure. This will be tracked vehicle and this will be the wheeled vehicle. On that, this will be portion will be showing 70 to 100 mm. That will be tracked vehicle, and the loading is that 350 kilonewton and 350 kilonewton on each vehicle. This will be the diagram of the panel system which I have used for the design and analysis of deck slab. Basically, I have designed deck slab by the Picard's curve, by the Picard's method, and longitudinal and cross girder by the Kurban's method. This will be the three methods which we use for the design of any by the rational methods. We just call the rational methods: Kurban's method, Guyane-Massonet method, Henry-Jigger method. And there are the certain conditions for each method, and I have choose my problem is lies on the Kurban's method. This is Picard method. This method is used to analyze deck slab T-beam deck recommended by the IRC 112, and elastic analysis preferred over the plastic as suggestion different code by the IRC 112. And this will be I have calculated short span movement M1 and long span movement M2 by the M1 plus mu M2 multiplied with capital W, and same as M2 plus mu M1 multiplied with capital W. This is certain condition for the apply for Kurban's method. First condition is that the ratio of span to the width of decks greater than 2 and less than 4. Second condition is that the longitudinal girder are interconnected by the least 5 symmetrical space cross girder, which I have done, and the cross girder extend up to the depth of 0.75 times of the depth of the longitudinal girder. That's mean DCG upon DLC cross girder divided by depth of the long girder is more than or equals to 7.5. This is a standard diagram of the cross section of the girder. I have using this Rx value of Rx for the analysis of longitudinal and cross girder. Summation of W divided by N multiplied with 1 plus summation of I divided by summation of dx square into I into dx multiplied by I. This will be used for the analysis of reaction factor of the girder. And these are the elements which I have designed by the Kurban's method, longitudinal and cross girders. By the manual calculation, these are the results which come from by the several steps by the manual calculation. I have calculated bending moment along the sortie span, that is 31.232, and same as bending moment along the longer span 14.82. Shear force 47.0206, and the shear force due to impact factor, that will be 58.825 kilonewton. As span versus IRC loading, these are the standard guidelines for analyzing of the span and IRC loading. After that, analyzing of by the Picard's curve, deck slab, then analyzing longitudinal girder and cross girder. And this is the result by the design. After getting the result, the outer girder will be 1805 kilonewton meter, and the maximum bending moment inner girder IG, I just call IG, then 1082 kilonewton meter, and the shear force at the outer girder 175 kilonewton. At same as outer girder, this will be showing in graph in appendix. This is design steps which I use for designing this slab, this girder by on the straight row. And this will be the result come, and some screenshot I have placed on here. This is design comparison of manual calculation and straight row calculation. There are certain variation. There are certain variation bending moment along the sortie span calculated in for the deck slab 4.36, and in the design by the straight row, it will be calculated by 4.58 kilonewton meter. It is just a variation, some rise, and some on some portion longer span 2.19 kilonewton meter, and getting along the longer span 2.004 kilonewton. This will be bending moment diagram I just showing, and same as the design of shear force and bending moment along on longitudinal girder for the IRC AA track loading. By the manual design, this will result will I have get it, and at the mid span, that will be the result. The reinforcement I have shown on here. This will be reinforcement for the deck slab as well as the longitudinal girder and the girder for the outer girder and inner girder. This will the conclusion of my paper is that bending moment given by the Kurban's method for longitudinal girder is more as compared the bending moment obtained by the finite element analysis. That's mean by the straight row. And shear force due to the IRC AA wheel vehicle is very high, and the bending moment in the inner girder is less, so that the outer girder get the lesser reinforcement as compared to inner girder. And now third conclusion is that the value obtained by the finite element method using straight row given more economical structure compared to conventional method. This will be economical international journals and national courts various countries that will be using for the economical span, section, thickness, depth of the cross girder, number of cross girder, and by the analyzing of lots of research papers, and after getting the conclusion of my paper title. Thickness of slab 200 to 300 mm, depth of 0.7 to 1 times of mean longitudinal girder, number of girder we just using 3 to 5 as per desirable condition. Optimum girder is spacing 2 to 2.5 meter. Optimum grade of concrete we just using M25 to M40 and Fe415 grade of concrete. and method of design limit state method with elastic analysis. This is appendix which I showing all conclusion is that there are the Kurbans methods which I showing by the blue line, and finite element method getting the value by the red line. It will be some variation and some economical section given as shown in figure, bending moment and the different section for the elements. This is IRC T beam and by the IRC 70R loading, different condition. These are the references which I have used for my paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And are there any questions? Thank you so much for that presentation. And let's move on to our next presenter.
Thank you.
The paper about wastewater treatment in underground metro rail stations by using fluidized aerobic bed reactor. Author by Ved Prakash Tiwari, and co-author Professor Prakash Netula and Assistant Professor Faraz Khan. All right, I can now see your screen. Please proceed.
Ma'am, Dhananjay.
Hello?
Hello.
All right, go ahead, please.
Hello, good afternoon, all. Hello, good afternoon, all.
Go ahead, please. Have your presentation mode.
Yes,
Go
ma'am.
back to the title page, please. There. All right, go ahead.
Yes, good afternoon, all. My name is Ved Prakash Tiwari. My presentation is on wastewater treatment in underground metro rail stations by using fluidized aerobatic bed ejector. Author is Ved Prakash Tiwari, and this is guided by Mr. Om Prakash Netula, and co-author is Mr. Faraz Khan. Biography is, my name is Ved Prakash Tiwari, MTech scholar from Babu Banarasi Das University. I have completed my BTech from Birla Institute of Technology and Science, Pilani, Rajasthan, India. And Mr. Faraz Khan, co-author, he is the assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Mr. Faraz Khan is working as an assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering at Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, where he has been faculty member since 2015. He completed his MTech and BTech at Integral University, Lucknow. He is having an experience of about 7 years academic and research with more than 20 papers in various national and international journals. His research interest lies in the area of reinforcement concrete, building materials, and concrete technology, ranging from theory to design. And our guide is Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula, a professor and HOD of the Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, India. Professor Om Prakash Netula has done his BTech in Civil Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surkal, MTech in Hydraulics and Power Resources Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surkal, and PhD from RKDF University, Bhopal. His area of interest is pipe friction factor, domestically used pipes, and remote sensing in water resources application. He is having expertise in designing and conducting experimental fluid mechanics research problems in fluid. He has more than 127 technical research papers in international and national journals conference. He has guided eight numbers of his scholars for PhD awarded at Suresh Gyan Vihar University, Chandigarh. He has organized conferences, faculty development programs, workshops, and seminars. He has successfully organized NBA and NSC accreditation in the Suresh Gyan Vihar University, where he has worked. He also got his institution, department, and program provide PCI, BCI, NCTA, AICTE, etc. He has received Best College of Region Award for his institution. This is my abstract. Scarcity of water is the main problem facing by the people and other living organisms in the world. Water plays a vital role to survive and it needs a large amount of manufactured product. To the living of people, even animals and plants needed in daily without water, no one can survive in the world. The exponential growth of people increases water demand progressively. In this present study, the continuous assessment was performed at the different metro stations to identify and calculate fresh water usage, wastewater generation, drainaging of wastewater, initially concentration of wastewater and pump flow wastewater. These studies were conducted at Mumbai Metro Rail stations up to the around 32-kilometer stages. Fluided aerobic technology was used to assess the performance of reducing recycles and reuse of wastewater. Description: Metro rail system in India. The exponential growth of people in India, the demand has been increasing for livability and environmental protection because its level of purity decreases. The infrastructure has become a vital role in developing countries, created new underground development so that urbanization and urban development in India is growing rapidly. In an urban environment, people move faster to do their work for their development and national development also. The metro mode transport allows people to travel faster simultaneously and help people escape from the traffic and exposure to pollution. The metro rail system was introduced to provide more convenience to the people and is used to more efficient existing use of the public transport. Groundwater depletion. The resources is depleting is faster fish and in future will become a very scarce resources, particularly in urban spurs. The reports give a pictures of groundwater in the city which shows how the resources is developing in which are the critical areas. The insufficient and unregulated groundwater extraction in urban centers is almost reaching to unsustainable levels. The emerging situation is very disturbing. Thus, it is considered that the only robust way to face the future urban water supply challenges is to look towards a more integrated and harmonized consecutive use of surface water and groundwater sources. Water environment in metro station. The hydrogeological system characterized by the particular weather, rocks, and erosion formation. It controls the level of groundwater availability. Water environment consists of water resources and its quality. Its study is important from the point of view to assess the sufficiency of water resources for the operational stage and also the excess impact water environment. It is estimated that groundwater availability in Mumbai 392 mm3, 350 ducts well, and 2514 borewells. Water demand. The water demand will increase during the regular cleaning, flushing, routing works. Domestic water requirement for customers using metro stations. Sufficient water made available by BMC as is responsible for water supply in Mumbai. Water requirement for metro station made through this public supply in metro stations. Water is very needed to drinking, toilet cleaning, and other purpose like coaches. Cleaning for sanitary purpose repairs. The raw water treated and brought into the national standard level of purity before consumption. The water demand will increase drastically by the daily usage at the metro station. Mumbai Municipal Corporation is responsible for the supply water requirement for metro station. Thus, 100 KLD of water is requirement for the one station. The needed of the study is to improve the wastewater treatment and reuse the treated effluent in the metro stations of Mumbai by using chloride aerobatic bed reactor. Biofilm reactor provides the proven and emerging technology with latest standard practice methods of moving weight. In the study, biocarrier made up to low density polypropylene and density of a 70 kg per m3 and surface area is 524 m square used in the treatment of wastewater using fluoride bed reactor. This mode shown in the study account of the experimental data. In this study, mass transfer of oxygen from the gas to the three gas phases inverse fluoride bed has been studied. The effects of fluid and gas velocities precise addition of organic electricity in the volumetric mass transfer coefficient, the effects of liquid gas velocity, solid loading, and volumetric mass transfer were determined. Bioreactors showed down the flow pattern of the prototype of low concentration, systematic, and municipal wastewater treatment. The largest removal of COD was attained when the reactor was opened in air velocity 0.024 meters per second. This study explained the effects of fluorescent behavior and hydrodynamic behavioral changes caused by weight, height, and material. This study explained the inverse fluoride bed reactor for the treating industrial wastewater. Problem deficiency. The usage of water increased dramatically in the metro rail station and also its produced wastewater. The aim of this study is to improve the efficiency of the wastewater treatment process and reuse of the treated effluent at 3 underground stations of Mumbai. The fluidized aerobatic bed reactor was used in the treated wastewater. Treated effluent water can be used for sanitation, washroom, toilets, plantations, works, etc. Conventional wastewater treatment methods are more expensive, occupy large space, power intensive, and it's required monitoring. The fluoride aerobatic bioreactor is a better alternative than the conventional treatment system because of that space and power saving technology. The objective of the study are as follows: to treat all wastewater in the underground metro station prior to disposal for the recycling, to reuse the treated effluent in all possible situations in the underground metro station, to reduce the fresh water utilizing in sanitation work, to minimize the public water supply, to minimize the recharge before well water. Methodology: fluoride aerobatic bed reactor. Performance simulation of STP at the metro station was carried for the installed STP in the field by collecting influent samples periodically from the inlet and outlet of the construction STP. Accessing wastewater characteristic is essential for the choice of treatment method, extent of treatment, beneficial use of the wastewater, and cost of treatment required. By collecting samples of raw wastewater for determination of pH, TSS, TDS, BOD, and COD as per standard methods. Chemical characteristics of the wastewater confirmed the wastewater as medium strength of BOD varied from 400 to 550 mg per liter. The pH value of 8.48 indicates of alkaline nature of wastewater. Average BOD and COD 198 mg per liter and 525 mg per liter with BOD and COD ratio of 0.51, indicating that the wastewater is biodegradable. The fluoride aerobatic bed reactor process is the latest advance of attached growth in aerobatic biological treatment technology. The fluoride aerobatic bed reactor is an advanced habitat biological system primarily designed to reduce the footprint area required and make effortless installation and trouble-free operation while increasing the treatment efficiency. This type of treatment depends primarily on the use of air that is introduced into the wastewater treatment plant for keeping alive the bacteria. When air diffusion is done, they promotes the growth of the organisms that break down the organic solid. This is the fluoride bed reactor. Raw sewage. After that, screening and grid chamber. We have after that this grease trap, and this is the process. Fluoride bed reactor operations. The clarified effluent enters in the FAB reactor, which contains the FAB media. The FAB media sensitively increase the surface area for bacterial growth. Air is supplied through fine bubbles diffuser. Bacteria oxidize the organic matter present in the wastewater. Organized wastewater overflow out of the fluoride aerobatic bed reactor into the secondary settling tank. The fluoride aerobatic reactor include the tank of any shapes filled up with small carrier elements. The elements are specially developed materials of controlled density such that they can be fluidized using an aeration device. A biofilm develops on the elements which move along with the influent in the reactor. The movement within the reactor is generated by the providing aeration with the help of diffusion places at the bottom of the reactor. The thin biofilm on the elements enable the bacteria to act upon the biodegradable matter in the effluent and reduce POD by COD content. In this presence of oxygen from the air, that is the iodine fluoridation. This is technology stage 1. Key bar-based in screen treatment, oil and grease removal, and equalization treatment by maintaining the pH. First stage of treatment where physical impurities is removed. This stage includes removal of stone, food, polythene, plastic, oil, grease, and maintaining the pH of water. It involves the oxidation and that reduce the biochemical oxygen demand of wastewater and may reduce the toxicity of some impurities. Secondary treatment converts some impurities to carbon dioxide, water, and biosolids, thus removing the foul odor of the wastewater by increasing the amount of oxygen in the water, removing the sludge from the wastewater. Technology stage 2, aeration treatment, flocculation and coagulation through polyelectrolyte first and the clarifier tube shelter, setting tank where solid called the sludge are removed from the water that settles at the bottom of the tank. This involves the disinfection of water. Disinfection by the chemical oxidation kills bacteria and microbiological pathogens by adding ozone, chloride, and hypochlorite to wastewater. Stage 3, chloramination, multi-grade filtration, and activated carbon filtration. After the wastewater passes through the activated carbon filter, it may be collected in the tank for further use of flushing, irrigation, gardening, etc., or directed into the drain. This is the process diagram. Our conclusion is FAB methodology removes the pollutant and increases the quality of water more efficiently. Fluoride aerobatic bed rejector implementation in metro station to minimize the fresh water usage and recycle. Reuse of wastewater as a standardized level of quality, which is a more effective method to treat the wastewater. FAB technology delivers treated effluent water in a required by local legislations, norms, and conditions. This system is more compact and decentralization of water in a metro station. This invention of technology significantly decreases the usage of fresh water and delivers water as a required standard can be used for cleaning the toilet and sanitary purpose, etc. FAB technology has been an effective method and has potential scope for future improvement in treating wastewater. Effective design of reactor may help to achieve efficient treatment of wastewater. It becomes a more efficient technology in treating wastewater rather than the conventional method. Efforts to involve and encourage people in the saving of fresh water and recycle reuse of wastewater, it makes an impact of water conservation. Building up a proper wastewater treatment plant in order to mitigate the catastrophic effects of the wastewater can help in applying the sustainable development concept and converting these negative effects of wastewater into water use and other purpose. The competent authorities should the necessary measures to reduce the freshwater utilization. Indeed, it to be treat wastewater instead of the recycle and groundwater and public water utilities. The multi-source pollution issue, the effect groundwater must be considered in the future studies in the study area. Further, similar research are required to study the wastewater flow of metro rail cities to control the overburden of wastewater. This is the references. We have referred these documents. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Ma'am, Dhananjay
Yes.
Bavaskar. Presentation. I want to give the presentation which I have left.
Okay. Can we do that after lunch? I will call you first.
Ma'am,
We'll
I
do
am
the-
ready for my office.
Okay.
Please.
Are there any
Request.
questions?
Hello.
Yes, sir. One moment, please. I'm just asking for questions. One moment.
Okay.
All right, no more questions. All right, go ahead, sir. You can now proceed.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Hello. Good afternoon, everybody.
Sir, please have your other device put on mute because we are receiving feedback, and have your presentation on presentation mode. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead and share your screen, sir.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Can you see the share screen?
No.
Hello.
We cannot see your screen, sir.
Okay.
Sir, we cannot see your screen.
Yes.
Go ahead and share your screen. And please mute your other device because we are receiving feedback.
Hello.
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 Hello. Sir, go ahead, share your screen. I was able to see it earlier.
Just a minute, ma'am. Sorry, madam. After the lunch, we will see it. Hello.
Yes.
After lunch, we will see it.
Okay. All right, then, guys, let's all have our lunch and please be back at exactly 2:30 India time.
Okay.
See you later. Bye.
क्लोज करो
My apologies, everyone. We need to be back by 2:15 India time, 2:15 India time. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back, and we will proceed to our technical session 4. And let us welcome our our keynote speaker. Let us welcome. He was born in Sulaimania, Kurdistan region. Iraq in 1972 and did his kindergarten, elementary, primary, and secondary schools in Sulaimania. He's holding honor PhD, MSc, and BSc degrees in civil and environmental engineering. He has been in academic and research fields since 2000 as a professor and teaching at many universities as a visitor professor and teaching at AUIS since 2019. He is teaching and advising undergraduate, graduate, and PhD courses. He occupied several academic positions: chair, faculty, and adjunct faculty member. He is proudly a voting member in American Society of Civil Engineering, ASCE, since 2019, and also in Environmental and Water Resources Institute, also since 2019. Furthermore, he has been a PE professional engineer in Iraq Engineer Union or IEU and Kurdistan Engineer Union since 1995. He has been awarded many certifications and appreciation letters from different academic and governor sections, having published more than 16 scientific papers and articles in well-known international and local scientific journals. He is an international outstanding Elsevier Journals reviewer. He has engineering soft skills for more than 10 different softwares and worked in tens of engineering projects as an expert, professional engineer, and supervisor. Let us welcome Associate Professor, Civil and Environmental Engineering, American University of Iraq, Sulaimani, Iraq, Dr. Aku R. Hama. Hi, sir. Good day.
Hi, sir. Thank you for your introduction, and I'm glad to be with you. It's honor to me to be with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. May I start?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Just let me share my screen with you, and again, thanks for your nice introduction.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Just let me share my screen with you. Okay. Yes. Today I prepared for you a subject which is, I think it's very important, which is about shortly I can say that it's about the Urban Environmental Quality Index for evaluating, or let me say how to say it, how to assess, how to evaluate a city to be as an index, and how to differentiate between the two cities in terms of an index. This index is basically will have three major points, which is physical environmental index, and biological environmental index, and then anthropic environmental index. So here I can say when I'm going to decide whether a city is well urban developed or not, so I can use these index as an index for evaluating them. Now, the idea is to take or to collect all the information about the three trends: physical and biological and anthropic indices, and then take the average. As you can see here in the above, their value will be as an average. Now, let me give you from the back that last decision. There will be an index between 0 to 1. And this is called UAQI, and this UAQI index, if it was less than 0.5, then I can say this is a it's poor developed country. If it was more than 0.5, there will be till 0.8, I think it will be well and moderate, and then afterward it will be a good developed country. But what that UEQI is component are consist of. The physical environmental index is the index related to the resistant to the environmental impact. So sometimes we have city can be said that it is it is well a resistance to the earthquakes, let me say the soil characteristics, soil variables, and let me say flood risk, erosions are these factors. And then I can give a higher value to that city if it was resist to the environmental impacts. And also I can take another coefficient, which is hydro morphology of the water courses. Also, can be said it will be the ratio for the extension of the remaining urban drainage area network. Previously, there is in the just I want to check, is the voice in the screen is clear to everyone? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, the second parameter is I'm going deeply with everyone, but I'm giving you just an introduction first. Then after that, I will go, and also this will be depend on the physical morphology of the city and the urban area. The third one, which is also physical, can be qualified as a physical, the quality of the surface water in that city. So we have to, there will be a different indexes for two cities. One have a very good surface water quality and the other one is not. So that means you have to go on to assess the quality, the surface quality of the streams, the rivers, that's the clerks that's going through the city, and and whether they are free from some debris, from chemical pollutants, and some, let me say, thermotolerant indicators, and so on. Sorry. And the fourth one is the vulnerability of that city to the natural disasters. For example, facing natural disasters in that city. This could be considered as the four parameters that we are considering them as a physical indexes. And then after that, we will have for each one a value, and we will take the value and take the average of them. Which I'm going to make it more clear later in the few coming slides. The second index, which is depend on the biological environmental index, which I make it in the green area, green color, which is depend on the biodiversity and how many, or let me say, the nature of that city and the diversity of the plants, the local forests that there is in this city. The second one, whether we have within the city itself the riparian forest, let me say, the trees or the forests that there is along the streams and the rivers, and how much are or let me say, the diversity of the plants and the groups there. And the third one, inside this city itself, I can say, which is the BE3, the public green area. Public green area means how much is we should allocate for everyone, inhabitants or like capita or person in that city. So we have to find out, or let me calculate the available green area, and we will divide this available green area within the per capita how much it will be per person, which is available, and we have to compare it with the WHO recommendations that allow us to have such kind. And the fourth one, which is the BE4, is evaluating the qualitatively the percentage of the trees. We have in every side, in every area, we have the sidewalks, and there will be definitely trees in this one. So it will be depend from an area to an area, and as much as we have more trees along the sidewalk, so the number of the trees along the available sidewalks will also give an indication that we are in a biological environmental index high level. That means this is a well quality, a well urbanized city. And then the third pivot, or the third axis of this evaluation will depend on the anthropic environmental index, which means what? Which means the land use intensity. We have to evaluate how much is the population density in that area, and how much is the utilized, and how much is used for the agriculture, and how much is will used for the let me say for the industrial area, and so on. The second part in the anthropic environmental index will depend on the sanitation index. So we have to check whether the water supply system for that city, and for the sewage and sanitary indicator for that city, and how much it will be available, and the solid waste indicator, which means if we have a very good let me say very good collection rules, collection systems, and then after that managing the system, solid waste system for that area will depend on, say, the city urbanization will depend on that one. So if we don't have it, we can not say that we have a very good index for that city, then we can differentiate between that city and the other one. And AE3, which is related to the management, environmental management, which evaluate the qualification of the public environmental management system. For example, we have to say to look after the legitimation of the public environmental management structures. Let me say, do we have a very good monitoring and evaluating for the water quality, let me say, for the solid waste, for the city itself, for health and safety in that, and the shops and the factories, and all these are, well, is there any directory, any governmental supervision, any private sector supervision, any agencies are looking after the public health safety or not? And the last thing is in this anthropic environmental index is how much is the human development index municipal. So for example, we have in a city the longevity of the human being is we have persons in average can live for 85 years or 90 years, and then this is as a maximum, there will be as a minimum. So this will give you an indication that there is a factor which is the longevity. And also we have to, if there is people in that city well educated well enough, let me say in terms of education, they have in general how much they have attending, the percentage of the people that attending the primary schools, and the percentage of the people that attending the universities, for example, or after postgraduate and graduate studies. So these will affect on the urbanization of that city. Now, I will go through each of them briefly, and I will give you how to collect, how to evaluate these values. And remember that we are taking a simple average for the factors, and we will get a value between 0 and 1 at the final destination of the UEQI. Now, physical environment, as I told you, that we have a resistance, the city that will be resisted to the public, or let me say disasters, like soil characteristics, whether there we have a hilly area or we don't have that one. So we know that the hilly area will be more resistance. And here's the weights of the cities within the one. So when I want to calculate when I want to calculate these parameters, I will go with the A, B, C, D. Inside the city, we can say we have a high resistant area, which I can give it a weight of 1, and then I will multiply that one by the area of that approximation of that roughly, let me say, it's not precisely should be as how many meters square, but I will have an area, and I will say this is a high resistance area. So the area of that one times the 1 plus the medium resistance area on times 0.75, and the low resistance and the very low resistance, I can give them weights and then take the average of them, and can say that this will be the first index PE1. The second one is the physical, is the water course hydromorphology, which evaluate the streams that remains in the natural conditions. The proposed indicator will be ratio between the extensions of the remaining urban drainage. Do we have the extension, and how much is the extension that have been done to the existing one, like in this one? So natural condition that we have is NCEE, that will be in terms of meters, and also the total extent of urbanization stream that we have. So as much as we have less extension, it means that we are this is not evaluated. The physical, excuse me, just please. I am so sorry for that. The physical environmental factor, which is the third one, would depend on the quality of the surface water. Then it means that we have a very good non-polluted stream inside passing across the stream. And then we have to, let's say, check whether it's a good and excellent quality or it's poor. So I can give it a 0 to 100 parameters. The fourth one is the vulnerability of the city to the natural disasters. So maybe we have cities that can be addressed to do this city, or can be let me say, well, resist, or let me say it has a capability to resist the natural disasters, like earthquakes, like something on volcanoes and the other disaster or not. So this can be another factor. Now the second, I said there is a 3 pivot: the physical one, the biological or biotic environmental factors also can be firstly, how much is the biodiversity of the plants or the arboreal plants in that city. So it means that you have to go through the forest area, and you have to, let me say, found how much is the number NL, which is the number of arboreal species in that area. to the all or best result in the reference regions, how much it should be. We can have it in that area. And this is one of the approach. And there is another approach which is called Shannon Diversity Index approach. Also, you can go through the performance of the Shannon Index and local Shannon Index and the best result in the reference region. And this is the first factor. The second factor, as I told you, this is the biotic environmental, which can be the preservation of the riparian forest. Let me say, do we have along the streams or along the clears and the rivers in the city, how much is how the quantity, which the quantities of the area that we have along the, and they are preserved. Then also I can say this is can be remaining riparian forest on the legally riparian forest. So this is a factor, and this equation can be used for that index findings. And the third one is the public green area, and this is, I think it's very important. We have to adopt that that one. Here we have to know that there is for WHO, they told us, or there is a reference unit for us that every inhabitant should have at least 11 meters squares green area availability. So this is 11 means you have to have either it will be the green area and the public parks together. So we have to find the green area and the public parks together area and divided by the number of the population in that city, and dividing by this 11, I can get a factor which helped me to find this index, and I think it will help more. The high level of this index means that there is a more very high. It's a very sufficient green area for the persons living in that urban area, which means that this city is urbanized more than if I compare it with the other one. And the other factor, which is the fourth one, which is the afforestation and quantitative evaluate the trees on the public sidewalks. Blocks are randomly samples. We will take blocks with the 10% of the area, and we will count the number of the trees along these blocks. And then we have to find out how much is that BE4, how much is that index. And then we will have within the blocks, the length of these blocks, and then in kilometers, and that's the L. The N, which will be the number of the trees in that. So we have to count how much is the number. Then we will find this one and we will divide it by 100. Then that will be the fourth and the last index in the biological environment. Now it's time to say the third one, which is the anthropic environmental index in that city. And it will depend firstly on the land use intensity. The land use intensity, which is evaluate the fourth one is the land use intensity and how much is the population density in that area, in that urban area, which is can also we have the equation to find that one. So we have to find we will allocate a study area, and we will have the area of that allocated area in kilometers squared. This is the area. Then after that, I will I will do a survey and to find out how much is the people living in that area. Then I will do this equation, and I will find the AE1, and then I will give a score. So if this result was between 1.75 to 5 inhabitants per kilometer squared, I can give 1. So 1, it means that it's very good. intensity. And if I have from 1 to 1,000, sorry, 1,000 to 1,700, it means that this is a little bit dense area. And if we have more than this one, for more than 6,250 inhabitants per 1 kilometer square, I can see it's very dense area, and I will give it 0 score to that area as an index. Now, that was the first anthropic index. That second anthropic index is how is the surfaces in that area, which is sanitation indicator. The surfaces that we have here, such as water supply and such as sanitation, sewage, and the wastewater management or solid waste management. In that area also, I'm sorry, I can say we can evaluate the cities index by having those 3 indexes. So we have to go through the water supply and the sanitation service and and the solid waste and divide them by 3, and we'll get a value between 0 to 1. How to calculate for every one? I will go with the water supply indicator. I will say the supply cover is the water distribution will cover all the area, or there is not. And the home units that we have and the total residents that we have. And then I will find the second ISC supply coverage, and then also the type of the supplied water to their inhabitants in that city. The quality of the water in the network, on the water network, also will depend on that one. And I can say this will be depend on the following indicators. So we have the number of the samples. We will take samples considered as a drinkable water monthly, and we will the number of the samples evaluated monthly. So the drinkable and the total number, we will take an average, take a ratio for them, and we'll multiply by the K. Then I will get a value for I will get scores, and based on the scores, I will find out what will be the AE2, and hereby we can find the scores for the sanitation or saturation indicator water quality. This is, yes, it will be true, but we have to say this is the continuity or the availability of the cerebral will not be to be constantly available for at least 5 years. So is that available for 5 years or more, or that one? So we can get the coefficient of that one if it was more than 5 years. So I will give it a score. Or if this indicator saturation for the surfaces was between 0 to 5, I will get I will give another one. And if it was less than 0, it means that I can say this is not, this is a poor water quality index for that city in terms of, and also this can be the sewerage or the sanitary sewage indicator. We will have do that. This city is served by, or all the area of the city is served by the sewage collection system or not. And if it was so how much is the total of the urban residents in that area, the total and the total residents. So we have to say we have a city and all the people in that city, the number of the residents in that city, we have it. Then after that, we will have for every city, let me say, there is out of 100 houses, there is 10 houses that are not served by the sewage. So I can give it an indicator, or let me say, an index for that services. And also there is another very important index, is that city is served by having a treatment plant for their waste or not. So if so, then how much is the is the volume or the capacity of that sewage treatment line in that area, and how much is the population living in that area. Based on these calculations, I also can find out this indicator. And yes, the solid waste surface indicators or index density, then it can be found through this equation. The waste collector indicator that we have is that we have collector, and there is residence covered by the waste collection system. Do I have a route or a direct, let me say, or is there a system that will serve that one? And based on that one, then I will define those residents that they've been served by the total residents. Also, the saturation of the solid waste final disposal. Do we have how much tons per capita? Let me say after the collection, then how much will be, how much it will be served, and for how many this system can serve for how many years. Then we know that we have all the cities there is a public growth, let me say, human or the growth rate. So also we have to consider in that lonely, let me, saturations time for this one is that we have a city that they are growth rapidly. Then we can say if it was yes, then you should know that this n will become less. The system will be not saturated for a long time. Then it will help. It will not help for the city to say that this is more urbanized. So we need to know the public growth rates also. And the second, I think it's the third, before the last indicator, is the public environmental management structures that we have. Do we have legal requirements, minimum legal requirement applicables for the cities? So this is, we can do it in a kind of questionnaires and to see the positive response of that's contributing in that questionnaires. And lastly, the last indicator is this, which is the Human Development Index, or HDI. It will be a factor. It can be found through this geometrical mean or geometrical average for the having HDI longevity, which means longevity. It means how much those people are living in that area, and the education and the education that people in that one. So we have to go through the factors and find it. And after all, we can say, here's the HDI, can find based on this people's are percentage of population over 18 years, and the school-oriented population flow, how much the people start going to the young population flow, and the rate of the children is from 5 to 6 years that attending the school, the rate of the young people that age from 11 to 13 that attending the final years of the regular primary educations, and so on. So we can find the HDI in education. After all, and all dimensions, factors, here's the conclusion. The conclusion will be look like this. If we have UEQI more than 0.8, then I can say this is a safe area and it is well urbanized area. And if I have from 0.8 to 0.5, I can say this is, you have to take attention for that area. And less than 0.5, it will be, you have to have alert, and it will be in red color. And we have, this is simply for 2000 to 2005, let me say, evaluated area for the peoples for the city that we used or they used UQI for that area, and you can see the based on that one and the areas that can be, say, green ones or less than higher QI value suggests, and also this is also another type, and so. Thank you. I would like to thank you all for listening to this seminars, and I hope it was interesting to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any question, please?
Anyone would like to ask a question? None? All right, let's proceed with our technical session 4. And before we proceed, I would just like to welcome our session chairs. First is an assistant professor, Department of Civil Engineering, BBD University, Lucknow, who is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at BBD University, Lucknow, where he has been a faculty member since 2015. He completed his MTech and BTech at Integral University, Lucknow. He is having an experience of about 7 years in academics and research with more than 20 papers in various national and international journals. His research interests lies in the area of reinforced concrete, building materials, and concrete technology ranging from theory to design. Let us welcome Mr. Faraz Khan. Next, our second session chair, also an assistant professor from BBD University from the Department of Civil Engineering. He was born in 1992 in Barabanki, UP. He received his bachelor degree in civil engineering from ACT2 Lucknow in 2014. He received his master's degree in structural engineering from Integral Lucknow in 2016. He is currently serving as an assistant professor in civil engineering department in BBDU Lucknow. He is having an experience of about 5 years in academics and research with more than 15 papers in referred national and international journals. His research interest spans both RCC structures, concrete technology, and prefabricated structures. Let us welcome Mr. Bilal Siddiqui. Welcome our session chairs today. Thank you so much for attending today. And now let me call on first the paper earlier. Hold on. Stabilization of BC soil by using chemical and fly ash.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Go ahead and share your screen, please.
Okay.
Sir, your screen, please.
Yes, yes. अविनाश कनेक्ट कर बर कनेक्ट कर बर त्याला कनेक्ट इथून सुरू कर लवकर लय वेळ लागेल हे चालू होत एक मिनिट चालू होत असं गुगल ड्राइव्ह वरून गुगल
I would like to remind for the remaining presenters of the allotted time, which is 10 minutes per presentation, including the question and answer portion. And also, please have your presentation ready. Once we call your name, go ahead and share your screen and start your presentation. Sir? Hello?
Ma'am, please call our next participant.
All right. All right. Let's go ahead and call on our next presenter, the study of leaching pollutants in agricultural subsoil by dumping of solid waste. Author Kamal Nab Tripathi and co-author Professor Prakash Netula. Go ahead, sir. Hello? Bawaskar? Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Sir, I think it's your internet connection. It is very important that we will have a stable connection because a Zoom meeting will eat a lot of bandwidth. All right, let me call on again. Second call to paper study of leaching pollutants in agricultural subsoil by dumping of solid waste. Sir, it's your internet connection.
Hello. Yes, ma'am.
All right, go ahead, sir.
Myself, Dhananjay Bavaskar. I am doing a post-graduation in Geotechnical Engineering, Government
Have
College
it on
of...
presentation mode, please.
What, ma'am?
Have it on presentation mode. It's very small.
Ma'am, myself, Dhananjay Bavaskar. I am doing a post-graduation in Geotechnical Engineering. My guide is Dr. S.S. Korane, and she is an associate professor in Government Engineering College. My topic is stabilization of BC soil in chemical by using chemical and fly ash. Abstract.
Mr. Dhananjay, you are not audible.
Sorry, there is connection problem, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes.
There is connection problem, sir. Hello.
Yes. Ma'am, next presentation, please. I think there is a lot of network issue from that side. I think Mr. Dhananjay.
Hello, sir. We cannot hear you. Hello.
Jojo, shall we move to next presentation?
Okay. Last call to study of leaching pollutants in agricultural subsoil by dumping of solid waste. Kamal Nab Tripathi. All right, thank you so much. I can see your screen, but I cannot hear you. Hello?
Hello.
All right, go ahead. Proceed, please.
Okay, ma'am. My name is Kamal Nath Tripathi, and my guide name is Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula and co-author Mr. Muhammad Afaq Khan. And my current topic is today's study of leaching pollutants in agricultural subsoil
Sir?
by dumping solid waste.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Please have one of your device on mute because we are receiving feedbacks. Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Yes, that's better. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, one minute, ma'am, please. 1 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 minute, please. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hello.
Go ahead, sir.
Hello.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Mr. Muhammad Afaq Khan is a co-author in that current paper, and my guide is Mr. Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula. He is very eminent personality and very creative person, and he is very active, and many research paper published in national and international journals. Prox 122 technical research papers published in Web Science and Scopus indexed.
Sir, please proceed to the presentation proper.
Now, abstract around the world, agriculture has been considered as an important part of economic development. It is a requisite of an agenda for raising the global issue of 21st century. The increase in population growth has led to the rapid growth of urban development and industrial development in various countries across the world, and a huge quantity of harmful toxic compounds to affect the environmental qualities as well as life of ecological functions. And the solid waste contains harmful pollutants which causes very harmful results to humans and in current study aimed at evaluating the effect of leaching pollutant of solid waste on agricultural subsoil quality. Now, introduction. From thousands of years ago, agriculture is part of human existence. All over the world, agriculture is considered as the major economic part of for the development of human and society. It is a very important thing. The basic existence of humankind is on agriculture. The agriculture provides the continuous development of the national economy and development of human society. The significance of the relationship between soil pollution and agriculture production was not established earlier. Approximately 135.6 crores of population of India is dependent on agriculture. As the population is increasing day by day, the production and efficiency of agriculture is also increasing according to the demand. And in order to fulfill requirement of the demand, more chemical fertilizers, pesticides, and other chemicals to use our farmers for the growth of proper crops and growth of these plants. Now, this is the structure of earth crust of the upper layer. That is the here R for red rock and C for parent material, B for subsoil, E for evaluated horizon, and O for human or organic topsoil. Major part, that is the topsoil of the earth crust. It is very useful for crop production, and the solid waste is to be dumped on upper layer of the earth crust. Now, here cross-sectional of earth, upper layer of the earth is to be represented here. That is the pesticides storage, that is the solid waste dumped here, and therefore after dumped to be decomposes, therefore leaching process is to be done, and the harmful toxic compounds to be leached and the contaminate our upper layer of the earth crust. And these upper layer of the earth crust to be used for the crop production, and therefore it is very complicated for the food production, crop productions for agriculturists. Here, which is a huge quantity of solid waste to be dumped here, and it is a combined way, that is the plastic waste, inorganic, organic waste, different ways to be dumped on that here side, and it is very complicated for leaching process, and agricultural subsoil to be contaminated here. Leaching is the process when contaminated water percolates deep in soil, which has extracted, dissolved, and suspended materials from solid waste due to excessive moisture or excessive availability of water. And this liquid is known as leachates. And some points to be raised here after dumped the solid waste on earth crust, upper layer of the earth crust, therefore the reduces soil fertility because of the leachates, loss in soil nutrients, reduces crop yield, and imbalance in soil flora and fauna. Now in current study, some literature review here. Like first one is the Karti Simes and Juha Kamari. In that paper, to study about availability of model for herbicide fat simulation for Finnish conditions. And, second one is the Townsend L 2030 document discussed basic leaching tests for waste material, and so on. Many more literature review. Like next one is the radial till 2012. In Andhra Pradesh, found following measures could be taken in order to control groundwater sweep cultivation. And next one is the Farid Ansari Torikatal Seniors till 2015. They have presented two different dimensional models for linking, cutting, Badel's strategies produces the most accurate results for both models. Now, which is here composition of solid waste in Lucknow city, which is taken a site that particular paper. Organic matter, which is 47%, and mixed waste and drain still and street sweeps, that is 20%. Construction debris, that is the 16%, and recyclable waste like paper, rubber, synthetics, glass, metals is up to 17%. Now, excess use of water for irrigation purpose. Now, agriculturists or farmer to be used a huge quantity or large quantity of the irrigational water in for our crop production. Therefore, irrigation water contains dissolved salts, and dry climates, much of the water evaporates, leaving its salts such as sodium chloride, salinization, which can damage plant and eventually kill the crop and render the land useless for agriculture. And another problem that is the water logging. These occur when large amount of water is used to leach the salts deeper into the soil. Here arises that is during the leaching in soil, the soluble waste chemical reaches the underground surface, which pollutes the underground surface and underground water. The subsoil also contains the harmful chemical, due to which it loses its fertility. In this study, we will determine the effect of municipal solid waste of agricultural soil. Next, continued. Leaching in agricultural subsoil is very harmful for the fertility of the soil. Important nutrients are lost from topsoil in the leaching, and harmful chemicals are percolates during precipitations. Now, some results which is seen here, that is the some parameters of the soil, like basic 2 or 3 parameters which is taken here. That is the pH, moisture content, electrical conductivity for different samples. And some conclusions which is here. First one, awareness among the farmers on soil issues, causes and prevention of soil fertility should be done. Proper management for the disposal of solid waste should be adopted. Land filling should be likely more in practice in every city outskirt. Municipal corporations should prepare proper management for treating and recycling of waste rather than dumping the waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any question?
Yeah, Mr. Kamal, can you please justify your topic with the help of any case study or the live example?
Yes, sir. Now in first slide, that is my topic is to study of leaching pollutants in agricultural subsoil by dumping of solid waste. Here now a very problematic condition in our country and worldwide. Big quantity of the solid waste to be produces worldwide. Therefore, it is digested and it is managed in very simple way, but the dump of the solid waste is to be anyway. Therefore, the leachates to be leaching and the pollute our upper layer of the soil subsoil, and the fertility of that subsoil to be decreases, and it is very important for the protection. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much. And let me call on our next. Thank you so much for that presentation. Let me call on our next presenter. Study and analysis of bamboo reinforced concrete structures. Author, Noor Khan. Co-author, Kamal Nab Tripathi. Second call to study and analysis of bamboo reinforced concrete structures, rather. Author Noor Khan and co-author Mr. Kamal Nab Tripathi. Noor Khan. Right, let me call on our next paper, Utilization and Valorization of Waste Products in Concrete Construction. Author Navneet Singh, co-author Shubhranshu Jiswal.
Thank you, ma'am. A very good evening, a very good afternoon, everyone.
Have it on presentation mode, please. Thank you.
Actually, I'm not sharing the screen. This is someone else's screen. Thank you. Wait.
All right, perfect. I can see now your screen. Have it on presentation mode, please.
So,
thank you. Proceed.
Our topic is a review on utilization and valorization of waste products in concrete construction. Myself, Navneet Singh, I am the author of this project. I am pursuing my bachelor's in civil engineering from Babu Banarasi Das University. My co-authors in this topic are Adarsh Kumar, Vaibhav Roshan, and Abhinav Rathore. This review has been done under the guidance of Shubhranshu Jaiswal. He is the assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering of BBD University. This is the abstract. To summarize it, our review is basically based on valorization of waste materials in concrete construction without affecting the properties of conventional concrete. Moving on to our main topic, as we all know, in the recent times, the increase in waste generation is massive all around the world. According to Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, from 75% recyclable waste, only 32% is recycled. That's why many researchers are focused on utilizing waste material in different fields. In our topic, we have chosen concrete for our area of research as it is most widely used material in construction due to low cost of production. We have selected 4 waste products for partial replacement of materials that are used in concrete. The first one of them is microsilica. It is also known as silica fume. It is produced in the electric arc furnace, which you can see on the top right side of the screen. It is produced in the electric arc furnace as a byproduct of silicon and ferrosilicon alloy. Microsilica can be used as a partial replacement for cement, which increases the properties of concrete and also reduces the alkali silica reaction in concrete. The second material we used is marble dust. Marble dust is a byproduct which is obtained by the extraction and production of marble. It can be used as a partial replacement for cement or as a fine aggregate. Glass is another waste material that is produced in large quantities and it is difficult to estimate. It is known that most of the waste glass is recycled into new glass. However, not all of the waste glass is used for the production of new glass, so the remaining waste glass that are not used in recycling can be turned into fine powder and can be used as a fine aggregate in concrete. The last material we used is concrete debris. It is obtained from the construction and demolished debris, which is generated from the demolished concrete structures. Good quality of concrete debris can be used as a recycled concrete aggregate in place of coarse aggregate. From our review, we have concluded that using waste material can reduce the cost of production as these are available for free of cost. In many researches, it is shown that over the age of curing, using glass as fine aggregate resulted decrease in the strength of concrete due to alkali silica reaction. So to control the alkali silica reaction, we have used microsilica as a partial replacement in cement. Use of marble dust showed positive increase in the strength of concrete in most of the researches. It was observed that 10% replacement of marble dust in place of cement gives the best result in the gain of strength in concrete. Replacement of coarse aggregate by recycled concrete aggregate is subjected to the quality of the concrete debris. Good quality of concrete of recycled concrete aggregate can even replace 100% of coarse aggregate that is used in the production of concrete. The review was done based on the researches of the following persons. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
In the last line.
Thank you so much.
Navneet,
Oh,
yes,
go
sir.
ahead.
In your conclusion,
Yes,
come
sir.
to the very last line of your conclusion.
Yes, sir.
It says that recycled aggregate waste can be used to replace 100% coarse aggregate if the quality of recycled aggregate is good. Can you show me any paper or any reference of this conclusion you have made?
Yes,
that
sir.
you can replace 100%. You can use 100% recycled or demolished concrete.
Um, 1 minute, sir. So, sir, a research conducted by Mirzana Melese L in 2010, they replaced the coarse aggregate with recycled coarse aggregate at 0%, 50%, and 100%. And in their research, they found that if the quality of the recycled concrete aggregate is almost equal to the natural aggregate, then we can use it in a 100% replacement for the coarse aggregate.
So what test did they perform?
Sir, they performed the
Okay, Navneet. Thank you.
Thank you. I noticed that yeah, he was sharing his screen earlier. Calling back study and analysis of bamboo reinforced concrete structures. Noor Khan. Hello.
Ma'am, please wait 2 minutes.
Right, next. A review. Hello. All right, next. A review of amendment of geotechnical properties with the help of various amenders, such Yes, you will be allowed, sir, but only you could have tell me. I cannot hear you. Hello? Everyone, please, if you are called, you can just unmute yourself and tell me that you are there. We're calling now the next presenter, a review of amendment of geotechnical properties with the help of various amenders, such as red mud and fly ash. Author Sheikh Abu Amar and co-author Ankit Verma. Second call to a review of amendment of geotechnical properties with the help of various amenders such as red mud and fly ash. Author Sheikh Abu Amar and co-author Ankit Verma. All right, next paper is research on heavy metal pollution of river Ganga. A review. Author Shivendra Pratap Singh.
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you. Go ahead and share your screen, please. Have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible right now?
Yes, it is. Have it on presentation mode. Thank you.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you. So, ma'am, I'll start with introducing myself again. I'm Shivendra Pratap Singh. I'm the co-author of this project, Research on Heavy Metal Pollution of River Ganga. Is Dr. Om Prakash Nechola and Mr. Faraz Khan. So, proceeding with the biography of the project, Om Prakash Nechola is currently working as an HOD in Civil Engineering Department of Babu Banarasi Das University and is actively involved in computational experimental research work. And as of Mr. Faraz Khan, he's working as an assistant professor in Department of Engineering at BBD University as well. He has completed his BTech and MTech at Integral University, Lucknow, and has an experience of more than 7 years. So starting with the abstract of the project, the people of India consider the river Ganga as a sacred place. Its importance has been acknowledged by various scientific and academic institutions. However, its use has been questioned due to the increasing number of anthropogenic activities, and the pollution of river Ganga has been identified as one of the most significant factors. The description of the project, excuse me. What is most crucial resource that what is most crucial resource that humans need to sustain life on Earth? In India, the river Ganga is the main source of water for the country. To be frank, it provides about 25% of the country's water resources, and it's the 6th longest river, and its basin is largely populated by people from various countries such as India, Nepal, and Bangladesh. As I have shown in the diagram, it's the map of the Gangotri Glacier from where Ganga originates. Moving on, in the current day, waterway contamination is a genuine and arising issue in most non-industrial nations. Because of fast industrialization, there has been an increment in the measure of emanating being arranged to regular water bodies. Mechanical effluents and sewage entering the water bodies are one of the great wellsprings of natural harmfulness, which implies that seagoing biota and disintegrates water quality. Substantial metal contamination can be considerably more major issue than it can be because it can be corrupted by normal cycles and preserved in soil and residue from where they are delivered steadily into the water bodies like a sink. Accompanying audit article presents the discoveries of water completed by different specialists in the past on the substantial metal contamination of waterway Ganga. Here are a few sources of heavy metal which play a major part in polluting the river. Few examples are arsenic, cadmium, copper, mercury, and zinc. Now we can discuss about the effect of the heavy metal, which we can see in day-to-day life. Like lead, chromium, and cadmium are not promptly degradable in nature and collect in the creature just as human to an extremely high poisonous, some prompting unfortunate impact past specific breaking points. These metals has no known organic capacity, yet are harmful components. As we know, it is a major issue, so it needs to be sorted. And here are few strategies which we can use to improve the pollution of River Ganga. The first is administrative guidelines for outflow and release from various businesses ought to be served. Customary and efficient observing and severe law execution are needed to accomplish reasonable ways for upgrading the water quality. Mindfulness ought to be raised among ordinary citizens, and the public authority should diagram an arrangement or methodology to executively overview the Ganga to recognize and determine the well springs of contamination. Now here is an example in 1996 about a Ganga action plan, and there are many more projects like this. So the conclusion of the project is that a few investigations of heavy metal contamination show that the degree of heavy metal in stream Ganga and residue are far over the OK fixations. Henceforth, it is vital that that means be taken to limit metallurgical profillant load saved into the stream Ganga. Audit recommended that different well springs of heavy metal in the water and residue of the waterway Ganga ought to be firmly checked. Improvement of conditions and mechanical emanating and homegrown sewage release are ought to be diminished. Now, here is the appendix and contains about the Ganga action plan. That is the critical goal of the GAP. It was not to further develop the water quality by diminishing the contamination load before it arrived at streaming waterway Ganga. It plays a lot of vital role that the gap guarantees that the waterway the water quality is raised to the principle as indicated by CPCB. Ganga action plan in any case have had little achievement in gathering proposed goals. Here are the references for the project, and that's all now.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Yeah, Mr. Shivind.
Yes, sir.
Can you please justify or explain what is here the heavy metal pollution regarding water pollution?
So, first of all, good afternoon, sir. So, as for with the answer, as you know, the river Ganga is polluted by many reasons like industrial waste and all. So, it is very necessary to clean it because most of the water which we use on a daily basis come or in a indirect or direct way is originated from the river Ganga. So, like here, I have prepared this journal just to explain that heavy metal plays an important role and needs to be removed as soon as possible.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Shivind.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. And thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you.
And let's proceed with our next presenter. Land Value Capture Finance Framework in India, a comparative review of TUD policies measures. Author Sahil Singh Kapoor and co-author Dr. Tejwant Singh Brar. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Good afternoon. I hope my slide is visible.
Yes, it is. I can see it. Proceed.
So the title of my presentation is Land Value Capture Finance Framework in India. So it will be carrying out a comparative review of national level TOD policy measures in Indian context. So I'm currently working as an assistant professor in MBS College in Dwarka in Delhi. Fine. So I'm by profession, I'm an experienced architect and urban practitioner, and I have more than 8 years of diverse industry as well as academic experience. Currently, I'm pursuing my PhD in architecture from Sushant School of Art and Architecture on the topic transit-oriented development. And I hold a BRCT degree as well as a MTech degree in urban development and management from Terry University, Delhi. So my guy, Dr. Barad is working as professor at Sushant School of Art and Architecture, and he holds PhD in architecture from IIT Roorkee. So several Indian metropolitan cities are aiming to adopt TOD in one way or another to reverse ongoing trend of automobile-oriented urbanization. This study basically aims to influence land value capture mechanism, which is based on four factors which are favorable macro and micro design conditions, encouraging regulatory and institutional framework. Lastly, thereafter considering transit technologies, expertise, as well as adapting to local market conditions. So on the basis of these four factors, I would be comparing 3 Indian national level TOD policies. This study aims to propose a conceptual assessment framework with a value capture strategy through the integration of land use with public transport like MRTS for transit funding. So we all know that TOD works on a policy-based concept which needs to be flexible, and it needs to be customized as per the requirements of the city, even at local level to reap accessibility benefits as well as uplift economic agglomeration and have maximum economic benefits of public transport investment. However, land value capture is the only way to increase economic value of land near to the transit areas. So as per World Urbanization Prospects 2018 report, India as a low-income, middle-income country in Southern Asia would be doubling its urban dwellers population between 2018 till 2050. Like many cities across the globe, Indian cities are also willing to develop transport corridors, especially transit corridors, which will serve as lifelines of the city. Thereafter, enhancing mobility embraces the city to achieve long-term sustainability as well as improve its livability and develop and deal with the typical urban related challenges like housing shortage, traffic congestion, and other related challenges. And one such way to minimize these challenges is to integrate land use with transport integration. So basically, after doing this study, it has been observed that FAR, which is currently FAR means floor area ratio for central business districts as well as other areas in Delhi, is still much lower. It is only 1.5, and if we compare it with other denser cities of the world like New York, which has 15 higher FAR, Tokyo, which has 20 FAR, Japan, and Hong Kong, Singapore, which have FAR of more than 12. So still we need to opt for higher densification, although it is based on area analysis. Unlike for property tax or fee-based instruments, which can develop land value capture and can trigger an increase in land value near to the transit station areas through the regulatory framework such as higher FAR to have more densification, selling development rights, making land readjustments, which is also known as land pooling. In Indian context, redeveloping of land around station areas for higher densification, as well as all these benefits aim to ensure higher transit ridership and long-term sustainable revenues. By having a mix of different land use, like for commercial buildings, residential buildings, recreational areas, as well as other institutional buildings. So the need of the study is that even in countries like US, we haven't failed to develop a complete framework to facilitate integration of land use and planning with transportation to raise transit funding. So yes, in Indian context, we should aim to have a comprehensive framework to raise transit funding. It is anticipated that once entire MRTS network in Delhi is operational, so nearly 60% of all the urbanized area in Delhi will be reachable within 15 minutes from the metro stations. Moreover, the recently introduced smart city missions in the year 2015 is also looking forward to integrate and ameliorate quality of life in Indian cities by establishing potential interrelationship among urban planning, finance, and governance. We basically to have a more intersectoral approach. So the objective of the study is to review 3 national level TOD policies, which are National TOD Policy 2017 by Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs, Delhi Transit Oriented Policy, which was the first policy in Indian context, and Metro Rail Policy 2017. All these 3 are national level government transit based policies and aim to guide and catalyze development in several Indian states which have already come up with transit system or are willing to adopt transit systems. By doing so, it will determine new innovative funding opportunities which can be availed to implement and integrate lack of land use and transit planning mechanism and propose and devise a very specific and comprehensive land value capture strategy with lack of clear framework for Indian cities. So land value capture has been an idea which has been advocated by David and has been developed further by Henry George in the year 1879 onwards to internalize and capture positive externalities related to land value capture, such as investment in public transport and infrastructure development. It does so by changing land use regulations as well as reap benefits of landowners' investment and population growth. So LVC is basically an area-based value capture mechanism which aims to delineate area of influence of land appreciation as an outcome of infrastructure development. And while most of the LVC projects should be located close to transit stations to capture both land value appreciation as well as propose future developments or future buildings. So these are the 4 factors on the basis of which the 3 policies are aimed to be compared. So macro factors basically look forward at how flexible zoning codes are and related building design parameters, urban design parameters. Also, what is the potential of re-densification in low density areas and as well as potential of retrofitting in developed areas. Then to look at micro urban design elements such as providing pedestrian and bicycle access routes, parking facilities near to transit stations, availability of pedestrian friendly street in furniture. Thereafter we come to regulatory and institutional factors which basically look forward to have affordable housing with additional FAR to better integrate economically weaker sections close to TOD areas. Then we should have higher FAR with changes in zoning regulations. Also provision of mixed use development and support of central and state agencies to municipalities and development authorities for TOD implementation. The third factor is transit technology advancement. So we need to have intermodal connectivity as well as multimodal connectivity. So connect MRTS with other public transport modes. Then we can have some IPT, which is intermediate public transport system, smart city applications, and Internet of Things related services. Lastly, favorable local market conditions and socioeconomic conditions. So we should opt for public-private partnership models. We should have transit supportive commercial densities close to transit station areas and high number of retail establishments along with job opportunities. So this is the result of the 3 policies which have been compared. So yes, National TOD policy focuses on pedestrian and cyclist users. Similarly, the Delhi TOD policy focuses on mixed use areas, and there is a provision to densify development by increasing FAR close to metro station areas. However, Metro Rail Policy 2017 does not talk about FAR provision as well as adoption of TOD principles. Thereafter, we come to the regulatory institutional support. So we can see that National TOD policy favors again increase in FAR. It It also favors that there should be investment by both private and public agencies to come up with reliable PPP models, and 30% of the FAR can be reserved for affordable housing. Similarly, Delhi TOD also emphasizes to increase FAR for underutilized areas. However, Metro Rail TOD policy does not mention anything about FAR provision. Then we come to third factor, which is transit technology advancements. So yes, both national TOD policy as well as Delhi TOD policy talks about multimodal integration as well as universal accessibility. They also talk about barrier-free public spaces. However, Metro Rail policy 2017 only briefly talks about multimodal integration of public transit systems with surrounding land use. Thereafter, the fourth factor is local market conditions and socioeconomic conditions. So yes, both national TOD policy only talks about a PPP model and to launch awareness about TOD programs. However, Delhi TOD policy talks about private development to cross-subsidize public transport and affordable housing. And Metro Rail policy 2017 also briefly touches upon PPP model. However, they don't go much into detail, and it is just at a very broad level. So yes, identify drawbacks of land value capture mechanism not explored. So national TOD policy does not fully explore innovative finance mechanisms such as additional land use value tax, infrastructure development charges, as well as TDRs, transfer development rights, which have been in use in the Western world. Then Delhi TOD policy does not fully explore land pooling and TDR potential, and just briefly talks about them. Then Metro Rail TOD policy does not consider provision of land pooling and TDRs as innovative land value capture mechanism too. So in conclusion, we see that all the three policies compared above are efficient to blend different land uses like residential, commercial, as well as institutional. However, transit supportive land use requires effective coordination among local municipalities as well as transit companies to allow physical integration of transit station facilities with surrounding private properties and neighborhood development. So in case of Delhi, the responsibility of TOD policies and projects are more complicated as there are three parastatal bodies involved. We have DDA, we have DMRC, Delhi Metro Rail Corporation, as well as National Capital Region Board functions, and they often functions their functions often overlap, and all are under MOH, which is Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. So there should be a dedicated authority to look into TOD projects. In Indian context, coordinated urban planning policies with TOD strategies will act as a major factor to optimize valuable land which immediately surrounds transit station areas as well as corridor to make them more walkable through urban development, as well as have mix of different land uses such as affordable housing, shops, offices, and other public amenities. The way forward is to opt for form-based building codes, which are flexible zoning codes, which will allow TOD-based development to occur in consensus with community vision. Also, FPCs are a place-based new urban design tools, which can be opted into municipal and building bylaws to address TOD-based of development and address pedestrian-friendly design guidelines close to transit station areas. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Singh, I think your paper is all about a basic comparison between three TOD policies regarding with different parameters, I think. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Well.
Thank you so much. Any other questions? Thank you so much for that presentation. And let's move on to our next presenter. Infusion of zero acreage farming or Z farming on urban stock in pooling sustainable development goals, a key for favorable environment impact. Author Varsha Verma.
Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm there.
Hi. Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen and have it on presentation mode. You may proceed.
Ma'am, is my screen available?
Yes, it is. Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon, dear all. My topic for the today's research is the infusion of zero acreage farming on urban stock in pulling sustainable development goals, a key for favorable environmental impact. Myself, Varsha Verma, Assistant Professor at School of Architecture and Planning, Babu Banarasi Das University. I have 12 years of academic teaching experience and working on various projects of conservation and sustainable building. Furthermore, I am working for the research areas in different fields of architecture and planning also. Moving on to the abstract of our topic, the main focus and the main emphasis of the research is on about the brisk urbanization that is been a very hot topic for today's scenario. The brisk urbanization has led us for more use of resources and thereby depleting the resource and polluting our Mother Earth. Although the economic growth is our basic need, but it is very important that environment destruction should be avoided, which is not being at all focused upon. The sustainable development can be one of the main tools to balance the economic growth with the environment and social growth also. So the sustainable development can steer us for the same by balancing the economic needs with environment and social needs also. The keeping in mind about the sustainability, the United Nations Development has called an universal protection act for our planet to achieve the sustainable goals. That were the 17 sustainable goals were being pointed upon, which addresses upon the climate changes and ensures environmental sustainability, thereby equating the economic, environment and social growth. So there has been done some experiments to accomplish these problems of economic growth, environmental sustainability, and social growth with accomplishing these 17 sustainable goals that were floated by the United Nations. So the sustainable goals can be achieved by somehow by the tool proved to be an apparatus in accomplishing these sustainable goals of sustainability up to some measures. The diffusion of urban farming will reflect a rich awareness of how the food and farming can accelerate in sustainable development goals and make a transition towards more sustainable, resilient, and efficient use of urban spaces. The concept will also contribute to provide specific building related challenges, technical restraints, and regulatory framework through the discussions on opportunities and challenges of using urban building stock instead of vacant farmlands for farming. Coming to our next slide, the main question is that what is the problem all about? That why do we need such zero acreage farming? Why do we need these topics? The urbanization has depleted our resources so much. The agglomeration has been directly proportional to the resource depletion, and specific environment concerns have been watched, proving global warming, deforestations, which have decreased the entire biodiversity of our planet. Pollution of the Mother Earth, poverty, hunger, environment degradations. These are the problems that are being suffered continuously from the last years. Poverty, hunger, poor education, quality, unfresh water, poor sanitation, unemployment, biodiversity are the major resultant of the problems that have been occurred. So to solve the problems, we just try to find the problems, how to achieve these problems, how to solve these problems. Then in our mind we come to the concept of sustainability, how we can balance the economic growth with the social and environment need, and to avoid these problems of poverty, hunger, unemployment, and biodiversity. The sustainable development goal works for these problems. It comes for focusing upon the poverty, zero hunger, good wealth and well-being, quality education, gender equality, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work, economic growth, industrial innovations, then reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, responsible consumptions and productions, climate actions, life below water, life on land, peace, justice, and strong institutions, and partnership for the goal. These are the 17 goals that is a blueprint to achieve better and more sustainable future for people and world by the 2030. But still the question remains the same, then how to achieve these. So there can be some tool that can help us to attain these sustainable goals. So a small act of has been done to some trials have been some, it is a type of experiment to achieve these sustainable goals and how we can attain sustainability and save our environment from depletion. The answer to the problem is a small tool, that is a zero acreage farming. It can help in acquiring these problems and concising the problem. The zero acreage farming or the Z farming is a new concept of growing food without using any additional land or acreage, therefore reassessing the power to sustain unused urban spaces, vacant buildings and rooftops. Apart from our agriculture lands and farming, that is traditional farming, we can also use our unsustained and unused urban spaces, vacant buildings and rooftops of the urban building stocks to use them as a farming as a main tool and encompassing it in the open air, rooftops, farms, greenhouses, productive facades, indoor farming in and existing on newly built farmers, urban structures, hence redefining the vast potential of unused spaces. The concept will prove to be an interesting system to mainly transform our world into a sustainable and a resilient path by achieving sustainability, accomplishing 17 sustainable goals, and balancing the EEC. EEC means we can balance it by economic sustainability, environment sustainability, and the social sustainability. Then Z farming can be a way for farming that does not uses additional land but exploits and redefines the vast potential of unused urban space, such as vacant buildings and rooftops, etc. These are the types of farming: commercial farming, image-oriented farming, social and education farming, farming of urban living quality, and farming as innovations. These can be the typologies how we can cover up the farming of zero acreage farmings. These are the some benefits and potentials towards sustainability, as the zero acreage farming can lead us to the potentials towards sustainability. It can help us in healthy environment. It can help us in providing social values and equity, economic profitability also, because we can very well understand that agglomeration is directly proportional to resource depletion. If our population will increase, our resource depletion will also increase, resulting in environmental concerns a lot, global warming in a huge percentage, deforestation and decreased biodiversity, which is a great concern. If we put upon the this new concept of urban farming in our urban stock, in our urban buildings and facades, what are the advantages that we can cover up are as follows. We can reduce the stormwater runoff, because it will also increase the subsurface of filtration as a result of rising the groundwater table, which will environmentally protect us and help us a lot for achieving sustainability. Then it can reduce the overall carbon emission of the region due to reduced transportation distance of the food products. An attractive means of supplying food, it can also prove to be an attractive means of supplying food to the urbanities by tiling strategies for hunger reduction, poverty improvements, and generating employments for lakhs of unemployed people. It can also help to store carbon by acting as a sink and using it to form oxygen, because the plant has the capability of storing the carbon dioxide and releasing the oxygen in turn to the environment. So thereby it can reduce the impact of pollution throughout the city. Then preserving the green spaces will also help us in building community cohesions, which would be a huge contribution done by the urban farming towards the community. So these are the some vast potentials which can help us in achieving the sustainability. But still, actually, some of the topics or the some of the problems have the constraints also. So the some constraints of the topic is that the accessibility of the land is very great problem, because land is available but accessibility is the more problem rather than availability. The land is available to the city, but it is not accessible to the farmers because of the political or social or may any another whatsoever the reason might be. The longer distance of the farmer are not able to habitat, transport, and convince because of the high cost piece of land and which can be rented. The access to the land might also be prevented due to inappropriate land distributions, resistance to the farming in cities, legislations that can prove the ZETS farming as an illegal land use also. Then similarly, usability, availability, and lack of awareness is the major factor which is can be said as a constraint. Large constraint is the lack of awareness among the people, among the urban farming policies, lack of awareness about the social, economic, and environmental roles also, lack of clear government responsibilities for various aspects of agriculture, lack of resources and financial support, land of accessibility and tenure of the problems are the key problem. The lack of credit financing programs, opportunities, and technical supports are some of the constraints that prevent us from the process. The actual role of the planners and the architects come here in the role. If we donate some concept of urban farming into the plans of the cities and into the buildings, so I think we can achieve the sustainability much easier, and we can also achieve the sustainable goals up to some extent. The primary focus of the planner and architect is administrating the municipal plan. So the architects and planners can administer the municipal plans, local plan, and community plan to give significant review about Z farming. They can focus about Z farming in their land use plans also. Land use plans and the zoning plans are the very important plans that describe our land use plan. If we implement the Z farming as a land use plan, then it can be a better way for promoting Z farming in an efficient way. Planner can create local and regional policies also that can regulate the urban farming. The urban planner can balance the planned intentions for the city and survival of the poor too. These are some proposals and recommendations: changing the organization and resource of the Planning Institute. If we reallocate the responsibilities and clarify jurisdiction over the urban farming, we can positively achieve the process. The providing resources for the programs and enforcement using policy and demonstrations for urban designs, financing through credits and loans to the farmers, changing the policy framework. Policy framework in the turn means key. It is very important for the planners and architects to change the land use plan and incorporate the Z farming as one of the land use inside the master plan of every city. Bylaws that favorable zonings and bylaws that allow the urban farming while specifying the restrictions are commonly suggested as a means to permit and control by the local governments. Education of the public on urban agriculture benefit is one of the recommendation that can be done. Education provisions of urban farming may benefit from being linked to the urban farming campaigns about the urban issues, which are the best awareness programs that can be carried out. Awareness program can one of the very important tool in achieving these values. These are the list of various crops that can be cultivated in the recreational zones, in the facades, on the horizontal land which has been left, on the rooftops, on the vertical unused spaces, horizontal unused spaces, etc. The overall conclusion of the research says that agriculture can be a gambling element with the climate, and which can suit the fluctuations in productions and productivity in the rural areas too. Understanding these lacunas would suggest urban farming as a major solution towards sustainability. Achieving sustainable development goals through the urban farming is the major motive of the study. How we can achieve these sustainable development goals that are the global goals working upon achieving sustainability. One of the small tool or equipment can help us in achieving the same. That is the Z farming. The vacant and the abundant lands in the urban areas can be utilized for agriculture through allotting lands even to the poor and even to the slum areas and interested farmers. In turn, we can help them to earn their livelihood. The urban green waste can be used as a manure. Wastewater from the kitchen and laboratories can be used for irrigation. Biodegradable waste can be used for composting. So this naturally we can achieve these agenda to complete our main concept. Reduction in plastic pollution can one of the main conclusion due to recycling and reuse of waste, Indian farmers, plastic containers, reductions in air pollutions and reduction in water pollution, etc. Thus, urban agriculture is making a great justice to environment in the era of climate and change, where urban areas are highly resilient. A healthy environment benefits efficient utilization of urban land, socio-economic balance. These are the major benefits which can be gambled out with the climate. These are my references which I have taken. That's all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Any questions?
Yes, Varsha ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yes, a very nice and good presentation we have.
Yes.
And, thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that presentation. And let's proceed with our next paper, Structural Design of Raft Foundations, a Sustainable Option for G10 High-Rise Buildings in Alluvial Region, a case study in Uttar Pradesh region, India. Author Devesh Oja and co-author Professor Rajendra Kumar Srivastava.
Yes, ma'am, I'm sharing my screen.
Go ahead, please. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is. Have it on presentation mode. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, a very good afternoon to everyone present here. So the topic of my study is structural design of route foundation, a sustainable option for G+10 high-rise building in alluvial region. This paper is basically a case study in Uttar Pradesh region, which is in India. And my guide who has supported me in this study is Dr. R.K. Srivastava, who is a retired engineer-in-chief, UP PWD department. So why we are moving towards a high-rise building? These are some of the points why we are moving towards a vertical expansion. So some of the reason that I have listed over here, I will read it out for you all. So the first is scarcity of land in urban areas, increasing demand for business and residential space, economic growth, technological advancement, innovation and structural system, desire for aesthetic in urban settings, concept of city skylines, cultural significance and prestige, human aspiration to build higher. Because of all these reasons, we are moving towards a high-rise building. And one of the most important reason is our increasing population of our country. So in this, what I have done, this paper is basically a design of route foundation, in which I have shown that how route foundation can be a sustainable option, for especially in Uttar Pradesh region where we found alluvial soil. So this route foundation has been designed for G+10 high-rise building in alluvial region. The route foundation has been used for economical consideration. We can also use combined pile route foundation, but it won't be much economical, as the soil conditions are preferable for route foundation in Uttar Pradesh region. So in this column load section, justification has been given. I'll show you the justification that has been given for the column loads that are coming on the raft. So as we all know that raft foundation is a type of combined footing. In this, the entire area under the structure is provided as one rigid body supporting several columns. In this, the total allowable bearing stress has been taken as, I have taken the total allowable bearing stress as 100 kilonewtons for alluvial soil. And with this bearing capacity of the soil, I have designed the raft. Since the column has high axial load, if spread footing are used, it will require large not practical and economical. So in this condition, we prefer using raft foundation. So verification of this has been done. We have also designed an individual footing for some of the columns, and we have said if we are using individual footings under every columns, then that will be not economical. That's why we have provided raft foundation for the entire columns. These are some of the foundation design parameters that we have used: the strength of concrete, yield strength of steel, live load factor, dead load factor, allowable bearing stress, soil unit weight, concrete unit weight. All these parameters we have considered for the design. These are some geotechnical properties that we have used for the design purposes, like compaction test, maximum direct density, optimum moisture content, cohesion, angle of internal friction. All these geotechnical properties we have used for the design. Now this is the raft picture that shows the layout of the raft. It is an unsymmetrical raft that you can see here, and distance between the two columns are 6 meters in vertical as well as in X as well as in Y direction. So a design of unsymmetrical raft has been done, where we will find out the eccentricity that is there in raft and what are the different loads that are coming on the raft. As you can see, we have calculated the total area of the raft under raft foundation. The total area that is coming under the raft foundation is around 40 meters square. Then loads on the column and raft. These are some of the values that we have considered to determine different loads that are coming on the different columns. That I'll show you further in my coming slides. So what we have done, we have given notations to different columns. As you can see, the red square box, these are indicating the columns. The columns which are taking similar load, same quantity of load has been designated in a similar way. Like you can see all the 4 columns which are on the corner of the raft, they are designated by the term C1. And these columns that are given notation as C2, they are taking similar type of load. Then you can see in the center, the columns are given notation as C5. These are 4 columns are taking same kind of load. So the columns which are getting same type of loads have been designated, or notation has been given. Same notation has been given to all those columns. So first we have calculated the general dead load stress. That is, as we have assumed the dead load, live load that is going to come on it, and then we have multiplied it by number of loads. So we have obtained the general dead load stress and general live load stress. Then for determining the loads on different columns, we have obtained different loads, and axial dead load is equals to stress per unit area, that is in kilonewton per meter square, into turbidity area. What is this turbidity area? That I will explain you in the further slide. So in column type 1 that I showed you in my previous slide, that we have given different notation to the column. Calculated the axial unfactored dead load for column type 1, and axial unfactored live load. All different loads have been calculated for column type 1 with the help of turbidity area. Similarly, we type 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have basically divided the entire raft, the total columns that are supported on the raft. We have designated all the columns in 5 types on the basis of different types of different quantity of load that is coming on the column. So as you can see here, maximum load that is coming on column type C2. So we will design it for this. So this is a picture that shows columns load that has been taken with the help of SAFE software. So as you can see, this center path, which you can see is a darker blue color. So all the columns that are lying within this area will take similar kind of load. So similarly, the columns that are lying in this area, that is a lighter blue color area, the columns which will lie in this area will get similar quantity of load. The columns which are lying will get the similar type of load. Now coming to the point why. So we designed it for a indivisible footing. So as you can see, when we designed indivisible footing under a particular column, that the area of the footing was coming very large. As you can see here, the area of the footing, the length and the width of the footing was 8 meter by 8 meter. As the area is very big, that must be excavated under one column, so the raft foundation will be more economical and efficient. So excavation, we have to excavate more since the area is large, and the footings will be overlap each other, and more than 50% of the area will be occupied by footings. That way it will be more economical if we will provide raft foundation in this case. So these are the different critical sections that you can see over here. The columns which are in H, you can see these columns which are in H that I showed you in the layout. So these are the critical sections for the columns which are lying at the edge of the mat. And the columns which are lying at the corner of the mat, these are the critical sections that you can see over here. So turbidity area, I was talking about the area. So with the help of these critical sections only, we determine the turbidity area. What is the load distribution of these columns? What is the area in which the load distribution of these columns will take place on the raft? That is called turbidity area. And for interior columns, you can see this all are the critical section for punching here. So in this figure, we have shown the column total service load, how much service load is coming on each of the columns, as you can see over here in this. And since it is a unsymmetrical raft, this much of eccentricity is there, and this eccentricity we have to calculate, then only we can find out the moment in X and Y direction. You can see first we have calculated the eccentricity over here in X direction, that is coming to be around 0.261. With the help of this formula, we have calculated the eccentricity in the X direction. So eccentricity in the X direction is coming around 0.261. And with the help of this eccentricity, we have calculated the moment. And again, we have drawn the bending moment diagram in the Y strip with the help of the eccentricity and moment that we have calculated over. In the similar way, as we have calculated the eccentricity in the Y direction, that is coming around 0.0784, and we have taken out the moment, and with the help of this, we have draw the bending moment in the X strip diagram, in the X axis diagram. Now, for the settlement purpose, we have determined the soil pressure at the corners of the raft. So we have taken 4 notations, as you can see in this diagram. One, we have given notations as 1, 2, 3, 4 at all the 4 corners, and we have taken out the pressure, soil pressure at each corner, so that we can determine the total settlement that will be there because of this raft. So you can see here we have calculated the settlement at each corner, which is coming less than 100 kilonewton, which is the bearing capacity of the soil. Therefore, at each corner, the raft is safe. You can see here for Q1 corner 1, it is coming around 95.532. It is acting in opposite direction. That's why we have taken minus sign. Similarly, for corner 2, corner 3, corner 4, we have calculated, and which is coming below 100 kilonewton per meter square, which is the bearing capacity of alluvial soil that we have assumed in this. This is the soil pressure. You can see with this, we are showing the soil pressure. What is the total pressure that has been applied on the soil by the raft? The pressure value that has been calculated above are in compression, and all the values are coming less than the net bearing stress of the soil, which is equal to 100 kilonewton per meter square. So from this, it can be said that soil is safe against any type of soil failure. So this is a settlement analysis. You can see over there, it has been shown. This picture also has been taken from the SAFE software. The maximum settlement that can be recorded was equal to 28.5 mm, and this amount of settlement is acceptable because according to IS 1904-1986, the maximum allowable settlement is equal to 15 mm, and as we can see over here, it is coming less than 50 mm. That's why it is acceptable in this case. So coming to the conclusion, as per the Indian standard safety requirement, we provide while designing the right foundation corresponding to alluvial type of soil. In this paper, the design of route foundation, along with its reference to various geotechnical aspects, are studied and implemented in the design requirement to be completed. For loose soil, bending movement is sagging in nature over entire of the raft. However, as soil stiffens, increases tension zone is created from the edge as we proceed towards the center. The intensity and extent of tension zone goes increasing. However, the effect is more in X direction as compared to the Y direction. For loose soil, pressure distribution beneath the raft is lower at edge and goes on increasing towards the center. In the central zone, in between columns, it remains almost constant. For medium soil at the edge, pressure distribution is high and goes on reducing towards the center with very mild rate. For hard soil, pressure distribution at edges is high, reduces under the edge column, and then after increasing in the central part. The punching shear factor are less than 1 and settlement is less than 50. These are all the conclusions. These are the references that I have used for the case study of this raft foundation, which is a sustainable option for alluvial region that is in Uttar Pradesh. Thank you. If anyone has any question regarding this, you can ask.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Mr. Devesh, you have studied your topic very well, and you have also presented your presentation in a good manner. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. And let's give a chance to Noor Khan. Let's welcome again the study and analysis of bamboo reinforced concrete structures by Noor Khan. Noor Khan, are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Please proceed.
Very good evening. My topic is to study and analysis of bamboo reinforced concrete structures. Present Dharma, Harshvardhan Singh and Asif Ali, and guided by Assistant Professor Mr. Kamal Naptrapati, and co-author is Professor Om Prakash Netula. Biography, myself, Harshvardhan Singh, born in 1998 in Lalitpur, UP. Currently
Please
pursuing my
proceed with the
bachelor's.
presentation proper.
Okay, ma'am. Now we come to abstract. Recently, in the attention in the response to global warming issues and sustainable society, the manufacturing using natural materials has become actively. Bamboo, low cost, fast growing, and broad distribution of growth is expected to contribute significantly to earthquake resistant construction and seismic retrofit technology in the development of countries. The authors also have been studied for understanding the mechanical behavior of bamboo reinforced concrete member and clarifying the differences of structural properties from steel reinforced concrete and bamboo reinforced concrete. This paper investigates the mechanical property of bamboo reinforced concrete structure. It compares these experimental results of bamboo reinforced concrete members with the experimental ones of reinforced concrete members and the mechanical property of the bamboo reinforced concrete members studied. From these experimental works, the possibility of effective using of bamboo is discussed. Keywords, it's bamboo reinforced concrete, corrosion, and flexural strength. Now we comes to introduction. Bamboo has been used as a construction material in certain area for centuries. A study of bamboo is used as a reinforcement in precast concrete elements was carried out in US Army Engineer Waterway Experiment Station in 1964. Bamboo was given recent consideration for use as reinforcement in soil cement pavement slabs in which the slabs behave inelastically even under light loads. Now we comes to the characteristics of bamboo. Bamboo is giant grass, not a tree. The density of fibers in cross-section of bamboo shell varies with thickness as well as height. The strength of bamboo is greater than most of the timber products. Bamboo is more prone to insect attack other than trees and grasses. Also, bamboo can prevent pollution. Now we comes to the selection and preparation of bamboo, how it is prepared and selected. First of all, we will study selection. Use only bamboo showing a pronounced brown color. This will ensure that the plant is at least 3 years old. Select the longest large diameter cones available. Do not use whole cones of green, unseasoned bamboo. Avoid bamboo cut in spring or early summer. These cones are generally weaker due to increased fiber moisture content. Now, these are the various species of bamboo. Now we comes to the preparation, how bamboo is prepared for suitable construction works. First, we look at sizing of it, that what size we need for the construction for reinforcement, splitting of it, seasoning of bamboo, bending or waterproof coating. Construction principles, concrete mix proportions. The same mix design can be used as would normally be used with steel reinforced concrete. Concrete slump should be as low as workability will allow. Excess water causes swelling of bamboo. High early strength cement is preferred to minimize cracks caused by swelling of bamboo. When seasoned, bamboo cannot be waterproof. Placement of bamboo. Bamboo reinforcement should not be placed less than 1.5 inch from the face of the concrete surface. The clearing spacing between bamboo rods or splints should not be less than the maximum size aggregate plus 1/4 inch. Reinforcement should be evenly spaced and lashed together on short sticks placed at right angles to the main reinforcement. The ties can be made with vegetation strips. This embedded depth is approximately 10 times the diameter of whole combs or 25 times the thickness of 3/4 inch wide splints. Spacing of the stirrups should not exceed 6 inches. Now the design principles. Bamboo reinforced concrete design is similar to steel reinforcement. Design bamboo reinforcement can be assumed to have the following mechanical properties. Some of the mechanical properties of bamboo reinforcement. Ultimate compressive strength. Now its PSI value is 8,000. Allowable compressive stress. It is denoted by small s. PSI value is 4,000. Ultimate tensile strength, its PSI value is 18,000. Allowable tensile stress, denoted by small s, PSI value is 4,000. Allowable bond stress, denoted by small q, its PSI value is 50. And modulus elasticity, symbol denoted by capital E, PSI value is 2.5 into 106. When design handbooks are available for steel reinforced concrete, the equations and design procedures can be used to design bamboo reinforced concrete if the above mechanical properties are substituted for the reinforcement. Now comes the beams and girders of bamboo. Bamboo longitudinal reinforcement should be between 3 and 4% of the concrete cross section. It have the same bending moment resistance coefficient as a balanced steel reinforced beam or singly reinforced. Economy of the concrete increases going to the left on the curve. Therefore, deeper, narrower replacement beams are recommended. A minimum number of rods should be used to provide adequate spacing. The bamboo stirrup area should always be about 4 times the steel stirrup area. Columns. Bamboo reinforcement in columns serves to resist a compression load equal to that taken by the concrete it displaces. It also will resist shear and tensile stresses. Of the full cross-section of concrete, only 80% is considered effective in rectangular tied columns. Allowable concrete stress should not exceed 0.225 F-C, where F-C is the ultimate compressive strength of the concrete. In vertical reinforcement, should be approximately 4% of the column cross-section for rectangular columns. When bamboo is used as a lateral tie reinforcement, the ties should be spaced not over 16 times the least dimension of the vertical reinforcement, nor farther apart than the least dimension of the column. Now we will compare bamboo and steel. The strength of bamboo is greater than steel. Also, bamboo is easily accessible. Bamboo lowers the cost of construction. It increases the strength of the building. Bamboo can crack and deflect more steel reinforcement. Other applications of bamboo, like we have some examples, that bamboo bridge in Amsterdam boots, and the second one is bamboo theater during the Festival of Vision, Berlin. Also, bamboo scaffolding at the top of new high-rise building in Hong Kong. These are some examples where bamboo is used as a reinforcement. Now, conclusion. From this study, we concluded that the environmental and financial comparison demonstrates that bamboo can compete with windmill material. Bamboo is a natural product and will therefore always have some extent of irregularity. It is therefore suggested that the bamboo calm should be used in functions where the requirements are not entirely precise or fixed, as in temporary buildings, example pavilions in tents or small civil projects. Furthermore, bamboo can play a role as a non-supporting or finishing material. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions?
Harshvardhan?
Yes, sir.
Can you go to the slide where you have told us the application of bamboo? One slide
Yes,
previous to that slide.
Yes, sir.
Can you show me the slide?
Yes, sir. Can you give me a minute?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
One slide prior to this slide. No. Back. Yes, one slide previous. Previous slide, previous. Yes. Comparison. Yes, comparison.
Yes, sir.
What is the first point?
The strength of bamboo is greater than steel.
Which strength are you talking about?
So, it is more flexible than steel.
Leave flexibility. Na? Flexibility does not comes under the strength. Which strength are you talking about? The strength of bamboo is greater than steel.
Sir,
Tensile strength, compressive strength.
Tensile strength is greater than steel.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Any other questions?
No, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that presentation. Before we proceed, I would like to welcome our eminent keynote speaker, who is the head of Geotechnical Engineering Department of Team Engineering Spa, Italy. He is an engineer with 22 years of international experience in civil engineering works, infrastructures, highways, railways, tunnels, bridges, power plants, dams. He also holds a master in structural engineering, a PhD in geotechnical engineering, an MBA, currently the head of the Geotechnical Department of Team Engineering in Rome, and the keynote speech on role of the geotechnical engineering in the civil engineering works. Let us welcome Dr. Vitantonio Roma. Good day, sir.
Good day. I try to connect and share my screen. Okay.
Go ahead, sir.
So here we are. And
yep, I can see your screen, sir. Please proceed.
Yes, I'm trying to. Okay, I can start. So good afternoon to everybody. The title of my presentation is the role of the geotechnical engineering in the civil engineering works. So now this is an index. There is an introduction, and then some examples of case histories and real applications. So as you can see, we have some examples of ancient constructions in which geotechnical engineering has an important role. For example, here for pyramids, for the foundations, of course, and also the ancient Greek temples in Sicily or South Italy or in Greece. Then you have the Chinese Great Wall here, and Colosseum, for example, in Rome. So the foundations were a geotechnical engineering issue. And also we can continue. For example, here we have the famous pharaohs in Alexandria, Egypt, ancient Egypt, 300 before Christ. Then we have also the ancient roads built by Romans. The pavimentation was a problem of geotechnical engineering, the bearing capacity, of course. Here we have another example of dam that was built by Romans in Spain. And then going on, we have the wooden piles for buildings in Venice, and is a geotechnical engineering issue. And here then you see this is another example of vertical tunnel excavated in rock. Is in Orvieto in Italy, 1,500 years after Christ. And also then you have the towers towers, for example, Pisa Tower was built around 1200 after Christ, and the Siena Tower, Siena Tower, for example, here, 100 meters of height. And nowadays, instead, we have the following geotechnical engineering applications or activities. So this figure is taken and modified from the book of Professor John Atkinson. You see here, we start with the natural and artificial slopes. Then we have the earth dams, but also the concrete dams. For concrete dams, we have the issue of foundations of the dam, and also the reinforcement of the ground at the foundation of the concrete dam. Then we have the structures. We have buildings, bridges, skyscrapers, also power plants, and the issue is the foundation. So we have several types of foundation: shallow foundations, deep foundations, pipe foundations, etc. Then we have the retaining structures for excavations. And also we have the tunnels and the metro lines, and we can add the mines. In addition, we have roads and railways, embankment. And also the pavimentation is an issue of geotechnical engineering. We have the constructions on soft soils here, and we have the foundations of offshore structures, so at the bottom of the sea or rivers, for example. In addition to these geotechnical engineering applications, we have also some issues, for example, the study of vibrations, the seismicity, and also we have the waste disposals that require the geotechnical engineering design. So if we consider all the geotechnical engineering works that we showed in the previous slide, so from natural slope to waste disposal, and in horizontal we place the geotechnical type of solution in order to get these works, for example, shallow foundations, deep foundations, etc., geosynthetics, geothermia mixture. So we can show this table that correlates the type of solution with the geotechnical engineering works. For example, if you consider the natural slope, the deep foundations, piles, wall piles can be implemented, can be used. Also ground improvement, so retaining structures, tie roads, and drainage and consolidation systems, for example. If you consider, for example, the structures, we may have shallow foundations, deep foundations, all type of foundations, ground improvement or rock improvement, drainage and consolidation systems, etc., etc. So this table is very useful to understand which type of solution can be used for different geotechnical engineering works. Now, we start with the examples. And the first example is a landslide, Laurentiano landslide. So this landslide is located in the Bologna-Florence high-speed railway. And precisely here we have in the north part of Italy, The seismic zone here, according to Italian seismic classification 2006, is zone 3. It is a medium-low seismicity with a PGA very low, 0.04 G. So by a geotechnical and geological point of view, we have an alternation of very thin clay layers and sandstone layers. The thin clay are very, very, very thin, few millimeters. Now, this is the geological profile of the high-speed railway between Bologna and Florence. Here is Bologna and here is Florence. And this slide, Laurentiano, is located here at this point. This is a photo that I made during the construction of the railway. So what happened is that during excavation, there were some small landslide, and so this portion of the hill is moving towards the railway that is here, okay? And this portion of the hill is moving downwards. Now, as you can see here on the left side, then an artificial tunnel was built in order to prevent the sliding. And on this side, a wall, a retaining structure has been built in order to stabilize the hill. But we will see in detail in a few minutes. So this is an example of what happened when excavation was started. Here we can see that there were some collapses, local collapses of the sandstone layer along the very thin clay layers. Now, this is a cross-section of the sliding surface. So this is the hill, and here is the retaining structure that was built, and the works involved also some draining wells here and here in order to lower the water table inside the hill, because every time the water table raised, there was the sliding of the upper layer along this sliding surface that is located approximately 15 meters below the ground level. So the thickness of the landslide is on average 15 meters. And as you have seen in the picture, on one side an artificial tunnel was built, and on the other a retaining structure. This section shows the case with the retaining structure that is here located. Let us see in detail. So by geotechnical point of view, the geotechnical units are the sandy sills, a very stiff, that is a sliding deposit, which is characterized by a very good shear angle, 35 degrees, and an effective cohesion, 10 kilopascal. That is quite good. But unfortunately, there are these very thin clay layers over which the sliding surface exists, and the shear angle on these clay thin layers ranges between 13 and 19 degrees, depending on the zone and on the uncertainty given by the several factors. At the base below, there is a soft rock base that is the siltstones and the fine sandstone, which have 35 degrees and 100 kilopascal. So now, of course, in order, many investigations were done, boreholes and compenetration tests, but also piezometers and inclinometers were put along the hill in order to understand and monitor the displacements and the water pressure inside the hill. Oh, now in this plan view, we see the retaining structure here, the wall retaining structure, where some inclinometers were put in order to measure the displacements of the retaining structure. Here is a larger view, plan view of all the hills. Here is the top where there was one row of draining wells, and here there was the second row of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 draining wells. Here is the railway and the retaining structure, and in this zone is downstream the railway. Oh, so this is a cross-section of retaining structure that was built in order to stabilize the landslide. The landslide is here on the left side, and this is the railway, of course. So you can see that there are 2 rows of piles, and here is the view, the plan view of the piles. It was 1.5 meters diameter, and the length was about 32 meters. And also we have the perforated pipes with a length of about 40 meters in order to lower the water table. Here is a section of the draining wells. As you can see, they have a diameter of 5 meters, and here are the perforated pipes that are used to lower the water table. Now, after construction of the retaining wall, the displacements that were measured indicate that on time, these are displacements of 25 millimeters. The displacements were stopped immediately after the construction. Here is the side of the hill where the artificial tunnel was built with only 3 draining wells and the perforated pipes. Also, these are the perforated pipes. And the cross-sections of the artificial tunnel, you see, are piles, and here we have 2 rows of piles in this zone to stabilize the landslide. This is the practice model that was implemented in order to understand the equilibrium of the hill. And this is the final construction of the artificial tunnel. This is now the plan view from Google Earth nowadays. You can see here that this is the railway, this is a viaduct, this is the artificial tunnel, and this is the wall that was built. Example number 2 is a power plant of Eni in Sicily, South Italy. You can see that this is a landscape with a gas power plant, and the inclination of the slope is about 10 degrees. This is a good example of soil structure dynamic interaction. This zone is very with a high level of seismicity because we are in Sicily, and this is a cross section that shows which are the facilities. We have the blowdown system, 50 meters of height. Then we have the compressors here and other compressors here. The foundations were piles. And by geotechnical point of view, we have these geotechnical units, 1 meter of superficial ground. Then we have grains into clay, silty matrix, very soft. And then we have the weathered plastic clay that are the varicolori clays, and the stiff clay and the very stiff clay. Some geophysical tests were performed, the shear waves and P waves were measured. And you can see that in the geotechnical unit number 2, this one, with a thickness of about 7 meters, between 0 and 7 meters, has a very, very low shear wave velocity. This means that the layer is very, very soft. So for this reason, piles were used for the foundations. So the foundation system and the reach facility is here indicated. We see that we have piles with a length of 20 meters, and the diameter is ranging between 0.6 and 1 meter, depending on the facility. This is the axial load on the piles at the ultimate limit state. Some laboratory tests were performed, of course, in order to determine the geotechnical parameters. In this case, this is a triaxial test in which we can see that for different samples, we have different undrained strength. Now, this is the plain view of one foundation or one compressor. You see a system of 12 piles, and this is the FEM model that was built in the SAP software to study the substructural dynamic interaction. And the interesting thing is that, of course, a comparison was made between the frequency of the structure, the compressor plus foundation, that is about 11 Hertz. The frequency of the site was calculated in terms of shear waves and Rayleigh waves. And also the exercise frequency of the compressor is 16 Hertz. And this comparison was done in order to prevent any resonant phenomena. Also, some load tests were performed on the piles. This is one example. Here you can see that the loading system on this pile, and this is the loading displacement curve. So now we have example number 3, Palincello tunnel, and here we can see that we have a portal of the tunnel with a cemented pipes that were used for umbrella arc here, and this is a micropiles wall with the tie rods. Now, and this is another view with the cemented pipes of umbrella arc. What happened was, this is the portal longitudinal profile. This is a macropile wall, and this is the tunnel. This is the frontal view, of course, and this is the geological profile of all the railway project. Our tunnel is Palincello tunnel that was made by traditional methods. Instead, the Canamund and the Monaci tunnels were built by TBM machines. Looking at making a zoom at the geological profile of the Palincello tunnel, we see that we have at the portals silts and clays, and in the middle we have conglomerates in sandy matrix with the gypsum. This is the geotechnical characterizations we seek it for the several geotechnical units. We have the parameters that were used in drain conditions and undrained conditions. Now, this is the longitudinal section of the tunnel. You have the phase with the draining perforated pipes to drain the water, also cemented voutier elements to reinforce the phase, and spritz beton at the phase here. you have the steel ribs and the preliminary lining and the final definitive concrete lining. This is a frontal view of the face of the tunnel. And what happened, there was a failure hole at the Paniseno tunnel here. And the reason was because and here is the zone where there was the hole. The reason was because after the umbrella of pipes, of steel pipes was finished, there was a failure caused by the very, very bad conditions of the ground. After the hole, there was a jet grouting application in order to start again with the excavation. Another example is we are in Africa with the residual soils. This embankment is 18 meters. The railway is the railway between Idu and Kaduna in Nigeria. The material used for this embankment is mainly laterite. And laterite, you see, is a special material that stands almost vertically. This is a cut 12 meters. And suddenly, after 6 months, a failure occurred. And this is due to the fact that this material is very, very rigid, but if you have some cracks and the water, surface water goes inside the cracks, then failure occurs. And this is the final wall that was built in order to stabilize the slope after the cut, after the failure. This is a school up the top of the hill. So these lateritic soils were studied at the laboratory of Pisa University by Professor Lopresti, and several tests were performed, as you can see here. And what we learned from these tests is that both the shear angle and the effective cohesion of this laterite changes significantly as a function of the saturation degree. If saturation increases, the strength reduces dramatically. Last example is the Pisa Tower. Here you can recognize the famous Pisa Tower in Italy. And this is me, I would say 20 years ago. And we went here to perform some seismic tests. And all of you know the history of the inclination of the tower. Otherwise, there are some references at the end of the presentation. This is taken from an article by Barland. You see that from the start of the construction in 1200 about, the settlement increased continuously, and also the inclination up to 5 degrees, 5.44 degrees. And the reason was that this is a stratigraphy of the Pisa Tower. The south side of the tower, the ground, is softer than the northern side. And here we have sandy clay seals, water table almost at the ground level. Then we have the upper clay and an alternance of clay and sand and sandy layers. And what happened was that there was pumping for water from the layer C. So pumping water caused the inclination, the settlements, but this part was stiffer than this one. This was softer than this one, and so the tower started with the inclination. The solution for the inclination of the tower was to extract some samples of ground from the north side here in the layer A. And you can see that it was a success because from 1999 to 2001, the full under excavation allowed the reduction of the inclination of the tower. You can see there were some settlements of about 16 centimeters on the north side, and the tower was safe. So here we performed some geophysical tests on near the tower. This is the dispersion relation, phase velocity of Rayleigh waves with the frequency that allowed me to evaluate, to determine the shear wave velocity with depth and compare with the cross hole. So we go to the conclusions. But before I would like to underline an issue that is very important: the cost of the geotechnical works in railways. If no tunnels are present, we are around 33%. Of course, the earthworks and foundations are the geotechnical works that have been considered, and they reach 33% if no tunnels are present. Instead, if we have tunnels in the railway, the percentage of the earthworks plus foundations of the structures and tunnels themselves is 61%. So this means that when tunnels are present, the cost of the geotechnical engineering works are predominant. Conclusion. So we have seen that the geotechnical engineering significantly affects civil works in terms of feasibility, safety, cost, and time. Also, geotechnical engineering is based on scientific methods. However, observation of real behavior and the failure is essential to understand the behavior. The uncertainty in designing must be compensated by proper safety factors, and observational approach must be used to prevent failures. Geotechnical investigations are essential to reduce uncertainty, cost, and construction time. So here you find the bibliography that was used for the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing that to us. One moment. Next, I would like to call on our last presenter for technical session 4, influence of redundant binary codes in evolutionary optimization of water distribution systems. Author Omar Dahiro Abubakar. Co-author Tico Tanyimbo. Let me call on the paper about influence of redundant binary codes in evolutionary optimization of water distribution. Thank you. Yep, I can now see your screen. Please open your presentation and have it on presentation mode. Thank you. Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Hi, go ahead, please.
Okay. Is it visible?
Yes, it
Hello, good
is.
evening, everyone. So, I'm here to present my research on the influence of redundant binary codes in evolutionary optimization of water distribution systems. Briefly, I'm Umar Abubakar, lecturer from the Department of Civil Engineering, Kaduna Polytechnic, Kaduna, Nigeria. And my co-author is Tiku Tanyumbo, as at present Associate Professor from the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering, University of Witwatersrand, South Africa. So, the review of the research is actually aimed at investigating the handling of redundant binary codes in evolutionary algorithm with a desire to achieve an improved performance and great potential savings for water distribution systems. So in general, evolution is a heuristic optimization technique. It is inspired by biological evolution, such as reproduction, mutation, recombination, and selection, which makes it favorable in cost optimization of water infrastructures. So technically, evolutionary algorithm consists of a coding space and a solution space. So from literatures, the choice of proper representation has a great influence on the algorithm performance, especially redundancy. That is, if the coding space has more than one representation for the same solutions in a solution space, it is called redundancy. So as such, a trade-off allocation or remapping of those redundant codes need to be made to achieve proper representation and also to have better performance of the algorithm. So to achieve this, the methodology involves adoption of a model. The model was pioneered by my co-author with his earlier research team. So the methodology, it has high efficiency and reasonable accuracy for the whole life design and rehabilitation of water distribution systems. The water distribution system under a variety of conditions. The name of the model is penalty-free multi-objective evolutionary algorithm, evolutionary optimization approach. So the model integrates a PDA, that is pressure-dependent analysis, and a non-dominated sorting genetic algorithm. So the pressure-dependent analysis, it satisfies the hydraulic constraints with an enhanced version of EPANET 2, known as the EPANET PDX, while the Deb et al. 2002 non-dominated sorting genetic algorithm was modified. It was modified in order to handle constraints in relation to multi-objective optimization search. So mathematically, the model has two primary objectives. That is, the first objective is to minimize the network capital cost. That is, F1 is equal to the cost ratio. The modification there is that the cost ratio is exponentiated. And the second objective is to ensure that all nodal demands are satisfied. That is demand satisfaction ratio. That one also is exponentiated. So these two objectives geared penalty-free multi-objective evolutionary approach, optimization approach to search on a near feasible solution. Sorry. Made a mistake. So a plot of cost and to the total cost to cost ratio against demand satisfaction ratio is known as Pareto optimal front. Pareto optimal front is an economic theorem which gives a situation where no further improvement can be achieved through allocation of resources or through remapping of the redundant codes. So the allocation of redundant codes, focusing on our research, you see that the model is coded in binary representation by an n-bit binary string, that is, or 2 raised to power n. So for our case study, we have 14 decision variables, that is 14 discrete pipe size diameters. So in order to convert it to binary, we have to use a minimum of 4-bit binary string, that is 2 raised to power 4, which will give us 16. From 16, our 14 discrete pipe size will give us 14 valid codes, while the two remaining codes will serve as redundant codes. So these codes need to be remapped under the 14 valid codes so as to have a better representation and better performance of the algorithm. So in order to describe this, we picked a case study from the famous Kadu network. It is an existing, it is a benchmark network which was developed as a difficult and unrealistic fully looped network. So from the input data, you will see the network diagram. The network diagram has 34 pipes, 24 demand nodes, two reservoir sources with constant water head of 100 meters and 95 meters respectively. So each optimization run has been assigned a Hazen-Williams coefficient constant of 130 and the other constant. As mentioned earlier, we have 14 discrete pipe sizes, which tells us that if you take 14 raised to power 34, the number of pipe sizes will have 9.3 times 10 to power 38 feasible and infeasible solutions. So binary bit strings, where we are going to have 16 codes, but in the code, we're supposed to have 14 and 14 solution space and 14 code space. So the two will be redundant, and here we will remap them or we'll reassign them or reallocate them to one of the valid codes and see what's going to give us as the influence of the allocation of the redundant codes. So other imputed data are the number of optimization run is 10, the number of generation per run 1,000, generated population will be 500, mutation rate 0.05, crossover rate 1.0. So in order to calculate the functional evaluation, we multiply the number of generation per run and the generated population, which will give us 500,000 per optimization run. The optimization was done on a personal computer with the shown specifications. So after the evaluation stage, the output arrangement of the optimization is enormous and weighty to present. As such, we presented them graphically. So out of the 10 optimization runs, the first graph there, the progress graph for all feasible solution is the one by the left. Is best generation cost in rupees against functional evaluation for all the GA runs. They were all plotted on the same graph with the coding colors. The other output is the Pareto optimal front, which gives us that the best solution are crowded on the corners or on the edges of the front, which means at that particular point there is no further improvement on reallocation of those front. Here we have the convergence statistics. From the convergence statistics, it is shown that out of the 10 optimization runs, run 5 unpredictably has both the highest and cheapest cost. It converges around with 339,000 functional evaluation. We've said that each functional evaluation was given at 500,000. The round 5 converges at 339,000 functional evaluation, meaning from that position there is no further improvement. It keeps on giving the same value. So on comparison, later after getting our results, we compared with other benchmark networks, other networks that were calculated. First with the KADU network, the KADU et al. Network 2008, which uses the critical path concept. Then the Hagigi et al. 2011, it uses the integer linear programming genetic algorithm. Then Siu et al. 2013, and this particular research, they have the same approach, but different allocation of redundant binary codes. So based on the results, we compare nodal heads. Here I extracted from table 6 and table 7 of the write-up. The nodal head cost in rupees is given by all the researchers, the total shortfall, and the functional evaluation. On comparing this, you will see that the last two research, the Siu et al. 2013 and Umar et al. 2021, they have zero shortfall, which satisfies the energy condition. And also they have the cheapest cost. They are being conducted with the same approach, the same model, but different allocation of redundant codes. In Siu et al., the redundant codes were allocated or remapped to the large pipe size diameter, while in this research, we reallocated to small pipe size diameter. There's a difference of, a minimal difference of just 1.5% of the two solutions, which is very, very low, and it shows the robustness of the penalty-free multi-objective evolutionary approach, how it outperforms the other benchmark studies. So in conclusion, by contrast, all the solutions obtained and presented are cheaper than the solutions previously reported by other researchers, except Siu et al. 2013, that is 1.5% cheaper, which has the same input data and approach, but with different allocation of redundant codes. So the performance difference confirms the influence of allocation of redundant codes on the proposed optimization model. Also, penalty-free multi-objective evolutionary optimization approach may not guarantee global optimal, but on comparison with other optimization approaches, it produces more desirable solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Are there any questions? All right, seems none. Thank you so much. Then let's proceed. I would like to request Dr. Prakash Netula, Professor and Head of Department Civil Engineering, BBDU Lucknow, to address about this conference, ICCEASI conference report, and best paper announcements by Mr. Faraz Khan, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, also from BBDU Lucknow. Hello, sir. Good day.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Now, Faraz Khan will addressing the session, okay? Just
okay.
To 1 minute, just a few minutes, so few seconds, okay? Faraz?
Sure, no problem.
Thank you, sir. A very good evening and a warm welcome to all of you for this valedictory session of International Conference on Civil Engineering, Architecture and Sustainable Infrastructure, ICCEASI Virtual Conference 2021 at Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. I'm sure that you had 2 days of very productive discussion, given the very distinguished list of speakers that I have seen, and the even more distinguished gathering of participants. Professor Munaz Ahmed Noor, Dr. Muhammad Ilyas Yusuf, Dr. Vit Antonio Roma, Professor Ashutosh Mohanty, Engineer Philip P. Armita, and Dr. Echo R. Hama. Sir, we are thankful that you all gave us your precious time. Your words are indeed a great source of inspiration and motivation for all of us. I would lastly like to thank all of you for being a magnificent part of this international conference and making it a huge success. Finally, I would like to thank again Institute for Engineering Research and Publication for co-organizing and supporting this conference. And I would like to thank again all the delegates, dignitaries, and participants in this conference, and also all the staff members who have been diligently supporting this conference for past 2 days. A special thanks to our visionary leader, Professor Om Prakash Netula, Professor and Head, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Faraz. Now, Mr. Professor Afaq Khan is addressing about conference report and best paper and best presentation. Please carry on, Mr. Afaq Khan.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now I'm going to present our report, ICCEASI conference report, and that is in brief, International Conference on Civil Engineering, Architecture and Sustainable Infrastructure, ICCEASI 2021, virtual conference jointly organized by the Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, and Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, abbreviated IFERP, on 23rd and 24th September 2021. We have received a total abstract of 60 and 45 abstracts we are shortlisted. Out of 38 abstracts got registered and presented, 15 papers were presented on day 1 and 25. More than 25 papers were presented on day 2. Apart from our BBD papers, most of the abstracts received from Maharashtra, Uttar Pradesh, Kerala, and Tamil Nadu from various institutions like Bharati Vidya Peeth, deemed to be university. BRACT, Vishkarma Institute for Information Technology, Dr. Vishnath Karad, MIT, World Peace University, Amity University, Shri Ram Swarup Memorial University. Few abstracts from Manipur, Andhra Pradesh, Haryana, and Karnataka. ICCEASI 2021 conference attracts submissions from abroad countries like Philippines and Ethiopia. The conference holds the international keynote speakers from Bangladesh, Philippines, Iraq, Italy, Malaysia. Attracts committee members from the host institutes, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, and 50 members from various reputed institutes on civil engineering and allied subjects from various Indian states, who given their valuable support as a member of National Advisory Board and Scientific Committee of ICCEASI 2021. People showed their utmost interest in participation by registering for the oral presentation from civil engineering, followed by transportation engineering, soil engineering, architecture, and other various fields like nanotechnology and emerging fields. Now, I'm going to mention the ICCEASI 2021 best paper report and best paper presentation. For the technical session 1, session chaired by Mr. Shubhranshu Jaiswal and Ms. Niti Mishra, and the best paper presentation, paper goes to Jyoti Tiwari, Shubhranshu Jaiswal, study on the use of biomedical COVID-19 waste in the production of modern eco-friendly construction bricks as a review. Best paper presentation, Anuj R and Miravi, synthesis and characterization of aluminum ferment metal organic framework, impregnated metal on polyurethane. And for the technical session 2, the best paper presentation award goes to study of textural behavior of concrete pavement, a case study of Yamuna Expressway by Dayashankar Ray and co-authors Dr. Rajendra Kumar and Dr. Rakesh Verma. And for the same session, best presentation award goes to the paper presented by Divya Mohanan, and the topic was building rating systems, a critical review on their sustainability, compatibility in co-guidance with Dr. Deepa G. Nair. And for the technical session 3rd, the best paper presentation award goes to Ankita Bajpayee, that is redesign through adaptive reuse and approach for designing sustainable heritage. And the best paper goes to Mr. Michael B. Ballon and Abdullah A. Muhammad, that was given to a numerical study of the performance of the structural elements with carbon fiber reinforced polymers, CFRP, that is known as using linear and non-linear analysis, that is the emerging field. And for the final session, that technical session 4, the best paper award goes to research on heavy metal pollution of River Ganga, a review that is by Shivendra Pratap Singh, and the best paper presentation that is for Umar Dahiru Abubakar, that is the title Influence of Redundant Binary Codes in Evolutionary Optimization of Water Distribution Systems. In coordination with Tiku Tanimumbo. And I would like to thank the whole team for supporting their extended
Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, sir. Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I would like to invite Mr. Daljit Pal Singh to deliver the vote of thanks.
Yes.
Hi, sir.
Bye.
Yes, I'm audible.
Yes, you are.
Gratitude unlocks the fullness of life. It turns what we have into enough and more. It turns deny into acceptance, confusion to clarity. It can turn a meal into a fest, a house into a home, a stranger into a friend. Gratitude makes sense of our past, brings peace for today, and creates a vision for tomorrow. Today, I, Daljit Pal Singh, Research Scholar, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, on behalf of the Department of Civil Engineering, would like to propose a vote of thanks to each and every person who has contributed for the overwhelming success of the 2 days International Conference on Civil Engineering, Architecture and Sustainable Infrastructure, ICCEASI 2021, organized by Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, in association with Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP. I'm happy to thank our Chief Patron, Ms. Alka Das Gupta Ma'am, Honorable Chairperson, BBD Group, Lucknow, Patrons, Mr. Virag Sagar Das Sir, Honorable President, BBD Group, Professor Dr. Arun Kumar Mittal Sir, Vice-Chancellor, BBD University, Lucknow, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula Sir, for continuously encouraging and supporting all our endeavors. I extend grateful thanks to our chief guest on our first day of conference, Professor Dr. Munaz Ahmed Noor Sir, Vice-Chancellor Bangabandhu, Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, Digital University, BDU, Dhaka, Bangladesh, for gracing this occasion. I also extend sincere thanks to the keynote speakers, Professor Ashutosh Mohanty, Professor Faculty of Science and Technology, Center of Excellence in Disaster Management and Environment, Bhopal, Dr. Muhammad Alias Yusuf, Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, National Defense University of Malaysia, Engineer Philip T. Ermita, Dean, College of Engineering, University of Perpetual Health, Colombo Campus, Philippines, Dr. Ako R. Hama, Associate Professor, Civil and Environmental Engineering, American University of Iraq, Suleimani, for enlightening us on various aspects and providing us with guidance and giving your precious time to us and being an active part of our international conference. I thank you all, sir. I would also like to thank Mr. Rudra Bhanu Sarpati, sir, Chief Executive Officer, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, and Mr. Atun Roy Chaudhary, sir, Manager, HOD, FSM Technical and R&D, Bangabandhu Limited. I would like to thank the National Advisory Committee, Scientific Committee, and whole team of Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP, for conducting such great international conference. I am glad to thank our steering committee chair, Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula, sir, Professor and Head, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, for being the backbone in motivating all the research activities in our department and organizing such great conference. I would extend great thanks to our conveners, Mr. Shubhanshu Jaiswal, sir, Mr. Faraz Khan, sir, and our steering committee members, Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, sir, Mr. Muhammad Afaq Khan, sir, Mr. Kamal Nath Tripathi, sir, Ms. Neeti Mishra, ma'am, Mr. Ravi Maurya, sir, and Mr. Ankit Verma, sir, for their continuous efforts to make
all hours will be ready.
I thanks all the delegates, research scholars, participants, academicians from India and abroad who presented their presentation and research work in this international conference. Thank you one and all present here. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now I would like to call on the 5 presenters that was not able to present yesterday. Please be ready. A review on self-healing concrete, Vandana Kushwaha.
Good evening, ma'am.
Hi, good evening. Please share your screen. Please share your screen. Guys, please have your presentation ready.
Yes. I'm visible, ma'am.
Not yet?
My screen is visible.
Not yet.
எனக்கு இல்ல அது ஃபுல்லா நார்த் இந்தியன் ஒண்ணும் தமிழ்நாடே கிடையாது.
Right, I can now see your screen. Have it in presentation mode, please.
Yes.
Yep, thank you. Proceed.
My topic is a review on self-healing concrete. My co-author is Nitin Misra, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das. Table of content, abstract introduction, type of bacteria, self-healing concrete, preparation, mechanics of bacteria in concrete, advantage, disadvantage, conclusion, and reference. My first topic is abstract. In recent year, researches concerning the strength, toughness, and the durability of the cement based on concrete structures. The interest on concrete self-healing process is increasing due to the rapidly deterioration of the materials, which tends to crack and thus quickly deteriorate. Crack information is very common phenomena in the concrete structure, which allow the water and different type of chemical into the concrete. Reinforcement when it comes in contact with water, CO2, and other chemicals. It is costly and maintain or repair concrete based on structures time to time. For resolving the problem, self-healing concrete mechanism is a throw introduced in the concrete, which helps to repair the cracks by producing calcium carbonate crystal, which blocks the micro cracks and pores in the concrete. Self-healing concrete is classified into the two parts: autonomous self-healing concrete and autonomous self-healing concrete. Introduction. Filling of the cracks is the biological reaction, or in the other words, a product that is limestone is produced within the concrete within the help of bacteria, and after hardening fills the cracks, known as the self-healing concrete. It is also known as the bacterial concrete. The bacterial concrete, which is the present inside the concrete, which will concrete will be the dormant state for the 200 years under dry conditions, and when there will be a cracks, moisture enter inside the concrete, and bacteria act as a catalyst in the process of crack healing. The cracks healing, which are in the range of 0.05 to 0.1 mm, are completely sealed in repetitive dry and wet cycle. Literature review. Kusuma KETL 2018. In this paper, the most important aspect of the self-healing concrete were discussed: the bacteria used for the experiment and Bacillus magnetium. The bacteria was isolated and the bioconcrete mechanisms were explained in the detail. All the basic of tests for cement, fine aggregate, and coarse aggregate was conducted, and the results were tabulated. The study on the self-healing concrete shows there was an enhancement of the compressive strength of the concrete. It also shows the water absorption and the water permeability of the concrete had a positive effect. The paper concludes that the use of bioconcrete can be compared alternative and high quality concrete sealant, which is an eco-friendly and cost-effective way when compared to the conventional concrete. Second, MST Viduntalai in 2018. In this paper, the self-healing properties of concrete for the M25 mix is been elaborated, discussed. All the necessary tests were carried out of the explained on the materials used. The major tests done for the bacterial concrete were compressive strength test, split tensile state, water absorption test, and test. The compressive test result shows that there was the diuretic increasing in the 7th day, 14th day, and 28th day. From the split tensile test result, it was observed that the concerned specimens prepared by the incorporating the microorganism yielded higher tensile strength as compared to the conventional concrete type of bacteria. Various bacteria used in the production of the bacterial concrete. First, Bacillus pasteurizing. Second is the Lyocilius Bacillus stericus. Third one is the Ascopirillus periquia coils, and fourth one is the Bacillus subtilis. Fifth is the Bacillus cohonii. Sixth is the Bacillus halodurans. Seventh is the Bacillus pseudomonas. Self-healing concrete preparation. Bacterial concrete is the prepared into two ways, by direct application method, and second is the by encapsulation method. Self-healing concrete pellets. By direct application method, in the direct method, the bacteria spores and calcium lactate are directly added into the concrete after the mixing process. By encapsulation method, in this method, the bacteria spores and calcium lactate are placed together in the clay pellet, and these are mixed in the concrete 6% of the total concrete mixture. Mechanism of the bacteria. When the cracks are formed in the concrete, the moisture will come in contact in the calcium and bacteria in the concrete. This bacteria react with the calcium lactate, that is the nutrient for bacteria, and produce limestone. Mechanism of self-healing concrete. The chemical reaction for the above mechanism is reaction of calcium lactate is in self-healing concrete. From the above chemical reaction, it is clear that calcium oxide, when react with water, release calcium hydroxide, and when calcium hydroxide react with the carbon dioxide, it produces calcium carbonate, which soil substance that fills the cracks in the concrete. Advantage: self-repairing of the concrete without any external applications. Second point is the structural strength and temperature strength of the self-healing concrete are greater than the normal concrete. Bacterial concrete act as the resistance of the freeze the attacks. The permissibility of the concrete is reduced. It also reduces the corrosion of the steel reinforcement and improves durability. Bacillus bacteria are the harmless and can be used for the repairing of the concrete. Disadvantage: the cost of bacteria concrete is double that the conventional concrete. The growth of the bacteria is not same in all weather condition and media. The clay pellet which are holding the bacteria spores and calcium lactate will comprise at least 20% of the volume of the concrete, and this may become a shearal faculty zone in the concrete. Design standards of self-healing concrete are not available in the IS codes or other codes. The investigation is costly and time-consuming. Conclusion: from these studies, it is clear that we can implement this technology to improve the properties of concrete. Second, when we compare the cost with sustainability for long-term solution, the self-healing of the concrete in the dominating the conventional one. In the future, the self-healing concrete going to revolutionize the construction industry. Difference, and thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Next paper is corrosion mechanism, prevention and repair measures of RCC structures. Author Ankit Singh and co-author Ashutosh Singh. Next paper is corrosion mechanism, prevention and repair measures of RCC structures.
Ahmed is visible.
Yes, your screen is visible, but not your presentation. All right. Yep. Please have it on presentation mode and proceed.
Okay. Good morning to one and all present. Honorable JTS, respected members, speakers, and associates. I am Ashutosh of BTech Civil Engineering, Babu University, 4th year. Along with my other members, Sheikh Patel, Ankit Singh, Aftab Alam, Neeraj Pathak, and our guide, Mrs. Niti Mishra. All these work have been done under our guidance and supervision. Our topic is corrosion mechanics, prevention, repair measures of RCC structures. Corrosion causes the damage regarding to the concrete structure, those resulting in major complications affecting mean life of the structure, but cannot be brought to an end to. Corrosion can be brought down to a certain point where it is less effective in nature to certain processes and certain practices. Permeability penetration of water through certain pores is an opening to the corrosion. Structures which are susceptible to corrosion get damaged due to corrosive nature of reinforcement in concrete structure. Suitable and effective repair system is an unavoidable protective solution for corrosion affected concrete area. Repair materials, criteria, and various techniques and methodology has been taken into account for prevention and curing. Corrosion damages. We'll talk about corrosion damage. First is cracks with rust staining. We found cracks in the RCC structures that have a rust staining. Next is delamination. Next is failing. Next is rebar loss. Loss of the bar due to corrosion that break down into small fragments of powder-like structures. Corrosion damages. As we can see in the first picture, it is a marine structure which has been damaged by seawater. Second picture is the buried structure foundation that are buried into ground. Bridges and culverts are affected by corrosion. These are some of the pictures that take a disastrous turn due to the corrosion of the reef bar. As we can see that the columns have been corroded due to the effect of corrosion. The bridge has fallen down, the building is completely, and other we can see in the roof that rust of bar is clearly visible, damage to concrete. What is corrosion? According to American Society for Testing and Material, define corrosion as the chemical or electrochemical reaction between a material. Usually a metal, its environment produces the deterioration of the material property for steel embedded in concrete. Corrosion results in formation of rust, which has 2 or 4 times volume of the original steel, none of good mechanical properties. Corrosion also produces pits, holes in the surface of reinforcing steel, reducing strength capacity as a result of reduced corrosion cross-section. Here we have taken a nail to show the corrosion. As you can see, that nail is first put to react with air. Air and water both are required for decorrosion. As we can see that we have first put in the test tube to react with the air, then we have put in the test tube nail for to react with the water. Rusting takes place in the presence of air and water. No rusting will affect
Hello? Sir, you're on mute. Hello? Hello? Sir, you are on mute. We cannot hear you. Hello? Hello?
Of your presentation.
Hello? Sir, you are on mute the whole time.
No, ma'am, I'm speaking continuously. I have mute.
Now I can hear you, but during your presentation, we cannot hear you. Can you share your screen again, please?
Yeah, I'm sharing. It's now visible and I am audible.
Yes, you are audible. Please proceed.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you. We are studying about the repair method. First is surface preparation. The area where corrosion of the reinforced has external side. The area was prepared by removing the loose concrete till sound concrete was reached. All the exposed reinforcements were suitably cleaned in order to free from rust. The exposed concrete surface was repeatedly washed with water supply. Anti-corrosive treatment for reinforcement. Anti-corrosive treatment was given to the de-rusted reinforcement for an ideal protection against removed corrosion. For this purpose, 2 coats of Cicatrol Armatec 108 was applied by chlorine 24 hours. Ponding coat. The clean concrete surface was made properly saturated with clear water. Cement slurry was modified by adding the polymer emulsion Cica latex. Cica latex is a synthetic rubber emulsion which, when added to concrete slurry, strengthens the corrosion, strengthens the cement, and provide a water resistance. Polymer mortar for inner layer. The bond coat is still tacky. The peeling of inner proportion was done with a polymer modified Cicatrol 122 and well finished. The repair mortar was cured for 2 days and repaired allowed to carbonation resistant coating. In order to prevent ingress of moisture and carbon dioxide, a coat of carbonation protective coating with pure acrylic based Silaflox was also used. Silaflox is a wear coat and can be used for concrete and sealer. Description. These are the 2 methods that can be used to prevent corrosion. First is the use of a fly ash. As we have already studied that a fly ash can be mixed with the concrete that partially replaces the either cement or aggregate, always improves the corrosion resistance of the galvanized steel reinforcement in the cracked concrete and specimen exposed. Second is the use of corrosion inhibitor. A corrosion inhibitor is a chemical compound that, when added to a glass, liquid, gas, or decrease the rate of corrosion. Conclusion. RCC structures are subjected to deterioration through different mechanisms. RCC structure in contact with seawater or subject to corrosion-induced damages as chloride-induced corrosion affecting the durability structure. The damaged structures are required to be repaired and rehabilitated to restore their durability. However, structures are affected by corrosion need special treatment to take care of corrosion besides restoration of before undertaking repairs and rehabilitation. of damage structure. It is necessary to carry out detailed condition assessment so that suitable remedial measures are taken. Preliminary tests such as half-cell potential, carbonation test, visual inspection, etc. can indicate if corrosion induced damage have initiated. Best remedial measure for chloride induced damages is application of cathodic. I would like to thank everyone, my group members, co-author Ankit Singh, Abhishek Patel, Aftab Alam, Neeraj Pathak, and our guide, Mrs. Neetu Mishra, for the completion of this presentation. Thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for your presentation. Next, the paper about the study on water quality of River Gonti for 2 different scenarios in Lucknow City. Author Talib Suhail and co-author Professor Prakash Netula and Mr. Faraz Khan.
Hello, am I audible?
Yes, you are audible, sir. Please share your screen and have it in presentation mode. Thank you.
Is my screen visible?
Not yet. We're waiting. Yes, it's up. Please have it on presentation mode and you may proceed. Thank you.
Is my is my presentation visible?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
First of all, I would like to thank you all for being here and good evening, everyone. The topic for my report PPT is study on water quality of River Gomti for 2 different scenarios in Lucknow city. Me being the author, Talib Suhail, and my co-author being Professor Dr. Prakash Netula sir, and guided by Mr. Faraz Khan sir. My co-author, Professor Dr. Prakash Netula, he has done his BTech Civil Engineering from NIT Surtkal and MTech from NIT Surtkal and PhD from RKDF University Bhopal. Currently, he is working as professor and head of department in BBD University. He has published more than 120 papers in Scopus and SCI journals. My guide, Mr. Faraz Khan, who is working as an assistant professor in Department of Civil Engineering at BBT University. He completed his BTech and MTech from Integral University, Lucknow, and have experience of more than 7 years. This is the map of study area. The map on your left shows map of River Gomti in Uttar Pradesh through Lucknow, the whole course of River Gomti in the state of Uttar Pradesh. And on the right side, it shows map of Lucknow district showing Lucknow city. Abstract. As we all know, according to US Geological Survey, which states there are over 332,519,000 cubic miles of water on planet Earth, among which 90% of water on Earth is held by the oceans and contains heavy composition of salt. The remaining water, 3%, are in frozen form, such as glaciers and icebergs. The atmosphere, river, lakes, and underground stores holds less than 1% of the fresh water. And this small amount has to be provided the fresh water required to support Earth's entire population. Including this, the rivers are used to be one of the most important source of clean water during earlier days. But nowadays, due to heavy contamination, the quality of water of river is decreasing day by day. The river Gomti in Lucknow was an important source of water for the different uses few decades ago. However, because of this rapid global change, current status of river is very critical from environment, aesthetic, and commercial usage point of view. Hence, this research work focused on assessing the current as well as predicting its future situation using different scenarios while considering key drivers of global changes, namely climate change, population growth. Water evaluation and planning model is used, which is also known as WEAP. Water quality was analyzed and studied along the 12-kilometer stretch of Gomti River in Lucknow, Uttar Pradesh. Am I audible? Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I'll continue with the origin of River Gomti. The river Ganga is considered as one of the longest river in India. It has many tributaries and River Gomti is also one among them. River Ganga is also considered as a holy river in India. Origin of River Gomti takes place from about 50 kilometers south of Himalayan hills and about 3 kilometers east of Pilibhit in Uttar Pradesh. It extends to 900 kilometers through Uttar Pradesh and meets the Ganga River near Saidpur Kheti, 27 kilometers from Varanasi district. So basically, the river Gomti, it originates from Ganga and then it goes back to Ganga River. From 20 kilometers its origin, it meets a small river, the Gayasi, until it reaches Mohammadi Kheri in Lakhimpur district. The Gomti River is a narrow stream where it is joined by many tributaries such as Suketa, Andhra, Choha, etc., with the joining of many other tributaries. The river Gomti enters Lucknow after traveling approximately 240 kilometers. For about 12 kilometers going through the city, it supplies its water to most of the places of the city, situated on the northern western shore of Gomti River and surrounded by Barabanki from eastern side and Unnao from western side, Raebareli from southern side, and Sitapur, Hardoi by the northern side in the Lucknow city, which has elevation of 404 feet, about 123 meter above sea level. The city covers an area of 2,800 square kilometers, in addition to Lakhimpur, Kheri, Sultanpur, and Jaunpur. Lucknow is among 15 of the most prominent towns of the river catchment basin. Now, with the methodology. Study area. Lucknow, the capital of Uttar Pradesh, is located in part of center Gangetic Plain between north latitudes 26 degree 30 minutes and 27 degree 10 minutes, and eastern longitude being 80 degree 30 minutes and 81 degree 13 minutes. The city has a humid subtropical climate with a cool dry winter from December to Feb and a hot summer from April to June. The temperature extremes varies from 48.9 in summer to 1.67 in winter. The city receives about 900 mm of annual rainfall, mostly from the southwest monsoon between July and September. The city's elevation varies from 100 to 130 meters above mean sea level. Rapid unplanned urbanization has created many problems as it places huge pressure on land, water, housing, transport, health, education, etc. This rising population has major impact on natural resources of the area, especially on water quality and quantity. Poor drained. Gomti, the major river, flows from northwest to southeast through the entire center of city. It is one of the major sources of public water supply in the city along with groundwater. Generation of sewage and proper treatment and disposal of this waste is a major problem in the city. Poorly drained sewage system and lack of treatment capacity of sewage treatment units has resulted in severe degradation of our quality of river water. Now, the model used in this is known as WEEP model. What is WEEP model? WEEP is basically water evaluation and planning system. It's a software window based which is used to support system for integrated water resource management and policy analysis. The entire study has to be divided into small catchments as required for hydrological simulation with WEEP. Hydrology module with WEEP can simulate catchment runoff and pollutant transport process within a river water body. To simulate different components of hydrological cycle, WEEP has different catchment methods available, namely rainfall runoff, irrigation demands only. Irrigation demands only and rainfall runoff soil moisture method. The water quality module of WEEP, sorry for that. The water quality module of WEEP tool makes it possible to estimate pollution concentration in water bodies and is based on Streeter-Phelps model. Data requirements. The WEEP model was used to simulate future water quality variables in the year 2030 to assess alternative management policies in the Gomti River Basin. For water quality modeling, a wide range of input data including point and non-profit pollution sources, their location and concentration, past spatio-temporal water quality, wastewater treatment plants, population, historical rainfall, evaporation, temperature, river flow stage with relationship, river length, groundwater, surface water inflows, and master plan is provided. The daily rainfall was collected at IMD station for the period from 1980 to 2016. Daily average stream flow data in 2011 to 2016 was measured at 5 stations, namely Bharwara River Weir, Pipri Ghat, Kuriya Ghat, Manji Ghat, and near Musa Berg Sanctuary collected from Indian Meteorological Department and were utilized to calibrate and validate the WEEP hydrology module. About results and discussion, the precipitation change. The comparative result of the most monthly precipitation pattern are shown in the figure below. The observed annual precipitation for the year 2015 was 844.8 mm. On the other hand, the projected annual precipitation for the year 2030 was 831.8 mm respectively. On the other hand, the same projected precipitation value using MIROC 5 GCM with RCP 4.5 and 8.5 was 802 mm and 822 mm. These values clearly indicate that annual precipitation in the simulation from GCM output is not much different from that of current observed one. Other reason, population growth. Total population of 45 lakh was considered at the base year 2011 in our study area. For the future population projection, the percentage annual growth was considered 2.42, 2.424, 2.26, and 2.16 during period of 2011 to 15, 16 to 20, 21 to 25, 25 to 30 respectively. Hence, the population considered for year 2015 and target year, which was 2030, is 50 lakh and 70 lakh. The current population of 2021, according to above growth, is 59 lakhs. Water quality. Before doing future scenario analysis, performance of WEAP simulation is calibrated and validated with observed and simulated values of hydrological and water quality parameters. Hydrology module pattern parameters were adjusted using trial and error method during simulation in order to reproduce the observed monthly stream flow. For water quality, simulation is done using two possible scenarios as shown in table 1. First being business as usual, which composes of climate change plus population growth plus WWTP of 145 MLD. WWTP being wastewater treatment plant. And with the second scenario with mitigation measures, climate change plus population plus WWTP of 1119 MLD for 100% collection rate. The simulation result for water quality parameters such as BOD and E. coli using two different scenarios are shown in figure 1, where BOD means biochemical oxygen demand, which represents the amount of oxygen consumed by bacteria and other microorganisms while they decompose organic matter under aerobic conditions. And E. coli may be found in water sources such as private wells that have been contaminated with feces or infected humans or animals. The BOD and E. coli data have been given in table below. It shows BOD for average percent increase with business as usual scenario from 2015 to 2030 being 70.8%. Contribution from population is 88 and contribution from climate change is 12%. Being E. coli, average percent increase with business as usual being 10.6, contribution from population being 90, and contribution from climate change being 10. Finally, the logic of drivers pressure state change impact response, in short, DPSIR framework, is used to present summary of key findings from this research work. The poorly managed water resource results in poor aesthetic environment condition, loss of economy, and increase in water-related health issues. For such complex issue of water security, there is need as well as bottom-up approach, which means not only a better effort from policy makers at national regional level, but also participatory approach from the local people is needed. Since financial resources is one of the most important limiting factor for such mitigation measures, it is important to prioritize different actions and look for different potential donors like Asian Development Bank, World Bank, etc. With this, we come to conclusion. This work gives a detailed picture of water quality of Gomti River in Lucknow city, India for both 2015 and future 2030 using different scenario analysis. Simulated results clearly indicate that Gomti River is moderately to severely polluted throughout this stretch when compared with Class B given in Uttar Pradesh Pollution Control Board for 2015. However, water quality at downstream area like Pipri Ghat, Gomti River Wear, and near Bharwava does not comply with desirable water quality of B class and needs attention. The possible solutions to overcome these barriers are listed below, such as to create a political space where different stakeholders other than government agencies also have direct involvement to influence the governing process and government decisions. Provision of some monetary help like financial incentives in terms of tax exemption to encourage local people to connect their household to main sewage line. Last being, consider more precise information for various pressure and drivers for global change, namely population density, population growth, climate change, land use, land cover change in revised master plan for achieving desired future water environment both at short and long time scale. The references are listed below from which all these information have been taken, such as United Nations Water Report, Lucknow Master Plan 2031 by LDA, Lucknow Development Authority, Public Works Department PWD report on Water Resource Organization, and the information about pollution is being taken from Uttar Pradesh Pollution Control Board. Thanking you all.
Thank you so much for your presentation.
And I
Now
apologize for the disturbance created in between.
Thank you so much. No problem. Now let's move on to the next, a comparative study in soil stability. Oh. A comparative study on soil stabilization with widely used admixtures like lime, cement, fly ash, and bitumen emulsion. A review. Author Indrasin Yadav, co-author Mr. Muhammad Al-Faqi, Professor Oprakash Netula, and Mr. Kamal Nab Tripathi. Yes, I can see your screen. Have it open your presentation, have it on presentation mode, and you may proceed.
Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Ma'am, screen is available?
Yes.
Good evening all. I am Indrasin Yadav and my guide is Mr. Afaq Khan and co-author Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula sir and Mr. Kamal Nath Tripathi sir. My topic compatibility study on soil stabilization with widely used admixtures like lime, cement, fly ash and bitumen emulsion. A review. Indrasin Yadav was born in 1996 in Ayodhya city. He did diploma in civil engineering from MBEI Lucknow in 2016. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in civil engineering from BBD University Lucknow in 2020. Currently pursuing MTech in transportation engineering from BBD University Lucknow. And my guide is Mr. Afaq Khan sir was born in 1982 in Gonda city. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from ZHCAT AMU Aligarh in 2009. In 2012, he received his Master degree in Structural Engineering from GHCAT AMU Aligarh. He joined BBDU Lucknow in 2012 as a faculty. He worked as head of the department in Babu Banarasi Das Engineering College, Lucknow, and is now working as an assistant professor in Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Department of Civil Engineering, with a total of 12 years of experience. He published more than 32 research papers in national and international journals. And co-author Mr. Kamal Nath Tripathi sir was born in 1986 in Gorakhpur city. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from GBT University Lucknow in 2011, and 2016 he received his Master degree from Integral University Lucknow. He joined BBD University Lucknow in 2015 as assistant professor. He worked SMSIT Lucknow in 2012 to 2014 as assistant professor. He published more than 15 research papers in national and international journals. And my co-author is Professor Dr. Om Prakash Netula sir has done his BTech Civil Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surkal, MTech Hydraulics and Water Resource Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Surkal, and PhD, RKFDF University, Bhopal. He is also an alumni in Excel RI, Jamshedpur, India. His area of interest is pipe friction factor, domestically used pipe in remote sensing in water resource application. He is having an expertise in designing and conducting experimental fluid mechanics research problem in fluid. He has more than 122 technical research papers in Web of Science, Scopus Index, and various international and national journals and conferences. He has guided 8 members in Scholar of PhD Award at Suresh Gyan Bihar University, Jaipur. He is an active member IEEE and member.
Indrasen, come on your topic, please.
Okay, sir. Abstract. In the construction of the road, soil is used as sub-base and base material. Soil stabilization is generally needed if strength of the soil is poor. Subgrade soil is stabilized and replaced by stronger soil. There are various stabilizers used for soil stabilization and lime cement, bitumen emulsion, and fly ash. We have used all the above mentioned stabilizers, so their percentage play important role to stabilize the soil. This is how we can increase the stability of soil by mechanical approach. Introduction. The soil is fails due to shear, crushing, and so actual settlement can be taken as unsuitable soil. The soil stabilization can be used as the increased shear strength in improve the stabilization of slope, the reduced settlement of structure in increased density of soil. Stabilization is technique of improving characteristic of native soil of granular material used of construction of pavement layer. Stabilization of soil is employed by modified the properties of soil to improve its engineering performance both in term its strength and durability. Factor affecting stabilization mixture. Strength gain is term of standard test values such as CBR, R value, K value, and the silent modulus. CBR is equal to test load upon standard load into 100%. Standard load from particular depth of percentage of plunger. 2.5 standard load 1370 and plunger penetration 5 mm and standard load is 2055 and 7.5 percentage plunger 7.5 mm through a standard load in 2630 and penetration is 10 mm. Then after standard load per kg in standard load only 3180. Decrease of liquid limit and plastic limit values. Important physical property due to reaction with cementation agent mixed with the soil. Overall pavement structural integrity improved due to stabilization of subgrade in granular layer of the pavement. Principles of the various techniques of soil stabilization. Supporting techniques, the native material is sieved and blended with other good broad material to meet the standard gradation and agency prescribed test values. Cementing agents. Cement, lime, and fly ash in combination with cement or lime are used commonly. Stabilizing agents between emulsion and cutback may be used for blending non-cohesive soil. Modifying agents. if stabilizer added in small proportion could modify the undesirable property certain soil Atterberg limits. Moisture waterproofing agents. The agents may be consist of certain types of bituminous material include some kinds of resins materials such as prevailing acrid liquid which provide stability to the soil mixture including water repelling capability. Water repellent. Almost the same function as waterproofing agents may be performed by some water repelling and retarding agents like vinsol resin and other resinous material. Moisture retaining agents. Calcium chloride, sodium chloride, and other chemicals are used with the soil in angular material to retain certain amount of moisture or absorb moisture from atmosphere as dust levities. Heat treatment. Thermal stabilization different useful aspect with the regard place soil. Heat
I think it's the internet connection. Did we lose him? Is he back? Oh, there. Hello? Hello? Sir, you're on mute.
Yes, ma'am, I am audible.
Yes, you are now audible.
Okay, ma'am. Journal of Indian Road Congress in 2015. Soil stabilization not only improve strength and groundwater condition, but also improve permeability and compressibility, etc. Question 2008. Carried out the excellent work of establish and correlation between CBR value
Sir,
and
please proceed to your presentation proper.
yes, ma'am. Strength value and shear test. It was shown that undrained shear strength value and CBR value increased with increasing plastic index. Adult 2001. Effect of fly ash and expensive soil was studied by adult fly ash consists often hollow spare silicon, aluminum, and iron oxide and unoxidized carbon There are two major class of fly ash, Class C and Class F. Bhuneshwari S and Gandhi SR. A study was carried out by S. Bhuneshwari and SR Gandhi on the effect of engineering property of expensive soil through an experimental program. Dr. Arora KR. Bituminous are non-aqueous system of hydrocarbons that are soluble in carbon disulfide tar and obtained by the destructive distillation organic materials such as coal, asphalt are material in which primary component and natural or refined petroleum bituminous stabilization is generally done with asphalt as binder. Discussion. Subgrade may be defined as compacted soil layer, generally of naturally occurring local soil, assumed to be 300 mm in thickness, just below of the pavement crust in provides its suitable foundation for the pavement. So it is very important to improve strength of subgrade soil. It may be done by subgrade soil. It may be done by replacing good soil stabilization existing soil. To check the subgrade soil stability, CVR test is very commonly used test. Conclusion for the study in clear that there are considerable importance of California bearing ratio circulate due to use of following material like cement, lime, fly ash, and bituminous emulsion. If proper mixing is done in each state of condition was the found that CVR value has increased. The particular experimental study CVR value has increased the 50% of unmodified soil CVR. Observing the economic cost of quality stabilization improvement, it is clear the type of stabilization may be applicable in gravel soil. As we increase the amount mentioned, stabilized CVR value of soil increased, but the cost of certain material used is so high, so amount of material also depends upon baggage in importance of structure. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And for our next presenter, design and analysis of high-rise buildings, a review. Author Swapnil Srivastava and co-author Mr. Faraz Khan, Professor Prakash Netula, and Mr. Muhammad Afaki. Again, for our last presenter for today, design and analysis of high-rise buildings, a review. Author Swapnil Srivastava. Is he around? Srivastava. All right, I think it's not around, so let's go ahead and proceed. Again, congratulations to all the winners for today, the best paper and the best presentation. Good evening once again to all of you. With this, we came to end our conference, ICCEASI 2021, and I hope everyone, inclusive of your family members, are safe and doing well at this COVID pandemic. First of all, I would like to extend my congratulations to you all for your active participation and successful conduction of the program. I am grateful to our Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow dignitaries, Mr. Prakash Netula, Professor and Head of Department Civil Engineering, BBDU Lucknow, Mr. Rudra Banu Satpati, our very own CEO, and our chief guest, Professor Dr. Munaz Ahmed Noor. Eminent keynote speakers, Professor Ashutosh Mohanty, Dr. Mohammed Alias Yusuf, Engineer Philip P. Ermita, Dr. Aku R. Hama, Dr. Vitantonio Roma, our plenary speaker, Mr. Aton Roy Chaudhry, technical session chairs, to all our technical session chairs for sparing your valuable time and words of wisdom with us. And I take this opportunity to express my warm gratitude to Mr. Shurbanshu Jaswal and the whole IFERP team for their sincere support and cooperation. I thank all our ICCEASI 2021 organizing committee members for their efforts, and I express my gratitude to all the participants yesterday and today. Thank you once again, and a very important reminder, announcement, certificates and proceedings will be sent to the participants via email within 48 working hours. It was great. Thank you so much for the conference success. Once again, your host, Jojo. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank
Have
you,
a
ma'am.
great day.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.